That's AJ Hinch, obviously. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Tigers advance. Let's go to Thomas in Southfield. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Thomas.
How you guys doing?
Doing
Great.
Good morning, guys. Scott, Doug, listen, I thought this was hashtag redemption because, we started off the gates. We running like it was Kentucky Derby. We was out. But then it's Scott Harris. Scott Harris has to do some real soul searching this offseason to fix it. We there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to all the off-season discussions when the off-season gets here, because there's a chance for them to be a little bit more aggressive, and they got some decisions to make about their current guys.
I know, but right now I'm kind of like I was heartbroken. My blood pressure was up with these boys. Like, oh, come on, man, we can do this. And when they did it, and then took the thorn out the side from the Cleveland, I said, all bets off now. These boys feeling good about themselves, and then you got Scooble twice. I think the boys can make a run. They can make some noise for real. But again, it's going to be an indictment on Scott Harris. And gentlemen, I love the way y'all both present like, what can we do?
Well, look, I mean, as far as any culpability or blame, I'm going to wait till the season's over, Thomas, before we get too deep into that. There had been very valid reasons to question a lot of what had been going on. And, those reasons still may stand when it's all said and done. In the meantime, they got another series to play. And, they can win this series. There's no question they can win this series. All paths to victory pretty much go through Scooble winning 2 games and trying to scratch out another win somewhere. Reasonable pass. I mean, there's other unexpected things that could happen. I mean, have we not seen, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott Anderson, have we not seen Tiger teams with long layoffs, like a week off, kind of lose their mojo?
Sure.
We saw that in both of their World Series appearances of recent memory, 06 and 12.
06, they were a wild card team, right?
Yes, but in both of them, between the ALCS and the World Series, they had a week off. And they got to the World Series and they went 1-8. Okay? So, and look, this might be seen as an excuse. It could be a reason. I don't know. I don't know why. But they didn't seem like the same team in the World Series and they were in the playoffs leading up to it. And so now, Seattle's a team with a week off. And how do they, is that going to hurt them? Look, there's a lot to get into here with this series with Seattle coming up, and I'm optimistic.
Well, the pitching is going to have to be the key for the Tigers.
Of course.
If they keep the score low, Tigers got a great chance. But Seattle's got the big boppers on that team. They've hit, nearly 240 home runs on the season. They've just clubbed the ball. And when they've beaten the Tigers, when they swept the Tigers in the series back in July, they won 12-3, 15-7, and 8-4.
Mm-hmm.
They manhandled it. The series earlier in the season, Tigers won 9-6 and 4-1, and they lost a 3-2 game.
Yeah.
So pitching is going to have to be of paramount importance. Now, Seattle's got some good pitchers too. They have a really good staff. Seattle's a better roster. It's a better roster of players, and yet they only had 3 more wins on the season than the Tigers did. Seattle kind of found themselves halfway through the year, and were a force to be reckoned with from that moment on. Cal Raleigh is a bit of a revelation here. He's just destroying the baseball. Over 60 home runs this year is incredible, and he's not alone. They've got several players in that team that can really do damage, and they've got a great pitching staff. But the way they've played in the second half, the last 80 games of the season has really been spectacular, and the Tigers obviously have not, but this is a different season. This is the postseason. And in the postseason, the Tigers are 2-1, and Seattle is yet to play a game. So we'll see who's got the advantage tomorrow night.
Ben is next on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Ben?
This is Dan. Dan from Huntsville, Alabama, brother.
All right, Dan,
hey,
welcome.
Dan.
Yeah, we just flew in. I just got in the airport. 3 generations of Zelenskys are going to a double dip performance of the Michigan Wolverines on Saturday, and then Sunday we're going to see the Lions play. And then I'm meeting up with my other 6 brothers and another 10, 15 more people and have a big Detroit Lion victory. I want to talk about last night.
Can't hide that auto parts money.
Okay, listen. Bottom line is this, fellas. As long as we're getting on base, all right, and don't tighten up and just swing away and run harder on the bases, because some of those things they did yesterday, when the second game it was when it got called out on third base, that was a bad call. But the runner didn't run. I believe it was Green. Didn't run hard enough. We need to run smarter,
Dingler.
harder, and then just keep putting pressure, putting guys on base, fellas. I think it's going to be just fine.
Well, we talk all the time about this Tiger team is so far from perfect. They just need to be better than the team that's lining up across from them. Because, look, if we're doing this show in Cleveland, I'm talking about Jose Ramirez getting thrown out on the base pass 3 separate times at critical moments. And one of them was clearly a jog down to second base on that one yesterday where Vest gunned him down.
Yeah.
So, they just got to be better than the team across from you.
In my closing, gentlemen, I want to let you know, and I might not ever talk to you again, depending if I get back up here, but I'll tell you this. I single-handedly, my name is Wolverine Dan down in Alabama, Huntsville, and I keep this Michigan sports on the map down there, boy.
I'm sure your friends love it.
Screw Bama.
Thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to, it's been good for you the last couple of years when it comes to Michigan and Bama. Jason in Royal Oak. What's up, Jason?
Hey, cheers, gentlemen. Having a great morning, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think the keys for the Tigers, with the Mariners coming up, we have to take advantage of small ball opportunities. That's just a reality. We've seen that we are inconsistent with our big power. We cannot rely on the double. We're going to have to manufacture a few runs. And I think one of the other keys is to pound the Mariners' middle infield. They are tremendously inconsistent through the middle infield, so we're going to have to take serious advantage of that. And we're going to have to pick our spots in their inconsistent lineup. Yeah, they've got some power, but it is also inconsistent. When you take a look at their OBS throughout the course of the season, there's some gaps there, and I think we need to take advantage of that as well.
You know what? It's interesting, Jason, because I first sit down and I'm looking at the Mariners and I'm thinking, okay, here's a team that went out and added 2 bats, Naylor and Suarez. And Suarez is one that had been linked to Detroit, and the Tigers didn't bite, Mariners did. And this is a real, it's a test. And no matter how we want to look at it, it is a test of whether or not they did the right thing. That bat is brought in for this moment. And the Tigers haven't done the job offensively consistently enough in the last month. It's been since September 10th since they've scored 6 runs in a game. Since September 10th that they had a 4-run inning. And so, one inning does not mean the offensive problems are solved. But there's no way to avoid. Here's a team that was more aggressive with their offensive additions against a Detroit team that really passed on that.
They've got a really good lineup all throughout. And even though Suarez wasn't the Suarez of the first half, he was still somewhat productive. Not even somewhat. He was productive. He had 13 home runs and 31 RBI, but his OPS was down to 682. So his OPS was in the same range as Riley Green post All-Star break. And we know how much grief Riley Green was getting. As Suarez getting that same kind of grief. He struck out 79 times in the 53 games he played with Seattle. So I imagine it was kind of a similar feeling. But there's no doubt that he's still dangerous. And there's no doubt that Riley Green is still dangerous too. So this lineup is much better than Cleveland. It's a better lineup than the Tigers. Cal Raleigh himself with 60 home runs and 125 RBIs is scary. Julio Rodriguez found his swing again this year. He hit 32 home runs and drove in 95. You add Suarez, who's a guy who's going to, has all tons of power. And then Jorge Polanco, a second baseman, has 26 home runs on this team. They can hurt you throughout that lineup. And they're going to pay careful attention to it, fill up the strike zone. Now, Seattle strikes out a ton too, though. They strike out every bit as much as the Tigers do. So they're going to have to find the pitchers to get that swing and miss.
248-539-9797. Hey, ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel has got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, everyone gets a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics, no invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with extra payouts on the line. It's easy, it's fun, and it's only on FanDuel. So find that at the top banner. Okay, you got to click on that, and you got to opt in. And then when you make your college football bet, you have to click on the little toggle there to make sure that you apply the boost. FanDuel.com/Doug. Download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. There you go. That is AJ Hinch after the game, and he's right. Baseball is the weirdest sport in that regard, where things get contagious, and You put pressure on a defense, and in a game 3, I don't know if the pressure impacted the Gribe more than it impacted Detroit, but jumping out to a lead, retaking the lead, those things were definitely put the pressure on the home team. And when it was all said and done, Tigers got it done, and they're advancing to take on Seattle. Game 1 tomorrow night, game 2 Sunday night, and then the 2 games in Detroit will be Tuesday and Wednesday. Suspect 4 o'clock start Tuesday, and I suspect a 1 o'clock start Wednesday.
This is just you making guesses.
Me making guesses. And
Educated
I have no
guesses.
idea what time the Michigan State game will kick off.
Damn it.
Spartan fans, I hope you enjoy your trips to Lincoln, because that's an elite road trip. There's an area down by the basketball arena there. I don't know what it's called, but I would highly recommend that area if you're heading out there. It's a good place to hang out. And Wolverine fans, homecoming, welcome back, everybody. And it's a maze out at the Big House. Wear your maze. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Walt is next. Hello, Walt.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, well,
Good.
Yeah, I called to brag on my man Javi Baez. Hello?
yeah, go ahead.
ahead.
We're not stopping you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. I just thought you dropped off. I called to brag on my man Javi Baez because everybody was down on him pretty much all season. And I just never gave up on him. I always thought he was a good shortstop. And also the coach. The coach, I think, really has a lot. I don't know what he does, but he seems to bring the best out of these guys.
Well, he's kind of swung and missed for about a month here, but they've played some critical games that would have been awfully important to win, and they dang near missed the playoffs, but they didn't. They earned a spot in, and he shuffled the lineup yesterday, and it worked. I mean, Wenzel came up with a huge hit. The Parker Meadows bunt really put pressure on the defense, and you can't afford. You got to field it cleanly and fire it over to first if Meadows gets a bunt down, and he did, and he was safe, and that really started the floodgates opening, I guess. So he made some moves that definitely mattered yesterday. As far as Baez got back into good graces with fans earlier in the year when he started playing elite level center field.
Yeah.
And kind of out of the blue. Then he slumped a little bit, but he picked a really, really opportune time to get hot.
Well, he hit well enough and obviously fielded well enough, and he was named to the All-Star game, and I don't think that was crazy to name him to the All-Star game because he was really contributing in the first half of the season. Second half, things have cooled off, but lately, it's a different story. He's 11 for his last 27, including going 5 for 11 against Cleveland in the wild card series. And the defense he played in the series against Cleveland was spectacular. The only step you would say, or something you can take away, might be the throw that he made to Torkelson that skipped over to Torque, but it wasn't a terrible throw. Torque had a terrible reaction to it. And Javi single-handedly kept them in the series defensively. There was a line drive yesterday. It was hit. It was, he had to leap and going to his right and made the catch. There were plays he made running to his left, fielding the ball slickly on a ball. Look, I know that's going to get under his glove. And no, he kept the glove low enough and was able to make the play. He was great and has been great at shortstop all season long. And in center field in a pinch, he's as good as it gets.
Okay, I wasn't hearing that earlier.
Well, no, I mean, look, he didn't have.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since he's done. Yeah,
because he hasn't hit until last week or so, last couple weeks.
Brian is next on 97.1. Hello, Brian.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
What's up,
Brian?
8 a.m. 8 a.m. for me, so it's still morning.
There you go.
Good morning here.
Yeah, I'm in Arizona.
Yeah, we're in Michigan.
It's morning.
It's 10:49 here.
I live in Michigan. I'm just out here for work. I think Tigers, they did really good yesterday. But Karsh, I had a question for you because I listen to you all the time. Your nephew plays for Seattle, and it's safe to say Tigers is your team. So how do you feel about your team going up against your nephew?
Well, I'm kind of maybe off the hook here because I'm not sure Logan is going to be on their postseason roster. He got hurt. He came back and made one appearance. They had Brian Wu was hurt. He had a bullpen session yesterday, and I guess it went well. And if it went well enough that he is not, God, Because I got to tell you, it would be wildly uncomfortable. And
Well, they say Wu is day to day, but estimated return date isn't until October 7th.
yeah. So I'm kind of personally hoping I'm let off the hook in that Logan. I want him to be on their roster, but I don't at the same time.
You just want him to do well.
I want him to do well, the Tigers to win the series, of course.
Okay, I got you, man.
Yeah.
That's all. I'm gonna keep listening, man. And there's nothing else to do but listen to you guys out here. So.
Hey, no, it's good. I appreciate it. Yeah, I don't want to bug him, but ask, hey, what do you know? But they haven't set their roster yet, and they don't have to, I believe, until an hour before Game 1.
If he's not, I think regardless, maybe we should talk to him on Monday.
Well, yeah,
Or if he's not on the right,
I don't know if he I've thought about that, and I'm like, I don't want to put him in a weird position. Because if he's here, I'd love to get him in studio. I think he's a funny kid. He's a great interview.
Yeah, I'd love to give him some bad cheese. Am I right, Gator?
Bad cheese, root
Bad
of all
cheese.
Evil. Go ahead, have a cube.
Yep.
Have two.
Yep.
I mean, if he does pitch, I hope he is perfect in a 6-4 loss.
Doug, stop it. All right. The game's on the line. He's on the mound. What are you rooting for?
Oh, come on. That's not fair.
That's it. That's about as fair as I can get.
That's mean.
The game is on the line. He's on the mound. What are you rooting for?
I know what I'd say.
Oh, the guy who hates kids?
No.
I'm asking Doug.
No, I'm trying to put myself in his shoes. I think I'd.
I don't know, man. I'll see.
Wait, are you saying
I hope it doesn't ever happen. I'm just hoping that never happens.
Are you saying Seattle would have the lead in the game?
Yes.
Oh, different.
I can't stand you right now, Kang.
I'll tell you what.
What do you got, Gator?
Suarez E5.
Okay, that'll work. That's a great answer.
Kid pitches well. They're going to get out of it. There's the ground ball to third. Suarez. Oh, no! Oh, we let it go under his feet. Look at that. He's going to score.
Is that unheard run?
The Tigers are going to win the game.
That's an unheard run.
Yeah, it's not him.
He won't be in a closing situation.
No, probably not.
And he's probably...
We're in the 18th inning.
At Seattle on a Game 7 and a game that's going to start at 9 o'clock at night. Doug, it's 3:17 in the morning.
People are texting me that I need to rattle his cage. I'm not going to try to rattle Logan's cage.
Leave him alone.
Do you know any of his ex-girlfriends?
I hope he does great. I hope his team does not.
Oh, the big dumper dumps.
Good job, Scott. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Paul. You're next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's
Hi,
up?
Paul.
Hey, I just wanted to say, man, that play where Dingler threw out Ramirez, if he doesn't make that throw and Javi doesn't make that tag, I mean, that was the best combination I've seen in years, and that was incredible. And Javi's just been, I'm loving Javi right now. Let's say that.
So Javi has really, really endeared himself with this series, to say the least. And yeah, I mean, I think all three outs of Jose Ramirez on the base pass loom large in deciding this series. Him getting caught off third in Game 1 and 2 rally killers yesterday.
I agree, man.
Yep.
As far as the Seattle series, I mean, let's face it. I think they're better on paper, except for Skubal, right? We got Skubal, but anything can happen, and we just hope for the best, right?
Yep. I mean, look, they've put themselves in a position where I feel like if they win this series, it renders what happened in September moot. I mean, just to get to the ALCS would be such a huge accomplishment for this team. And there's a path, man. Almost all paths lead through Skubal and winning 2 games in this series, which would be Game 5.
I mean, obviously they
Would
can
be
do
the
it without
second win.
doing it, but I think you're right that the ace has to be the ace, and he has to set the tone and give his team, because he does give his team the best chance to win. It's not that other guys can't do it, but this is the guy you're counting on and doing. It's not penciling in. It's written in ink. He has to pitch well, and I think he's up to the task. I was, going back and forth, vacillating, if you will, Doug, as to whether or not would I start him in game 1 on 3 days rest, or do you just go ahead and let him go on and pitch Sunday night's game? And I think ultimately I'm like, I'd probably just pitch him Sunday and take my chances in game 1. But game 1's going to be interesting. It's going to be a free for all. It's a bullpen game, or is it a Cater Montero start and you expect Montero to give you 5 innings and he's just another starter? I don't know. The time off is going to help this team because they use guys like Tyler Holton a lot, like Finnegan a lot, like Will Vest a lot. These are the guys that they will likely use in almost every game, and they need their rest. So I like that for those bullpen arms.
248-539-9797. The feeling after game 2, it was excruciating. It reeked of doom. They come back on game 3. It's exhilarating, and it feels like a rebirth. It's crazy baseball. And the Tigers advance. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback next. 97.1 The Ticket.
It's a day of rest and a day of travel for the Tigers, who beat the Guardians yesterday in Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland, advancing to their second consecutive ALDS now. It's the first time in over a decade the Tigers have made 2 consecutive ALDS, the last time 2011 through 2014 when they made 4 straight. Yesterday, the 6-3 win, the 6th-inning home run from Dylan Dingler proved to be the go-ahead shot, then 4 more runs in the 7th inning. The Tigers now advancing. They're going to play the Mariners now in the ALDS. That first pitch is at 8:38 right here on 97.1 The Ticket tomorrow in Seattle from T-Mobile Park. Other wild card finals yesterday, the Yankees shutting out the Red Sox and the Cubs beating the Padres. They now both advance. So your series in both the leagues in the ALDS, you've got the Yankees and the Blue Jays, and of course the Tigers and Mariners. NLDS, it's a great matchup between the Dodgers and the Philadelphia Phillies. And then the other series there is the regional rivalry. That's the Chicago Cubs and Milwaukee Brewers. Red Wings, they get goals from Dylan Larkin and Alex DeBrincat in their second-to-last preseason game last night. They go on the road and beat the Toronto Maple Leafs 3-1, the final score. Their last tune-up is coming up this weekend once again against Toronto. They'll do it for real on Thursday next week against the Montreal Canadiens at home at Little Caesars Arena. Michigan and Michigan State both in action tomorrow after the bye week. Spartans big underdogs at the road at Nebraska. Wolverines at home, 16.5-point favorites over the Wisconsin Badgers, and Game 1 of the WNBA Finals is tonight in Vegas versus the Aces and Phoenix Mercury. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. I was just looking at this interesting interaction on Twitch as to where we are in the postseason. A couple of teams got hyper aggressive. And this was an exchange between a couple of people on Twitch who you can stream the show on Twitch with video. Go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket. You can also stream on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. And there's streaming chat on both sites, and we'd like to see what they have to say. Thug Aim says, Seattle made moves and won the division. Detroit made lesser moves and blew a historic lead. But then Narock comes back and says, the Padres sold their entire farm and lost in the wild card. It's amazing. You do your best to try and solidify, bolster your roster, which you think is within reason. Some teams are more aggressive than others, and clearly the Tigers weren't the hyper-aggressive team. The Tigers had a hyper-aggressive GM in Dave Dombrowski who made very popular trade deadline moves, never won a World Series. He did get there a couple times, but he never won a World Series. There's no guarantees when you go big. It's more popular when you go big. That we really will only know in the course of time, like not giving up on high-end prospects, which is probably it feels like it's what everybody asked for from Detroit. Not giving up on their high-end guys. If they pan out, you're happy. As long as you win a championship somewhere along the line. But this team's still in the mix here. They're still in the mix. And, oh, look. It was cool that Kyle Finnegan came in and was great in this series. Right? He was great in this series.
Oh, he was great. You want to hear great, though? Mason Miller, that's the one that they traded the number 1 prospect in baseball to get?
Yeah.
And Mason Miller has years left on his deal, so that's why they had to give up so much. He's a relief pitcher. He pitched 2 2/3 innings in the wild card series. That's 8 outs. He struck out 8 batters.
And
that's a guy that lots of Tiger fans are like, oh, let's get this guy. Okay, it cost the number 1 prospect in baseball to do it, and it ensured nothing for the Padres.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to bolster your hand, but if you do it and you don't win, and yet, I get why people were frustrated. The good news is, look, they've got a team that's in the mix here, and they got a chance to beat Seattle, advance the ALCS. And it feels like, I don't know, we'll see what the offseason holds. But we do a lot of, I like my team, but I don't like the way that they're building their team. I want them to do it the way I want them to do it. And it leads to a lot of frustration. And then you just sit back and watch and look, the Lions look great right now. And ironically, the Lions lead the NFC in quarterback sacks and might need a corner way more than they need an edge rusher, which is what everybody wanted in the offseason. we'll see what happens come trade deadline time, and if they have accessibility to that edge rusher, Trey Hendrickson, or that corner, DJ Turner.
Well, there's plenty of
Both
time.
with Cincinnati, who is a train wreck right now.
There's plenty of time between now and that trade deadline. The trade deadline is come and gone for baseball, but in the offseason is looming. And I don't think the Tigers' success in this postseason has been successful so far with the first series win. If they continue to advance, I don't think it's going to stop Scott Harris from making some tough decisions.
I don't think so either. I've been disappointed. Like last offseason, I was admittedly disappointed. I thought they would go bigger, and they tried with a player.
Went huge.
Yeah, they tried with a player that I wanted, but not on that contract. I did not like that contract, but he would have helped them in the short term for sure. So I was willing to accept it when we heard this. Was it 6 years, $180 million?
It was, I think, 6,173.
Okay, whatever it was, right? It was a big offer. And I'm
almost
like,
$30 million.
And the reason I didn't like it was because I thought there was no question in my mind that year 6 we would regret. Year 5 probably. Year 4 probably, in my view. Year 3 maybe. But in year 1, we'd have liked having break. Anyway, I'm chewing on yesterday's breakfast.
You are chewing yesterday's breakfast.
They did not do that. They had advanced. And
we'll find out if Bregman is available again this offseason.
Could be.
Because he very well could opt out of that contract. But, yeah, I guess my point is just that I think some people are concerned, well, the Tigers keep doing well, even with this roster, which isn't the greatest roster there, is it going to stop them from making improvements? And the offseason is a totally different animal than what is going on right now. And I don't, based on what Chris Ilitch had to say yesterday after the game, with beer and champagne being soaked all over the place, and he was talking about, no, we're going to be laser focused. This is great what we're doing. I don't know if we're going to win the World Series this year, but that's his goal, is to win a World Series, which was his father's goal too. They're going to have to really put up or shut up in the offseason. I don't think this is going to stop them from doing that. I think they're going to be hyper aggressive.
I'm going to read you a text.
Okay. It's going to be fun, huh?
This is from an unnamed texter.
Of course it is.
We got back to where we were last year. Cool. What time's the parade down Woodward?
I mean, I understand that to a point, right? Last year, this team is exactly the same spot they were last year. They went into the offseason, and, okay, Gleyber Torres, good acquisition. Tommy Kahnle was good for the first half and very suspect since then. Alex Cobb was a disaster, absolute disaster. They added a couple of the guys that are still in my mind right now, and then tried to make the big splash and didn't make the big splash. I get it. Going into the beginning of this season, they had some moves that were made that did improve the team, but not dramatically. People want the drama.
Fine. This feels to me, though, like this reeks of, I'm not going to get excited. I have higher standards than you. I'm better than you. That's what it reeks of to me.
Well, and it does. But if you take away the smarm and that hint of disgust in it, what does it really mean? Okay, to this point, they've achieved exactly what they did last year. They have to. But the point is, you need to do more to make your team better. And this is a guy who's like, they didn't do it at the trade deadline. They didn't really make those acquisitions in the offseason that made them appreciably better.
Well,
got to be better. Got to do more. It's just a call to arms, right? Do more.
Yeah, I sure hope that they impress Bro at some point.
If that's real, I feel sorry for that guy. He didn't enjoy yesterday at all. He was just like, whatever. When's the parade, right? Yesterday is part of the fun. Yesterday is part of the reason why we watch sports and root for our team. If you didn't have fun yesterday and you're allegedly a Tigers fan, like I said, I feel sorry for you.
I understand people rooting against teams, but rooting against teams that you like?
Well, it doesn't sound like he was rooting against them. He was saying,
well, no, but to your point, I guess there are people out there that I'm sure were watching the game yesterday and going, oh, of course they're going to win this one. Like, you're openly rooting for this team to lose so that your narrative is correct.
Oh, there's a lot of that, yes. Look, I picked Cleveland to win this series, and I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that Gator was right again. Okay? Again. He goes months between correct predictions, even years. No, he nailed these two. He nailed the Ravens game. He picked the Lions, and he nailed this Tigers series. And I'm thrilled that you were right. 248-539-97. Well, bro's not impressed. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got Al in Plymouth. You're next. Hi, Al.
Hey, guys. Enjoy the show. A question for you. When I look at the games so far that have been played, they've been pretty low scoring as a result of the starting pitchers doing what they're supposed to do. But I can never recall through the season a bench of relief pitchers like Cleveland has. How do you think we're going to match up with the relievers that Seattle has? Your thoughts on that? And I got one other thing after that.
I mean, look, I don't have a ton of faith in the Tigers bullpen. Vest and Finnegan were both fantastic. Canely wasn't. And I do they need Canely to win this series? I feel like they probably do at some point. It's amazing how effective he once was, and now he's not. And he's got postseason experience. He's got World Series experience. What did they say yesterday? He threw 60 consecutive changeups at one point and didn't need to change that because
the number was like 86% of his pitches this year have been changeups.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yep.
Like you know exactly what you're going to get. It's the question was it going to be at the bottom of the strike zone or was it going to be lower?
Yep. It looks like Tyler Holton. Remember how good Holton was last year in the postseason? And then he went through struggles this year, and now he might be back.
But I'll say this. Seattle's got a good bullpen.
Yeah.
They've got some great pitchers. Bizzardo has been outstanding this year, a 2.52 ERA through 78 innings. Munoz in 62 innings has a 1.73 earned run average and 38 saves on the season. They've got a good bullpen. They've got a couple other arms that have done a really nice job. I think it's a better bullpen than the Tigers.
I suspect at some point we're going to see Troy Melton again, and it'll be a real test because if Troy Melton is ineffective again, I think I don't know if you can pitch him again in the postseason.
Yeah, just don't be Troy Melting.
Very well done, sir. It's an honor to work next to you every day.
Thank you so much.
248-539-9797. All right. Hey, look, I say this every weekend, but what an action-packed sports weekend we have right now, and there's no better place to catch all the action than Twin Peaks. That's right. The ultimate man cave experience just got an upgrade with monster matchups all weekend long. So you got ranked teams in action tonight for college football, local teams playing on Saturday. You got Detroit postseason baseball. You got a pay-per-view rematch taking place at USC 320. Follow that amazing slate up Sunday with more postseason baseball, pro football all day long, including our Kings of the North at 425. Why do I consider Twin Peaks the ultimate man cave? Well, besides they have the ability to show all these amazing events mentioned earlier on wall-to-wall TVs, they got the best food and drinks in town. And we're not just comparing to other sports bars. Their Scratch Kitchen goes toe-to-toe with most restaurants. Don't believe me? Try my favorite, the Chipotle chicken, and see for yourself. They serve up hand-cut New York strips as well. House-smoked ribs, wings, brisket, hand-cut, and breaded order, chicken tenders, and boneless wings. Nothing is poured out of a frozen bag. Combine that with a draft beer system that pours your favorite beers at a bone-chilling 29 degrees, and you'll think you've died and gone to heaven. But don't sleep on their craft cocktails either, serving up all your favorite high-end bourbons and tequilas or jumpstart the night with $3.99 shots like Screwball or Jose Cuervo. Come see the difference today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Obviously, AJ Hinch. Back to your phone calls in a moment. Some feedback coming into the guy who asked, when's the parade down Woodward? From here on, Mark on YouTube. I love angry, tough guy calls and ticket texts. From Scott, regarding the unnamed texter. The Tigers won, but we're all going to die anyway.
Like just do a Debbie Downer episode of Tiger baseball.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mark out of Cell. Hi, Mark.
Hey, guys. Been on hold driving for the last half hour. You guys are cracking me up.
Appreciate your patience.
But, being a Tiger fan, being a Lions fan, a Detroit sports fan, I'm just glad for two things. I'm glad Cleveland doesn't have a hockey team, and glad the Lions beat the Browns, because I wouldn't be able to stand Cleveland. Anyway, back to my point. To your point about trades, Doug, if trading was a perfect science, Hinch could just use eBay, and all the managers could just use eBay.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's not an exact science. I understand bolstering your hand. There are teams that went all in, like the Padres. They're out, and there's a team that kind of went halfway in. The Tigers, they're still in it, but who knows? Who knows how it's going to play itself out? If they win it, if they happen to get to the ALCS, and you know, I don't even want to talk about anything other than this series. But if they got a chance to win this series, we'll see what happens. We'll talk about the offseason in the offseason.
Yeah, and putting aside that, I believe the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, Easter Bunny, and Santa Claus are real. I do believe this Tigers team can win it all this year. It's such a mental game, and you look at the win-losses over the season. They just beat correct me if I'm wrong, the hottest team in baseball.
They did. On
the road, 2 out of 3 on the road, and I believe they can win it.
So did you just say that Leprechauns, Easter Bunny, Santa Claus, and the Tigers all in the same group? All right. I don't know if you really believe if that's the case, Mark.
248-539-9797. Tim in Harrison Township. Hi, Tim.
How you doing, Doug?
Good, Tim. Thank you.
Hi, Tim.
Gator, everything all right?
Everything's great, Tim. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, I like Mark being on hold for a while driving, because where I live out in Harrison Township, I spent, of the 26 minutes I was on hold, 20 of them were trying to get through the intersection of Crocker and Metro Parkway.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry.
That's brutal.
It is an absolute CF out there at that corner.
Yeah,
that's too bad. Yeah.
So, anyway, my question is, and I'm sorry for not being a little bit more prepared about this, but how much time does Javi Baez have on his contract?
2 more years.
And what do you? 2 more years?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that if he?
Oh no! You waited a long time and you're breaking up.
Do we think what?
I said, do you think that when it?
Oh God, Tim! I hate to do this. I'm going to put you on hold and let you drive out of this crappy cell because you've been on hold forever.
Yeah.
I want to hear what your question is, and I feel bad for you, but you are in a bad cell area, so we'll take another one and come back to you, Tim. We go to Dave in Clinton Township here next. Hi, Dave.
Yeah, not only with Santa Claus and all those guys, I also believe that Jerry Bonderman's going to have a change-up this year, and Scott Mitchell's in the best shape of his life. Anyway, you were talking about Scott Harris earlier.
Yeah.
And what the team's going for. I would venture to say that if Mike Ilitch was running this team, that Alex Bregman would be playing third base and Max Clark would not be in the organization. And we might also have Sheen. So are we talking, we want short term, we want to win it all now?
Might also have who?
The pitcher in Pittsburgh.
Oh, Skeens.
I don't think they were ever trading him. But they're under Dave Dombrowski. The Dave Dombrowski Mike Ilitch combination would have handled it differently than the Chris Ilitch Scott Harris combination.
And
I would agree with
this,
that.
This team would look a hell of a lot different. And you say, yeah, they weren't thinking about trading him, but did you ever think that Prince Fielder would be part of this team?
No.
No. Hold on. You remember the day? Literally,
Well,
we were talking about
sorry,
it the day.
I'm answering for myself. No,
Okay.
I did not.
The day that he signed, we did 4 hours on thinking it was possible. But anyway, your point is what, Dave?
What does Chris Ilitch want to do? Does he want to win? Is he willing to give it all up to win now, or does he want to make sure he gets paid for some time?
Well, Dave, that's a question for whenever the season's over.
Yep.
Because last year in the offseason, he gave the go-ahead on what would have been a monster contract for Bregman, and he ended up taking a shorter-term deal for way more money with Boston. So they made the effort after they had already signed all the free agents. Then they went after Bregman, and it didn't get done. But it wasn't for lack of a real offer. So I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what happens this offseason. But I think Chris Ilitch wants to win. I don't know why people say he doesn't want to win. I mean, he was willing to throw another $173 million contract out there.
I mean, it might be irrelevant to people because they just want to be more aggressive no matter what. All those big moves didn't bring home one World Series.
No, they didn't.
And I get the allure of it.
Yeah, it was fun.
In the
baseball.
moment, it's great and it's fun. They didn't bring home one World Series. Is this going to work? I don't know. They feel like they're poised to be around and in the mix for a while here, but I would like to see them have an aggressive offseason. And we keep bringing it up. We want to talk about the offseason because we got another series to talk about. And 248-539-9797.
See if Tim's back in a good spot.
Oh, that's right. Tim in Harrison Township. Are you got a better cell?
I think I do. Do I sound better?
You do. All right. So your question about Javi is what?
So to recap, we determined that Javi Baez has 2 years left on his contract. And if he does as well in the next 2 years, do we offer him another contract?
No, I can't imagine with what they got in the pipeline.
I mean, no, because exactly what Doug said. We'll just say that. I mean, as good as we've seen Javi play in the last handful of games, and he's been great. He's been really good defensively, and he's had some timely hits. What he's not doing anymore is hitting home runs. What he's not doing anymore is hitting extra bases. So, no, I mean, they're going to have to pay him $25 million next year, and they're on the hook for $25 million after that. And I'm not sure if they're going to end up playing him. They will pay him. I just don't know if they're going to end up playing him in that last year of the contract. They've got too many guys that are in the pipeline, middle infield positions that they're going to want to look at.
Right. And you know, everybody's talking about Bregman. You know, I could see Bregman being Cabrera 2.0. You know, giving him all that money and then the last 3 years of his of his contract.
I think Doug and I fully agree with that. That's a concern with doing a long-term deal.
Josh and Warren says, we don't win this series without Baez. It's amazing his defense changed multiple innings from getting out of hand, and his bat showed up. Yep.
100%.
Baez stepped up, which is awesome. It is awesome.
And he didn't get fooled by Stephen Kwan in the outfield. He was able to take second base and that ball off the wall that I think a lot of players would have been gunned down at second base or would have stayed at first.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks, they're everywhere. And do you know if your furnace or boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. You can check out their A+ rating they have from the Better Business Bureau or some of the 5-star reviews that they have on Google. So whether it's your furnace, water heater, boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
I got to tell you, it's pretty crazy. Javi freaking Baez led them to victory in this series. And do you remember how many times we had to say, well, the reason you don't outright release him is because you're paying him anyway, so you just try and squeeze whatever you can. If you release him, you're still paying him, but you have no chance of getting anything out of him. The only justification that we said after taking so many why don't they just cut Javi calls was if he was blocking somebody else. And they squeezed something out of him at the most important time. And look, they probably won games earlier in the year because he turned himself into an elite defensive center fielder. But it's the investment, once it was made and it looked like an overpay, people wanted to just cut him, and we're like, okay, but you still have to pay the $100 million you owe him, or the $75 million you owe him. And so if you're paying him anyway, and there's not anybody in the organization that can obviously come up and do better, you just try and hope that he turns it around and finds a way to be valuable. That was valuable.
That was very valuable.
Thank God they didn't just cut him and pay the money anyway.
Yeah, because they don't have that other shortstop. I mean, sure, could they put McKinstry at short? McKinstry is nowhere near as good defensively. Offensively, he is better, but hasn't been in this series. They could have put Trey Sweeney there, but Trey Sweeney is not as good defensively, and he's not as good offensively. So in their system, they've got guys that are getting close to being ready to make that jump. And maybe they could have taken a chance on a guy here or there. But in the end, it's been the right decision to hang on to him. Now, he's going to have competition next year.
Sure.
And certainly
we just can't avoid next year conversations.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that. Yeah, it's right now. It's about this year. It's about the Seattle Mariners, and can this team take down the Mariners? And we've seen them take down the Mariners in 2 of the 6 games.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's pretty amazing. And the Armageddon scenario is they release him, they pay him his $100 million that he was owed, and he does what he just did for some other organization.
Javi Baez is kind of like the Tigers season. Like, things were really good, right, to start. He was an all-star, and then he comes back down to earth. The Tigers start losing steam, and then he plays well. The Tigers win. It's like we always say enjoy the ride, enjoy the roller coaster. It's kind of what Javi's been, and right now it's going well.
Yeah, it is.
And he's, by the way, an elite tagger of runners, right? Like he should teach a class. I don't even know how he does it. He does it so smooth, so quick. Is there a next gen stat on how fast he gets the mitt down to a guy's back? I don't know.
When they showed the replay of him getting Ramirez at second base, I think on the throw from Vest, I thought maybe he broke Ramirez's arm. He just came down so hard on that forearm. It was spectacular. It's what he's done throughout his entire time as a Tiger. It's been, wow, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. That's pretty impressive. And then, in this series was on full display. The stolen base attempt, and then that, he's trying to get to second base on the wild throw and he gets gunned down. Both plays were just bang, bang right there.
248-539-9797. Tim is next. Hi, Tim.
Hi. How you doing?
Great, Tim.
Hey, I go back a few years. I seen the '68 Tigers, but for decades, people around this area complained that we had nothing in the minors. That's why Dombrowski made all them trades, because we didn't have anything in the minors that was competitive.
Well, they had nothing after the guys that came up in the 70s, the Gibbies and the Trammells and the Whitakers. Once those guys were at the major league level, they didn't have another real prospect until Travis Fryman. Right. And then after Travis Fryman, they didn't have another real prospect for years.
Right. Now everybody is talking. I mean, people want to raid our minor league system because it is so good.
Yeah, it's totally different. And that's one thing Scott Harris has done really well is stockpile the minor leagues.
And if you look at this team is going to has a chance to be good for a really long time because our nucleus is young.
They do. The only problem with it is moving forward, are you going to have Tarek Skubal or not? Because if you don't have Tarek Skubal, then your starting pitching it's really questionable.
It's questionable, but what do we have for pitching in the minors?
That's my point. Is that all these stud players that they have in the minors, they're not starting pitchers.
Right. Yeah, that's what we used to have in the minors. Is we had pitching, but we had no position players.
Well, they got to figure out
now
a way
we have position players and not much pitching.
So the moral of the story is sign Tarek Skubal.
I think the moral to a lot of stories end up with that conclusion.
Please sign Tarek Skubal. It'd be great. I don't know if they can, but I'd really love if they could.
Dude, Will Vest was so freaking good. And like the idea that, you bring him in high leverage situations, you're like, yeah, we're going to need you for more than one inning here, bro.
So, cool. Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah.
And plays in the field from Vest were massive. Okay, so there was that error yesterday, which it felt like Torque didn't need to fire a missile at him.
Torque threw it so hard from 20 feet away.
I think Spencer needs a little bit of calm down because I think both of the plays, like the scoop at first that he didn't make and that on both plays he had more time.
A little bit of Frankenstein's monster to him.
I think he rushes himself, but then Vest.
A little Tim Tebow to him.
It cost them the 2 runs, but both those outs that Vest got of Jose Ramirez were massive, and he was good anyway.
I was crazy impressed with Vest's ability to get over it instantly, not catching that missile from Torque, to throw his own missile over to Baez and get Ramirez, which was huge. Now, Vest has been incredibly impressive, but something keeps standing out about Vest to me, and I couldn't figure out what it was until now. There's something about Will Vest when I look at him, and I'm like, there's something. And I finally figured it out. I'm just going to tell you guys.
All right.
He doesn't wear anything but his jersey and a mitt. And it stands out because in a day and age where everyone is 13 chains, a sleeve tattoo, or actually a sleeve, or a T-shirt underneath, or undershirt. He wears nothing. Look at his picture, Doug. Pull it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the video the Tigers tweeted out yesterday of him celebrating in slow motion.
Yeah, go to Detroit Tigers on Twitter.
So there's no undershirt, no sleeve.
He doesn't have a ring, a wristband, a Band-Aid. He has nothing but a glove and his jersey. And
he is wearing pants, just for the record.
Okay.
There's no wristband.
Yeah. And I was like, he's the only one. I think he's the only one in Major League Baseball that's like this.
And he's buttoned up to the top button, too. It's not like he's showing any wolf.
No. He's like a normal, like they grabbed him out of, left field.
Figuratively or literally?
Yeah.
Figuratively, right? I mean,
Doug, you're around like youth baseball and
nobody does this.
No one is like this. Nobody.
It'll be intriguing to see if they keep playing, which we fully expect, into November. if Will Vest, if it gets cold out, still goes no.
But he doesn't even have like a small little chain. You know what I mean?
No,
or
right.
anything. He has
nothing.
It's like that lineman in football that no gloves. You know what I mean? Like no undersleeve. Like it's.
Yeah, those guys get a little tired of. But I mean, you're tough. It's frozen tundra, Lambeau Field.
Bring it up with Jansen.
Yeah,
bring it up with Jansen. I'd love for you to do.
But anyways, in baseball, where everyone's always kind of look at me kind of guy, what they wear.
I hear you.
Eyewash.
It's interesting observation that he is like that. Is Flaherty like that?
No, Flaherty's got you could tell he's got a shirt underneath or whatever.
You're right. Yeah. That's good. But he doesn't. But Flaherty likes to show off the gun show too.
He looks like he works out. Did you see the locker room celebration?
Yeah.
That was some celebration. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback. There is some breaking news from the Lions that is almost unbelievable, and we will get to that today at 11:46 here on 97.1. We are getting some response to Kang's Will Vest observation. He's like the only player in baseball that has just a jersey, no undershirt, no wristband, no sleeve, no chains, as you put it, no Band-Aid, nothing. Hellborn Elfchild on Twitch says, I love it, Kang, and a beard. From D3 Tro T Made. He's like a modern-day Vlad. From Thug Aim, no drip, but still has swag. Aura for the Gen Zers. Cure Duchesne Please says they plucked him out of the 1980s. Scott says Vest is like when you create a player in a video game but don't add anything. The back of his jersey says name.
You had no money for the upgrades.
Not yet.
Anyway, yeah. Good. Will Vest was awesome. Awesome. Okay, I mentioned before the break something kind of unbelievable. Dan Campbell said today, Aleem McNeil is 50-50 to play against Cincinnati this week.
I'm sorry, what?
Aleem McNeil is 50-50 to play, according to Dan Campbell at his Friday press conference. We'll talk to Birchie in an hour. I'm looking at Nolan Bianchi's tweet. He's going to practice today, and then they're going to decide. Holy early return, Batman.
That's, I mean, we brought it up yesterday and saying, is this really a possibility? Because they're talking about him like he's ready. They said literally he's ready to go. He's good to go. And I'm like, well, yeah, okay, he's back to practice. Good to go for practice, right? It can't mean for the game.
Yeah.
And now they're saying 50-50. Well, you start to think about this, okay? And you think, does it make sense? I mean, where is he going to fit in here? I mean, you're not expecting him to start. So the way I look at it is, it's like you got Tyrus Wheat and Tyler Lacey are like two guys that are on the active roster every week for games, but they don't play many snaps.
Yep.
Do you replace Aleem McNeil for one of those guys? And then Aleem McNeil only has to play 10 snaps? I mean, I could see that, and that's the thing. And it's still remarkable that he's ready to go. But does that make more sense? Look, if you can clearly see in practice that this guy is, A, ready to go, and 2, he's already up to speed to the point where he's way better than the alternatives, of course, go ahead and play him. Be careful with it. I mean, I'm nervous about it, but if you see the practice, he's ready, then he's ready.
Look, it's pretty crazy because we had heard Thanksgiving, and I'd probably prefer that they err on the side of caution here.
Right. You're playing Cincinnati, but that's not how they operate.
It's not. We'll talk more about it with Birchie coming up. Coming up next hour.
Exciting.
It really is. We've dedicated almost a whole show to Tigers talk, but the Lions do play, and Cincinnati's offense has pretty much been dormant since Burrow went down, and they're coming off a Monday Night Football embarrassing performance. The last 2 weeks, they scored one late touchdown, and that's their only touchdown in the last 2 games, the last 8 quarters. They were down 48-3 when they scored it. They got a short week. They got a bad defense. They've got an impotent offense. This is a bad formula for Cincinnati. But you know what I see this game as, Scott? Terrion, it's time. Looks like he's going to play. This is a guy that I'm okay with it taking some time to adjust to that position in the NFL. There's a lot of examples of players where it took a minute. There are guys who were great right out of the gate. Terrion did show improvement as last year went on. This year, he's been picked on a little bit. And it's a tough position to play. I don't expect you to be perfect. But, dude, if they've ever needed him to step up, I mean, maybe it's not even now, but this would be a very good sign if he could step up on a week where guys are out hurt and you're going to be facing 2 really good outside receivers.
Yeah, 2 of the best in the game. I mean, Jamar Chase is definitely in that conversation, and T. Higgins is an outstanding number 2 receiver on any team, and probably could be a number 1 on many teams. It's a big test. It's a big test every week in the NFL, and whether it's Rome Odunze or it doesn't matter who they face. Going against Baltimore and Zay Flowers, I mean, it's not easy. It doesn't. The NFL is relentless when it comes to the battles of wide receivers and defensive backs, and the defensive backs have their hands tied in these matchups because of the way the rules are out there. But Terrion Arnold hasn't been beaten because of the rules. Terrion Arnold has been beaten just by being beaten out there, and he needs to step up, and he's got it. He's got it in him. We saw last year a vast improvement from the beginning of the season to the end of the season. He has not hit the ground running this season like we thought he would. He's not the player that we saw at the end of the year last year. Can he get there? Of course he can. And this is an opportunity to go ahead and prove yourself that you can do it. The only way that Cincinnati's going to have a chance to score points in this game is if Browning has enough time to throw to those guys. But Terrion's got a say in what happens too, because he's going to be out there guarding him.
It feels like, given the state of the Bengals and their proximity to Detroit, could this be an all-time Lions takeover? Do you think Bengal fans would be more than willing to sell their tickets?
I don't know. Could be. I mean, no Joe Burrow. That's the attraction to watch. It's still early in the season where you have hope. They're 2-2 on the year. Worst 2-2 football team. I'm not sure that it's a football crazed state. So will they still support them this early? I don't know. I do think it's an opportunity. We'll see how many Lions fans are always traveling regardless. They'll pay top dollar to go watch their team play, and this is a driving distance game. So I think you're going to see a heavy Detroit Lions presence.
Feels like it. Feels like this is prime for a massive Lions fan takeover. That stadium's right on the river, right in downtown Cincinnati. Feels like it's an awfully crowded area down there, but I've been to a Reds game down there. Never been to a Bengals game down there.
A Reds game since they moved to the new stadium?
Yeah. Great American Ballpark.
Nice ballpark.
Yeah, and there was a cool little area next to it. I think it was first base side, like a bunch of bars and restaurants, which I think it's all walking distance between the two stadiums. It might be one of those deals that looks like walking distance, but it's not. But it looked like walking distance to me. Either way.
Like hotels on the Vegas Strip.
Yeah, right.
It's right there.
Yeah.
20 minutes later.
45 minutes later. Yeah. So these are the most bets by ticket at BetMGM. Lions minus 10.5 is the number one ticket in Vegas, according to BetMGM.
Yep. I wonder where I'll go on this one.
Is this one of your picks?
Could be, Doug.
Could be.
I have to tune in at
foreshadowing.
Around 1:38 to find out.
That's one of our picks this week. We do it every Friday here on Carson Anderson. On 97.1 The Ticket. Detroit feeling good today. Feeling really, really good today. After yesterday's win over Cleveland, the Tigers advance. Now they take on the Seattle Mariners in a series that starts tomorrow night, 8:30 first pitch. You'll hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. People are fired up. It's really weird because Lions are such a typical Friday show topic, and we love talking about the Lions. Now we get a minimum of another week of baseball discussion. It goes Saturday, Sunday in Seattle, Tuesday, Wednesday in Detroit, and then I think it's actually Thursday back in Seattle, but let me double check that. I thought I saw it was Thursday back in Seattle, so nope, it's Friday. My bad. So if it goes 5 games, it's Friday. And they can have Skubal for 2 games on full rest, game 2 and game 5. And it feels like almost all paths to Detroit's success go through Skubal, winning every Skubal start, and then finding a way to scratch out another win here or there. And in a 5-game series, it's likely bullpen game in game 1, Mize in game 2, or Mize in game 3, Flaherty in game 4.
Well, I like how the starting pitchers have performed. Obviously, Skubal is Skubal. But even though Mize nor Flaherty pitched all that long, between the two of them, they gave, 7 2/3 innings and only gave up 2 runs total. That's winning baseball.
Yeah.
And I don't know if AJ is going to continue to manage like that and limit the innings. everything's going to be a feel for the game. I think that's how AJ really manages. It's no real set plan going into it. It's what happens during the course of the game. When do you feel it's necessary to take somebody out, and how's that pitcher doing? I was a little surprised at how early they pulled Flaherty yesterday, but it worked out. Bullpen was spectacular, and it was great to see because that was a huge reason why they're able to hang on to that lead.
248-539-9797. Feedback into the Karsh and Anderson inbox. I won't sleep until Baez is batting against Matt Boyd in the World Series. That's from Kevin in Birmingham. Baez needs a Comeback Player of the Year award. He was the biggest letdown last year, and this year he's one of the most important players on our roster. Yeah, I mean, he's was incredibly important. Incredibly important. Anthony Mail Truck, I'm feeling good. If the boys had found the swing for runners in scoring position, they don't have a problem getting guys on. Also, they seem to play well in Seattle. Tigers in 4. Mark in Ann Arbor, big monkeys off Tigers. The Tigers and the Tigers fans back. Doug, your take and formula to beat Seattle is right on. From Jack says, I think the Tigers just got a massive pressure release by winning that series and getting to where they should have been to start. Most people seem to think this series will be a wash, but I think the Tigers will play a lot better and more loose now that they have the first series under their belt. People are chesty about the Tigers after yesterday's 6-3 win in the deciding game against Cleveland. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback coming up next hour. If anybody's heading down to Cincinnati, love to hear from you. And I did think of one listener yesterday during Game 3. One guy who called our show yesterday. Okay. You'll get to that today at 12:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about FanDuel and this Sunday. You got your crew, you got your couch, you got your snacks, you got your slate, and FanDuel is coming in with something extra. It's not just another NFL Sunday. It's your chance to place that perfect parlay or hit your go-to player prop, and now they're making it even better because this week FanDuel is bringing out the bonus. That's right. All customers get a 50% profit boost on any NFL bet. So let me recommend you don't use that 50% profit boost on a parlay. Go find a favorite, get your profit boost token, put it on that game on the money line. That way you can get a decent return on a solid bet. You can do with it whatever you want. That's how I use these things. However you play your game, FanDuel's got your back with something extra in your account because that's what Sundays should feel like. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the app and get in on the action before kickoff. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans, a travel day, an off day, a celebration day for the Tigers. They're headed to the ALDS for a second straight year after beating the Guardians 6-3 in Game 3 of the Wild Card Series in Cleveland yesterday. The last time the Tigers made consecutive ALDS was 2011 to 2014 when they did it 4 straight times. Game 1, Tigers-Mariners at T-Mobile Park in the ALDS tomorrow, 8:38 first pitch in Seattle. Hear that game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The other divisional matchups, of course, Tigers-Mariners, then Yankees-Blue Jays in the ALDS, Cubs-Brewers and Dodgers-Phillies in the NLDS. No baseball tonight. All those series start tomorrow. Wings beat the Maple Leafs 3-1 last night in their second-to-last preseason game. Dylan Larkin, Alex DeBrincat both found the back of the net in that one. Season opener next week on Thursday. Thursday Night Football last night. Niners beat the Rams in a thriller, 26-23 in overtime. Game 1 of the WNBA Finals is tonight. Aces-Mercury in Las Vegas. And both Michigan and Michigan State are in action tomorrow after being off on the bye week last week. Michigan at home at the Big House, big 16.5-point favorites over the Wisconsin Badgers. Spartans underdogs at Nebraska. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Friday. Tigers advance. They got the Mariners coming up this week. It is, or this weekend in the second round of the playoffs. Wow. God, it's crazy. The difference between Game 2 and Game 3. Game 2 was gloomy.
That it was.
Game 3 turned out to be exhilarating. Baseball's such a weird sport, man. The variation between one game and the next, you just never know how it's going to go. It's like the worst sport for hot takes because you can look like a World Series beater on a Tuesday and not so much on a Wednesday. And, you know, I was kind of trying to process baseball games in 10-game chunks. It was a best-of-3 series. I can't do that in a best-of-3 series. So it was crazy the way it worked out. And that 4-run seventh inning, it had been since September 10th when they had a 4-run inning. It had been since September 10th that they scored 6 or more in a game.
You know, the Tigers were clearly the better team in this series. They lost Game 2, and Game 2 kind of got out of hand late because of
they couldn't
a
get
bad
hit.
inning. Yeah. But the thing is, they had the 15 men left on base and the 1 for 15 with runners in scoring position. Yesterday it was 8 men left on base, and they were 5 of 12 with runners in scoring position. The 5 hits obviously massive because those result in runs scored. But Cleveland on the other side, like when you look at their number, they were never even in it. You know, they had 3 men left on base. That was it. They only had 3 runners on base because they didn't have base runners. They had 6 hits in the game and 2 walks. They had 8 base runners all game long. You know, you go back to in Game 1, and I think it was pretty similar. Tigers win it 2-1. Cleveland left 5 men on base. They were 1 for 7 runners in scoring position. A little bit frustrating there, but you're taking on Tarek Skubal. It's going to be frustrating, and you're going to strike out a lot, and they did. They struck out 14 times. My point is the Tigers were putting pressure on them all series long. And finally, they squeak out the series win, but it was a well-deserved series win. They were the better team. Against Seattle, starting tomorrow night, this is a different series. It's a different story. Seattle beat them 4-2 in the season series in a regular season. Seattle has an outstanding bullpen, a couple to 3 really good arms as starters, and they have a formidable lineup that has players littered throughout the lineup that can hit the ball over the fence. It's going to be a tough task and a tough ask for the Tigers to get it done. Tarek Skubal, who's going to pitch in Sunday's game, has not had good luck this year against Seattle. He got hit both of the games he played. 7 earned runs in the 10 innings he pitched. Not good. Casey Mize had an outstanding game, his first game of the year. Went over 5 innings, gave up 1 hit and no runs. but the second outing, not so good. Jack Flaherty got lit up in his start against Seattle. The starting pitching has not been good against Seattle in the season series.
It's weird. It makes you wonder how they won any games at all. But
well, they had the one great start from Mize, as I said, and then they actually were able to score some runs in one of those other games. I think they scored 8 or 9 runs in a win. So this is going to be a tough series. And obviously Seattle's got the home field advantage, but that's where the Tigers won their games.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to the people. And before we do, though, I said I thought of one listener.
Yes.
Remember the Fody dad yesterday? Guy who said he pulled his son out of school and was taking him down there. And we were like, oh, it's a brave move.
Fody, father of the year.
Yes.
Not Fody.
Dude pulled his kid out of school to take him to game 3. After game 2, it was an all-in, I have faith move. I was so happy for that guy. He gave his son a experience he will never forget. I bet they had a great time. 248-539-9797.
Lord knows there were seats there.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that ballpark only seats 35,000 people. That's it.
Yep.
And they couldn't sell it out. They didn't get, I mean, what, they had 26,000 there yesterday?
Yep. Let's get back to your phone calls. Let's go to John in Plymouth. You're on 97.1. Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How are you guys? I think the key to beating Cleveland was keeping Kwan and Ramirez under control. They did. That was remarkable because they used to torture the Tigers. But, however, that's not the reason I'm calling. I'm calling about Skubal. He's a great pitcher, no doubt. But that's $50 million for a player that you're going to see once every 5 years. What if they took that $50 million and divided it up and got a couple of free agent pitchers, decent free agent pitchers, and possibly a bat? Wouldn't that help the Tigers more?
Well, it's an off-season discussion, which we're trying to table.
I've given
until
it
the
zero
off-season.
thought because I'd have to see who the player. Like,
Yeah,
you know what? To properly answer that question, John, I have to sit down with the list of free agents. I have to see what players could be traded for. Is there a way? Is there a path to being an exceptionally good team? Using the resource of $50 million on a bunch of players, of course, but I can't in any way know without looking at the list of free agents, and I'm not there yet.
It depends on the contract Boris is going to want. If he's going to try to hold the Tigers up for a ridiculous amount, and the number of years would be the most important thing to me. I say use the $50 million in another way.
It's two things. It's twofold, and again, it's a discussion for the offseason, but. Okay, if it's money you can spend elsewhere and hopefully spend it wisely. And if you know that number is going to be too high to even consider to sign him, then trade him. But I'm not worried about that. That's off season. We'll cross the bridge when we get there. Yeah. We'll see if the Tigers make a real offer to Tarek that Tarek wants.
It just feels a little bit like talking about the draft in the middle of the NFL playoffs.
Kind of.
Yeah, and so I'm not prepared to do it accurately. So I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and start making stuff up. John on the phone, you're next. Hi, John.
Hi, I'm heading down to Keeneland in Kentucky to watch horse racing with my daughter who goes to school down there, and then we're coming up Sunday for the Lions game at Cincy, so it should be a good weekend.
Did you say you're going down to Keeneland?
Yes.
Okay.
My daughter goes to school at Kentucky, so I'm going to hit Keeneland for the next 2 days.
So you're going to Keeneland to watch horse racing Friday and Saturday, and then to Cincinnati Sunday?
Yes, and she's coming up to Cincy with me.
That is a trip. That is awesome.
Yeah, it is a nice weekend, too. A bit hot, maybe, but that's all right.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, stay hydrated and all that, but have you ever been to Cincinnati for a game?
No.
Yeah. It looks like a very cool stadium. We were down there this summer for a kids' baseball tournament, and we had to cross over into Kentucky multiple times and go right on that bridge that goes right past it. And it's an impressive-looking stadium. I mean, let's face it, at the beginning of the year, this looked like it was going to be a really, really tough game. And now they're a double-digit favorite. 248-539-9797 from an unnamed texter. I bought tickets to the Cincinnati game back in July. Since the injury to Joe Burrow, Cincinnati fans have been dumping their tickets. How about this? I got a lower bowl ticket for $180 last night. These tickets were worth $450. Go Lions record crowd.
Wow. Sunday's forecast is spectacular.
Yeah.
86 and sunny with low winds. And the low is 58. So obviously they're going to get close to the low because it's actually no, it's a 1 o'clock start, isn't it? Or is it 1 o'clock?
Yep.
Or is it 4 o'clock?
It is 4 o'clock. It's
4:25. Okay, so it's going to be a little cooler when it will cool off, but it's going to be a gorgeous day. Perfect day to tailgate and then go to the game. You wanna?
No, I got plans for Sunday. But you can go.
See that, Ken? You turned me down again.
Quickly, too.
Yeah, that was, yeah.
Well, it wasn't even one of those we'll sees.
It was dismissive.
Yeah, actually,
For a guy
yeah.
who always wants me to go to Ohio with him, you know?
Why don't you ask me about something like down the road, not 2 days before? Like you want to go to Chicago for that Bears game, last game of the year? Scott?
No, I don't want to.
It's like January 2nd.
No, I definitely don't want to.
Why?
Because I don't want to be in an outdoor stadium when it's
That's
January
right.
2nd.
That's right. You're soft. That's why.
It's me. I'm soft as it gets.
But lovable.
I'm like a marshmallow.
I went to one Bears game in September. It was freezing cold. Right on that waterfront. It was just a bad weather day. And the tickets we had were in like row 105. We were so high up. I went to another one in the middle of December where we were much lower, and it definitely made a difference. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Morty Open Line calls. We have the latest from Allen Park and the Birchie Kid at 12:30, including that Aleem McNeil news. 50-50. He will be back Sunday. Wild. 97 The Ticket. Car Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wow, what a day. A lot of people relieved that the Tigers won this game 3, the do-or-die game. And I'm not going to do the opposite of what I always accuse a lot of our listeners doing, which is short-term results, long-term conclusions. A big 7th inning doesn't mean their offensive issues are behind them. It'd be cool if that opens up the floodgates and they somehow get their mojo back. But there's no guarantees of that. Because that would be taking a short-term result and drawing a long-term conclusion. What we know is that the Tigers are capable of so much more offensively. This collection of players is capable of so much more offensively than they've shown for the better part of the last month. It is amazing that they had gone that long. Almost, a week short. We are a week short of them going an entire month without having a 4-run inning. That's crazy. But they did it at an incredibly important time. And I got to tell you, watching hit after hit after hit that inning was like, oh, unbelievable. It felt like it was impossible. That's the thing about it. It felt like having an inning like that had become impossible. The Tigers have spent the last month trying to win baseball games the way Iowa wins football games, which is all defense and little offense. You don't want to be that way. You don't like the comparison. Whatever.
No, it's fine. I understand why you're doing it because it's the here and now, but I can't do it because Iowa is like that from game 1 through their bowl game. That's just how they've always operated. This Tiger team from game 1 through game 100 was a very good offensive football team, a very good offensive baseball team. And it's the crash on the offense has happened in the second half of the season, and more importantly, post All-Star break. So I can't completely buy into it, but I understand where you're going with it. And it feels like the 6 runs they had last night was an explosion. And yet this team's capable of it. And maybe now that they've got this series out of the way, that they've advanced, they've tasted the sweet, sweet taste of success. They've had 2 champagne and beer celebrations now in the last week.
Yep.
They like that taste. They like the sting in their eyes. They like smelling like a frat house. Go out and...
How sticky are those locker room floors?
Dude, you never made it into my son's frat house.
No, but I've been into plenty of frat houses.
Kang, you did.
Oh, my God. When we went to your son's frat house, this is all you heard, Gator.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was disgusting.
That's a frat house. Yeah.
I think it was worse. I think that's where COVID-19 started. That floor.
I've been to frat houses in multiple states, and it's the same. It's Syracuse as it is at Miami, Ohio, as it is at University of Michigan, as it is at Michigan State.
It had been a minute for the rest of us, so you have obviously vivid memories of what it was like.
Hard to forget. Sometimes you leave your shoes behind. Like, what just happened?
Oh, I sprayed them with bleach after. Like, it was bad.
You just burn them.
Yeah. The homeless guy threw them back at me. I don't want this.
Gross.
Gross.
But were they allowed, let me ask this: were they allowed to celebrate last night with champagne? Is that okay?
We don't need to. I don't need to be the gatekeeper of who gets to have
Is that
fun
okay,
and who doesn't.
people?
Don't need to be a gatekeeper of that. You go ahead and have fun.
Were you okay? Can we admit that it was good? It's fine. That getting to this next round was actually an accomplishment. Can we okay? Are we good?
It's fine. Now that you brought it up, we're going to get calls and we're going to get people.
Bring it.
Yeah, all right. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got to Ryan next on 97.1. Hello, Ryan.
Hey, boys. What up, Detroit?
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, so I flew in from Arizona on Tuesday. I grew up in Port Huron, flew in from Arizona. We're about 2 hours out from Cincinnati. Got a brother-in-law that lives just outside. So got my son, Brendan. He's 19. We're heading down. It's been like the best sports week ever to come back. I'm on fall break. I'm a teacher in Arizona, so we get 2 weeks off.
Nice.
At the end of September. So, I mean, great time to come back to Michigan. It's been amazing. So, yeah, there's a ton of Michigan plates. We just, Doug, we just passed somebody who had Red Wings, Tigers, Lions, and then Notre Dame on the back. So they're kind of messed up, I think.
Where are you right now?
We are about 60 miles outside of Dayton, so we're on I-75.
Dayton.
And then we've been given the middle finger to all the people.
Don't do that.
Are you near Pecua?
We're near Wakakananeta or whatever that said.
God, that was so worth it. I'm so glad I asked you that question. You're near Wakakananeta?
Yeah, Wakakananeta.
All right, cool.
In Cridersville. So all the Ohio State
hold on.
kickers, we're taking care of them.
Yeah, don't start stuff.
Yeah,
You never know, man.
That's true. That's
Be
true.
better. Be
That's
better.
true. There's some weirdos out there, but nah. We're having a great time.
Well, be
it's
safe.
Awesome. Can't
Gator's
wait.
right. Don't antagonize people. Just don't come in hot.
Treat each other with
True.
respect.
But
True.
you will.
I haven't even had a beer yet.
It sounds well. That's good. It sounds like there'll be plenty of you down there. 248-539-9797. We do not. This is how stuff goes south in a hurry. Giving people the bird.
Don't do that.
Dylan, you're next. Hi, Dylan.
Yeah, hey guys. First time, long time. Love the show. I'd like to talk Tigers, as you guys are doing. I think there's a couple key points. I mean, as you guys have pointed out, the starting pitching has got to be better against Seattle for the first two series that they played them. But given the last series, the starting pitching looked really good. As you obviously Skubal, but Flaherty and Mize, like you guys said, 7 2/3, only two earned runs. I also think keeping Cal Raleigh and Josh Naylor in the ballpark. I mean, Josh Naylor, when he had a Guardians uniform on, it seemed like he came up clutch all the time. And, obviously Cal Raleigh with his 57, 58, whatever it is, home runs.
60.
Keeping those guys, in check. I also wanted to talk a little Skubal. I know I heard a listener earlier talk about not being able to retain Skubal. And while I don't think they're going to re-sign him, I think of it as a business, at the business side. Like when the Phillies signed Bryce Harper immediately became the number one jersey sold in MLB. They were able to raise season ticket prices, all ticket prices. They raised food. When the Dodgers signed Ohtani, same thing. I mean, became the first, number one jersey sold. So I think, when Skubal starts, there seems to be over about 30,000 people there compared to, let's say, Casey Mize when there's 20. So, I mean, you're talking extra ticket sales at $40 a pop. And that's $400,000 a game for Skubal start. And then you're talking tickets or parking, food, things like that. So I think if the Tigers wanted to, they could, because he just brings in a lot of extra revenue compared to,
I mean, they certainly could. There's obviously a sort of, ramifications other than on the field that come along with, again, off-season discussion, and we're trying to table it until then, although very unsuccessfully. I'm going to really have to sit down and start strategizing what I would do with the money if Skubal doesn't want it. And strategizing what you could maybe get for him if you decide in the offseason to trade him. That's in the offseason. He's still got 2 more starts. 2 more starts minimum. Right?
We're going to shock each other when we start going on that path about talking about the offseason before the offseason's here.
I'm not prepared to.
Can you shock us if that happens?
I don't want it. It's like a shock collar?
No, like a cattle prodder or something?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get one.
No,
Amazon Prime. We'll be here before the show ends.
Kang would get feisty with that thing. I don't like that.
If we deserve it, we deserve it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, or give it to the callers.
It's up to you, Doug, really, not me. I don't want to do it, but I will.
Gotcha.
Discipline, man.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. Not a fan of the cattle prod.
Give the cattle prod to the listeners. If they deserve it. Let's put this down. We've done this before. We're embargoing postseason discussion. I should say off-season discussion until the postseason is done for the Tigers.
I have no issue with that. The problem is our audience really does seem to want to talk about it.
We're not doing it. There's no point in doing it now.
Okay.
It'll happen soon enough.
Let's shift gears here. Go out to Allen Park and talk with the Birchie kid and find out how serious this Lee McNeil thing actually is. 12:50. I heard something in the clubhouse after the game and on the field after the game. There is something that really bothered our Tigers. And we'll get to that today at 12:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Tigers advance. Wow. Tigers advance. A day where people yesterday had gotten into a kind of a dark place. I wasn't expecting. I get that people weren't encouraged after game 2. They got into, I want my team to lose. Please put the pet down kind of dark place. And then they went out and won, and they did so kind of the way they won earlier in the year. They scored runs. So anyway, let's shift gears. Go out to Allen Park and the Birchie Kid. What's up, my man?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, Thrill. We're in a good place.
Yeah, hey, the whole city is.
Yeah, I mean, it's. Could you? By the way, did anybody say anything out there at Allen Park about the Tigers?
No, but their games have been on in the Lions locker room when we've been in there the past couple of days. So the team here is certainly aware of the team across the street downtown.
Oh, that's cool. Aleem McNeil, 50-50?
Yeah. And if it was Aleem's decision, it would be 100-0. He would undoubtedly be taking the field Sunday in Cincy. I was pretty surprised to hear that myself, but the way this coaching staff has talked about him and his return to practice this week, beginning with Kelvin Shepherd yesterday and continuing with Dan Campbell today, they're really, really encouraged at the way he is acclimated just 2 or 3 days back on the field. And look, Aleem is raring to go, man. He says he is tired of watching. He spent most of his rehab not just rebuilding the strength around his knee, but as he said, taking his body to a new dimension, like transforming himself all over again. He feels in every way stronger, especially in his upper body. And when I caught up with him after his scrum on Wednesday, after his big media scrum, just asked him, was he able to feel that newfound added strength and practice just in one practice? He was like, look, it's only one practice. It wasn't with pads. I only played so many reps. But then he mimicked a long arm pass rushing move, and he was like, yeah, I felt it. Everything feels completely different. So if this was up to Aleem, he'd be playing Sunday. Look, Campbell said 50-50, but what that means to me is that he'll almost certainly be back out there next Sunday at the latest.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, you're not asking him to start. You're just asking him to be on the game day roster. So it's like if you look at a guy like, one of the T's that they just added, Tyrus Wheat or the other player that they added before the season.
Lacey.
Thank you. You look at those guys who are on the active roster, they're not playing a ton of snaps a game. So what difference does it make? Go ahead and have Aleem McNeil on the roster, and if he plays 10 snaps, it's appropriate for what those guys were doing, and you're getting a better player.
Sure, and if there's any opponent to do it against, not like the Lions think like this, isn't it the Bengals who just seem so wounded and vulnerable right now that you can probably afford to bring a defensive tackle to the game who might only play a handful of snaps because you have everything else you need to take care of business down in Cincy. So I'm with you. Maybe they just want to get him back on his feet, get him acclimated, and then you can really let him loose next Sunday in KC and then on Monday night back here against Tampa before the bye. But I'll tell you what, man, just the very idea, the notion of Aleem McNeil teaming up now with Tyleik Williams and DJ Reader puts smiles on everyone's faces on that defense. And what he can provide once he's back to 100% go is that pass rush push that Tyleik Williams hasn't quite unlocked yet, and that DJ Reader doesn't have or isn't known for as much as he is against the run. And when you can start pushing the pocket from the middle and then letting those linebackers flow towards the ball, you can wreak all kinds of havoc. And I remember last year when the Lions brought in DJ Reader, and I asked Aleem what he envisioned playing next to DJ. He was like, destruction. So naturally, I asked him this week, what does he envision when he teams up with not just DJ, but also Tyleik Williams? And he was like, double destruction, double destruction. That's what I see because we've added another elite piece to this defensive line. So the more and more those guys can get adjusted to playing as a trio, the more damage this defense can do.
All right, I called this a Terrion game. I think if Terrion Arnold can step up, I don't even know if it really matters if he doesn't step up. I'm not sure Cincinnati's capable of stopping Detroit, but
yeah,
it would be awfully encouraging to see this guy who the organization sounds like they're going to be patient, but not patient forever with. It feels like a good opportunity for him. He's going to get tested, and he hasn't exactly killed it this year, but
yeah, I think that's fair to say. think he might even admit as much in a quiet moment of honesty. Maybe not facing the media, maybe not on his podcast with Pat Surtain, but I do think deep down inside, Terrion knows he has not played even close to the standard that he holds for himself and that this team holds for him, having drafted him in the first round just last year. And yeah, I mean, one way or another, he's going to get matched up against an elite playmaker on Sunday, whether it's Jamar Chase or T. Higgins. I tend to believe the Lions will go with Amik on Jamar Chase and just kind of let Amik play the role of DJ Reed until DJ Reed can come back. But yeah, man, Terrion needs to step up, and if there's any sort of safety net for him on Sunday, it's the fact that Jake Browning, or Jake from State Farm, is the Bengals quarterback right now, and it's a bummer for the Bengals who, you know, it feels like they have two Ferraris at wide receiver, and yet they're fueling them with like vegetable oil, which obviously just puts a limit on the kind of damage those guys can do. But I think maybe even more interesting than whoever Terrion matches up with is going to be watching Amik just go back to kind of being Amik Robertson Sunday. You know, we saw him step in for Carlton Davis last year. He held his own in that matchup in the finale against Justin Jefferson. When Reed went down on Sunday, it was Amik who kind of traveled the rest of the fourth quarter with Jerry Jeudy. So I expect him to get the Jamar Chase matchup on Sunday. And look, Amik Robertson is 5'9" on a good day, but he's feisty as they come. He punches above his weight class, and as he said himself, I ain't ducking nothing. And he won't be ducking Jamar Chase at all.
Well, the secondary has always been an area where players get hurt, and this year it's no different for the Lions. Rakestraw started the season on IR. DJ Reed's on IR right now. Daniel Thomas, they brought up as a backup safety. He's on IR. Kirby Joseph got dinged up last week and is listed as questionable. Is he a full participant in practice? Is this guy going to be a full go on Sunday, or is there still some concern about him? And Khalil Dorsey,
He was at practice just now. We won't know the level of his participation until the report comes out later today. But yeah, they fully expect him to play on Sunday. He has been nursing a bit of a knee injury since training camp, and this is somewhat of a carryover of that. But, you know, he's been healthy enough to play on Sundays, and I expect him to be out there against the Bengals.
Okay, you know, it sounded like they acknowledged that last week wasn't good enough moving forward. I think Jared Goff was very specific about that. Does it feel like this is the kind of game where Goff goes out and like completes 17 of his first 18 passes and 3 touchdowns?
Yeah, one of those games where he has more touchdowns than incompletions, which we saw a number of times last year, and probably a perfect passer rating. And then we'll get snubbed on a game ball by Dan Campbell. And Campbell will have to make up for it the next day in like watching film. Yeah, I think so. I think this Bengals defense is pretty vulnerable. You know, the one thing, the only thing in this game that gives me slight pause is I'm not entirely sure that Taylor Decker plays on Sunday. And I know this has been routine for him to miss practice and then be comfortable enough to play Sunday. I just, something tells me they might sit him down this week in the interest of protecting his longevity this season against a team they can probably afford to do that against. Now, look, that would put Gio Manu in a pretty tough spot, having to spend most of his day blocking Trey Hendrickson, who, much like Myles Garrett, takes most of his reps off of the quarterback's left edge. That would then become Manu's responsibility. But for the first time this year, I just think Decker might tell Decker, hey, we're going to rest you today, get you right moving forward. So we'll see how that develops. But just one subplot to watch on Sunday.
Lastly, Cincinnati, I mean, I have a hard time seeing this team scoring 3 touchdowns. I don't know if I see them scoring 2 touchdowns because they're limited with the quarterback. They don't run the ball well or effectively at all. They average like 2.5 yards a carry. And because their defense is so porous and against the run, the Lions can control the clock if they wanted to. Is there any way that Cincinnati can score enough points to beat the Lions?
No. that would be my simplest answer. The path for them, I guess, would involve Jamar Chase and T. Higgins both going off against, the Lions' second and third best cornerbacks, but that would also involve Jake Browning having a field day behind what one person in Allen Park called this week hot trash of an offensive line. That was a fellow reporter, to be clear, not a team personnel, but that's a pretty fair and apt description of this Bengals offensive line. Just ask Joe Burrow at any point in the last 5 years since he's debuted, and it's no different this year. I don't really see how they could provide Browning enough time to make those throws to his receivers. So to answer the question, no. And Kelvin Shepard is going to lose his god-darn mind if his defense doesn't get a 3-and-out on the first series of this game. He's been begging for them to do that all year, and they've given up nothing but touchdowns. So he's going to want to see that from them Sunday afternoon.
Anything else we're missing? Any great insight that we should have asked you about?
No, that just about sums it up. I also enjoyed the fact that over the course of 2 days this week in Allen Park, various coaches compared Amon-Ra St. Brown to Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and Jerry Rice. And I was waiting for someone to call him Jesus Christ today, although we didn't quite get that far. But I'll tell you what, man, those comparisons feel more and more realistic, more and more appropriate would be a better way to say it. This guy has the most catches in the NFL since he entered the league, the most touchdowns receiving over the last 3 seasons, and the third most receiving yards over that stretch. Somehow he keeps getting better. There's no better connection in the NFL than the one between Jared Goff and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
All right, my man, when do we see you on TV again?
Hey, catch me on Sunday morning for another Lions Game Day Live poem. You're not going to want to miss that one.
Oh, boy.
And you'll catch me at some point, maybe next week, before a Tigers game, after a Tigers game. You'll hear me on the airwaves. You'll see me on TV. You will not be able to get rid of me.
Did you take a poetry class when you were at prep school in Connecticut?
No, but your son might be at the gun right now. No, I didn't, but I was a bit of a nerd growing up. I had rhyming books. I would write poems all the time. I was a big Shel Silverstein fan, a big Billy Collins fan. So I'm finally finding a way to put that to use in my career.
Is that how you landed your wife?
Yeah. In fact, and you guys can ask Wojo, who is the officiant of our wedding. I read her a poem on the altar, and she's been demanding a second one ever since, so I kind of set myself up to fail in that regard.
Well done.
Well, enjoy the marriage while it lasts, Birchie.
Yeah, that's right. It's all just temporary, man.
Take care, my man.
All right, see you, fellas.
There he is, the Birchie Kid. Every Friday from Allen Park with the very latest as the Lions get set for another game on Sunday. But first, are you ready to fire up your Saturdays? FanDuel's got a boost you don't want to miss. It's called Boostin' with the Boys, and it's giving everyone a college football profit boost every single week. Here's how it works. Each week, we're giving everyone a profit boost to use on college football. It's not some invite-only deal. Everyone gets the boost. We're talking real games, real teams, real Saturdays with extra payout on the line. It's easy. It's fun. It's only on FanDuel. How do I use the boost? Well, my strategy is find a favorite and put it on the money line and get a decent return with that favorite on the money line. All you got to do is win the game. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to download the app. Check out the Boostin' with the Boys offer and get in on the action. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required. Do not forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration of maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. All right, so look, a few things. One is the 3 outs of Jose Ramirez on the base pass might be why the Tigers won this series. Getting caught off third in game 1 killed the rally that had him in a great position to get the game-tying run across. Getting caught stealing in a 1-1 game in game 3 with nobody out killed a rally. They could have taken the lead there. In the 8th, it's 6-3 as Skubal fired that fastball to Vest. Torque. Torque fired the fastball to Vest. Torque, I feel like, is a couple times in this series didn't realize how much time he had, including the scoop he didn't make and then this. I mean, that could have been underhanded or lobbed. He fired it, and he fired it fast, like he had to have quick hands, like he was a shortstop picking up a slow roller and had to get it over to first immediately. Bobby Scales made the point after the game that there was a progressive sign, a white progressive sign with sun on it that would have been right in Vest's field of vision to field that ball the way the stadium is set up, and that probably made it even harder on Will Vest, who could have caught it, but Ramirez gets on board on the air, the 2-run score. Ramirez then turns and doesn't exactly hustle down to second. Vest picks up the ball to form a shortstop from Stephen F. Austin and fires a seed to Javi Baez, who tags him out, and ends another threat. I did not want to see Ramirez on second with 2 outs and a single away from making it a 6-4 game. The 3 outs of Jose Ramirez on the base pass were huge for the Tigers in this series.
No, it was massive. You're right. And their best player had his moments of being their best player, but those are examples where he was trying to do too much and it cost him. And it cost him dearly. I think the other thing that cost him was their manager, exhausting everything he could but didn't need to. I think they went to the bullpen way too early in yesterday's game. And then they went to Hunter Gaddis, who had already pitched in the previous 2 games and had thrown 20 pitches and 19 pitches in the previous. That's 39 pitches in 2 games. And then you're going to expect him to pitch a third, and it cost him.
Yep.
He only got 1 guy out, gave up 3 runs, I think, a walk and a couple of runs. I mean, it was brutal, and it cost him dearly. And fortunately, the Tigers are there to reap the benefits of that.
So I heard this a couple times in the post-game celebration. I'm sure others did. But for those who missed it, you know what the Tigers were sick of hearing about? And they let it be known? They were sick of hearing about blowing a 15.5 game lead. I believe Jack Flaherty's words to Jennifer Hammond on the field after the game was, you can take your 15.5 and shove it where the sun don't shine. I believe Riley Green said something about it in the post-game locker room as well. I mean, nobody loved it, obviously, in Detroit. In fact, it kind of actually had some hostility from the Tiger fans. But, look, I get it. That was a huge disappointment. But to their credit, that seemed to, you always talk about, Gator, you talk about chips on shoulders. It's one of the things that you're always looking for. Who's got a chip on his shoulder? And that was clearly what they used.
Well, whatever motivation you need, muster it up and get out there. I think really just the motivation. And I'm sure that was, look, the people letting them know and everybody in media letting them know 15.5 game. Yeah, they know. They know more than anybody does because they went through it. So I don't even know if it's necessarily a chip on their shoulder because everybody else is talking about it. They talk about it. They know.
Whether it was valid or not, like I get, yeah, sure, it's the biggest blown lead ever. For them, they spun it into that chip on their shoulder. It sounds like, and they were sick of hearing about it. So, hey man,
whatever works.
Yep, whatever works. Their job isn't to. Their job's to win baseball games.
Yeah, and look, the new narrative going into this divisional series will have nothing to do with that. It was there for the wild card series because you were the wild card team and the team you were playing against was the team that passed you in the division. That's gone. That's over with. You beat them. Now it's on to Seattle. So do Belichickian things and go take care of Seattle, I guess.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. Ticket text us at that same number. Plus, we take your tweets at Doug Gator 971.
Do you think going through that last series with the Guardians will prepare fans for this is going to be a grinded out, gritty type? It's not going to be easy. They don't have the Dodgers lineup, or are we back to square one again if they leave runners in scoring position after game one and we're just all, our heads are falling off?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, that's why I said the whole thing, my Iowa football comparison. Maybe another comparison is the going to work Pistons that beat teams 69-68. Like it's not the most attractive brand of the sport. It's not a work of art, but if it happens to work for them, you want to score more. You got to come through and with runners in scoring position. They finally did yesterday. But they're going to have to. One thing that seems more likely is that pitching, good defense, and good base running are things that they can probably try to lean on more than timely hitting. One inning doesn't mean they've solved the timely hitting thing. I mean, if they have, great. But I'm not willing to say that that's the case just yet. That they've turned a corner with the bats.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It was one inning, not including Dingler's home run. It was that following inning. That's where this whole thing changed.
Well,
but
yeah, and with the timely hit. But here's what they have done. They have gotten on base. They have hit the ball, and they've hit the ball hard at times. But they had no results in game two, despite all of that. It paid off yesterday with some of those, but there were plenty of at-bats that it didn't. I think just staying the course is not a bad plan to have because they have had the opportunities. Of course, you're going to have to capitalize, no kidding. But sometimes the ball falls where it needs to. Sometimes the pitch goes exactly where you want it to, and you hammer it. You take advantage of it. The Riley Green base hit and the Spencer Torkelson base hit, those back-to-back hits, those are great, along with Wenzel Perez with his. They were all line drives to the pull field that resulted in getting on base and scoring runs. It was just that's how you wanted it and how you expected it. That's how those guys are supposed to hit. And it was glorious to see finally and on the biggest stage when they needed it most.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That in the 1 o'clock hour? You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Now, what the 49ers are doing without Brock Purdy, they've been missing guys like Kittle and Bosa and Ayuk and Jennings for some of or all of their games. It's pretty incredible, if you ask me. And that concludes our discussion of last night's game, unless you have anything else to add.
No, I'm good.
All right. The way this thing sets up for the Tigers, I'm suspecting tomorrow night will be some sort of bullpen affair, which would be interesting to see if Troy Melton is part of that mix. I don't know that you take the rookie and say, yeah, that one experience wasn't great. We're not going to pitch you anymore. You probably don't. It'd be good to get Canely right, but I don't know at this point, do you trust him? He's been wildly inconsistent. This is a guy who has been extraordinarily effective for long periods of time. And yesterday got knocked around. They pulled him pretty quick. But he get one out and then back-to-back hits.
He was remarkably consistent in finding the strike zone. I thought. I think it was he throws the same pitch, and that's the thing. It's like, okay, is the changeup going to be at the bottom of the strike zone, or is it going to be below it? And that's it. There's like no other area. If it's outside, it's so obviously outside you don't even swing at it. But he rarely throws it anywhere else. It's remarkable that he's still in the major leagues throwing one pitch, and it's a changeup.
He threw 10 changeups yesterday.
I mean, a changeup feels like it's only, and there were only 10 pitches he threw. A changeup feels like it's only effective if you've got a fastball to show the other side of it. Like, it's great if you throw 95 and your changeup comes in at 86. It's the same arm slot. You don't know what it's going to be. It's different when you know a guy throws 83 miles an hour with a changeup and that's all he throws.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a changeup. It's the same up.
Yeah.
Right?
It's the same up. Yeah. Yeah. It's not Mariano Rivera dropping that splitter that's going to kill you.
No.
Or that cut fastball, whatever it was that he threw. Good God, he was great.
Let's get back to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Evan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Evan?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks so much for taking my call, man. I'm a huge fan of the show, huge fan of the Tigers. You know, I play Little League Baseball. I used to go to the games every year.
Nice.
I'm just so excited that the Tigers got out of the first round, man. And I didn't hear a lot of you guys predicting them to do it.
Oh, Evan.
I'm just saying.
Gator predicted it.
Yeah, he did. But
come on, man.
I know.
Yeah. Well, slow down. Slow your roll.
I think, but I've been listening to you guys all week. and I've just been hearing this kind of game favors the Guardians, and this is better served for the Guardians. And I don't think.
What about this show, Evan?
I don't think they're going to win the other.
What about? I don't care about what did we say? Where's our respect?
I don't remember what you guys said specifically.
Gator picked it. I'm going to sit here. My pick was a sheepish Guardians pick, but I hate myself for it.
Okay, well, that's good. That's good. I hope so.
Yeah. I hope you feel terrible, Karsh. No, it's awesome.
I do. But hey, go Tigers.
Yeah, without a doubt. Thank you for the phone call.
Come on.
Did he just call and point out our deficiencies? Was that the purpose of that? Was that the purpose of that call? I guess maybe my specific deficiencies. All right, time for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
I do.
Is this the old open?
Is it different?
This is the old open. I love this open. When's the last time we played that open?
That's forever.
Might have been pre-COVID, man.
Had a different beat to it. I like it.
Oh, I love it.
That was great. I haven't heard that open in forever. I'm like, wait a second.
I haven't chair danced in a while.
What's the normal open? You got the normal open there?
Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, it was gross and smelly.
That's right.
Or gross and smelly.
Yeah, right.
We bring that back one back permanently.
Yeah.
All right, Cater, here we go. And you, King, of course. Starbucks has released protein-boosted menu. A protein-boosted menu with new cold foams and lattes. I'm picking out one in particular, Gator, from their new lineup of protein-boosted beverages. The iced banana cream protein matcha. Made with 24 grams of protein with green tea latte and created with unsweetened matcha and classic syrup and topped with a new banana protein cold foam. Scott Anderson, are you going to eat that?
No.
What?
No. I don't go to Starbucks ever unless we're at spring training and that's where we're going to get like something, a quick bite for breakfast. Iced lemon loaf, something like that. But I don't drink coffee. I don't mind tea, but I'm not going to go to Starbucks and order a tea. And yes, I do love banana cream flavoring. Sounds great, but it's just the foam. I mean, what that's like no.
Kang, you going to eat that?
So I'm like the opposite of you, Doug. When I hear the word like, oh, now it's more protein infused and whatever, I'm out because they're just it's a mind trick, man. They added like peanut butter or something. I don't know, to try to make it seem healthier, but it's not. It usually makes it worse. I'm out.
Okay, I've already gotten this multiple times.
There we
I'm
go.
all in with the Starbucks with more protein. Now, given I didn't get the banana peeled
Then you
iced
don't know.
thing,
Would
matcha
you
thing.
want to try it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The funny thing is, I like banana flavored stuff. Like there's actually a protein drink, a Premier Protein, I think it's called, that has a banana. I think it's the best protein drink out there. So anyway, yeah, I'm already eating this or drinking this.
It's just foam.
It's so good. All right, next up, Gator.
Yeah.
This is from Crumble Cookie.
Oh, well, Crumble makes good cookies.
They're coming out with a crumbled chocolate peanut butter cookie featuring Oreos. Crumble is collaborating with the cookie brand to release a limited time flavor that amps up the beloved black and white treat. Crumbled chocolate peanut butter cookie featuring Oreos features a decadent chocolate cookie packed with Oreo cookie pieces and peanut butter chips, topped with a swirl of peanut butter mousse and finished with a mini Oreo cookie. Scott Anderson. I think the question should be, how many of these will you eat?
I feel like I need a cigarette. I mean, that is I'd be spent after that. That sounds delicious. Absolutely. 100%. And sign me up for, let's get a dozen. Let's go.
Kang?
Sounds awesome. I don't know. I was waiting for the catch. No catch?
No, there's no catch. I'm intrigued by this. It does sound very good. I love the idea of the peanut butter chips, like the peanut butter chocolate chip things.
Peanut butter chips are great.
I feel like this might be too much for me, but I'd give it a shot.
All right, there
I'd
we
give
go.
it a shot. Yeah.
All right. Crumble cookies, huh?
Next up,
Maybe they can hear us.
Chipotle has.
I like
believe
crumble cookies.
It was Crumble.
Yeah,
Gator.
crumble? Were they
Yeah.
crumble?
Yep.
And what was this one? What was it called?
You have 50 minutes.
Then we can go next week too. But what kind is it? It's a peanut
It's
butter
the peanut butter
Oreo.
Yeah, the chocolate peanut butter cookie featuring Oreos.
Around the league blitz thingy. I like it.
Chipotle has added a red chimichurri sauce for a limited time option. Chipotle Mexican Grill adding a red chimichurri sauce, a limited time option for U.S. and Canadian restaurants, featuring garlic, citrus, chili peppers, and cilantro. It unlocks a whole new flavor profile. Gator, you're going to eat that.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a big chimichurri fan. Normally it's a green chimichurri, but the red chimichurri, I'm really excited to try this. I get Chipotle a handful of times a year.
Mm-hmm.
Next time I go, if it's still within the window of opportunity to try this red chimichurri, I will absolutely give it a shot.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm a big chimichurri fan as well, Gator. I don't know if I've had red chimichurri, but I'll give it a shot for sure because the green one I enjoy very much.
It's funny you say you go to Chipotle a handful of times a year. My kids who are between the ages of 18 and 23, they go to Chipotle a handful of times a week. And I would try this. Absolutely. I think it sounds good. I do like Chipotle. Kraft Mac and Cheese. Are you a fan of the Kraft Mac and Cheese?
Yes, love Kraft Mac and Cheese.
They've come out with some new flavors. Kraft Mac and Cheese has introduced 2 new comfort food flavors. One is the hot honey and garlic Parmesan mac and cheese. Hot honey Parmesan garlic mac and cheese. It's a sweet and spicy hot honey. Combines hot honey, paprika, and buttermilk flavors to create a one-of-a-kind experience in the creamy mac and cheese. They also have a garlic Parmesan mac and cheese featuring rich, punchy garlic flavors in a creamy Parmesan cheese sauce. Gator, are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'll try them. I've always been a big mac and cheese fan. The Kraft mac and cheese, it is the creamiest. It is delicious. And I try the different flavors. I mean, it's not there's nothing wrong with the original. I don't know why you got to add different flavors to it. But I'll try them.
I'll tell you why, Gator. It sounds like mac and cheese is turning into chicken wings. I mean, where's the Asian zing mac and cheese? Where's the mango habanero mac and cheese? Right?
Teriyaki.
Yep, lemon pepper mac and cheese. Yeah. So yeah, I'm in. Garlic parm sounds great.
Well, what's funny is they've just introduced these, and so I clicked on the link and I discovered that they have a smoky barbecue mac and cheese.
Yeah.
I would be more inclined to do that than these other two. I'd say no to these two, but yes to the smoky barbecue.
You see, this kind of, I mean, mac and cheese anyway, like the original mac and cheese is great. When you cut up little pieces of a hot dog in a mac and cheese can, you know what I'm talking about. That's always that's a fan favorite. It's a kid favorite too.
Oh yeah, that's the way to add protein into it, and
Now Doug wouldn't dine on that. However, if you throw these new flavors, sound like if you were to like take some shredded chicken and put the shredded chicken into this mac and cheese, it would be even more delicious.
That's more Doug style.
Yeah, and I would.
Oh, shredded chicken and mac and cheese.
Come on.
Yes, sir. Finally, Hamburger Helper.
Does just fine by itself.
Hamburger Helper. What was that from? Is that from Vacation?
I don't know why they call it a Hamburger Helper. It does just fine by itself.
The nostalgic brand's newest development is breakfast. They have breakfast meal kits. There's 5 that are being introduced. I'm just going to give you one of them. The breakfast cheesy hash brown and gravy microwave cups. Actually, 2 of them. Both of these on-the-go options come in 2.3-ounce cups, perfect for busy mornings when you need something quick. All you do is add water, microwave for several minutes, stir, and enjoy.
Okay, first of all, would I try it 100%? Hamburger Helper is delicious. I love Hamburger Helper, Tuna Helper, Cheeseburger Helper. It's all
You
great.
like all the helpers.
I love all the helpers.
Likes to be helped.
But I will tell you this. I have not had them in forever. And the reason is if you dare to look at the side of the box with the nutritional information.
You can't read any of it.
You can't read any of it. But next to sodium, you run for the hills. You absolutely run for the hills. So I'm very reluctant.
Dude, you'll pound like a bunch of those crumble cookies, but you're worried about the health of Hamburger Helper?
That's right.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand
Wait, what kind of cookies are those?
The peanut butter chocolate crumble featuring Oreo.
But from where? Crumble?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You have 45 minutes.
Your move.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm in. Yes, it is high in sodium, Gator, and that's how you know it's good. But that's also how they keep it on the shelves for so long. But yeah, I'm all in. I mean, you just can't eat it all the time. That's all. But yeah. Doug?
It's a no from me, dog. But thank you. That concludes another edition of Are You Gonna Eat That? Don't forget, we got picks coming up today at 1:40. We talk more Tiger baseball, Lions football. Let's get into Michigan and Michigan State here a little bit as those two teams are back on the field. Tomorrow, we'll do that next. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't do that with your doctor. Why do it with your lawyer? And it's a reason why they have the largest auto accident and truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. On top of that, they have white glove customer service. They'll call you back. Proactive communication, super important to them. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back. Check them out. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, so Gator, as we move in on Michigan State and Nebraska, how you feeling?
I still think it's going to be a close game. I think it's closer than the 11.5 point spread. If Michigan State can get a ground game going, I think they got a chance, a chance of winning. But they have to get the ground game going. The other side of it is that they have to also maintain the integrity of the defensive line. If they can limit what Nebraska does in their run game, and then it just Raiola becomes a passer. Now that may be pick your poison, maybe the wrong poison to pick because he can throw it. I'm not sure. I guess you're gonna have to pick one side or the other. You're gonna pick stopping the run or stopping a pass, I guess. And stopping a pass is probably not going to be easy to do because you don't have a pass rush. And if you have to manufacture the pass rush, that means you're bringing guys in, which means that if they don't get home, then he's going to have open receivers. It's going to be tough. It's a tough go for Michigan State, but if they can run, they have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because Nebraska boasted and talked a lot about their pass defense, and I wonder a little bit is because teams can run on them, so they don't need to pass, but Michigan went for 280 against them. They're going into that game, Nebraska had the 5th best rush defense in America, but they'd played Cincinnati and 2 cupcakes. One thing is it's a tough place to play, but if you can have success on the ground, you really can take a crowd out of it. And I will tell you, it's a hungry fan base, but it's also a fan base that might be getting a little bit impatient with their head coach. I think the Raiola kid's pretty good. He's cut down on the mistakes. He made some throws against Michigan that were impressive, and I think he finished like 21 of 30 in that game. I thought he's pretty good. The Ja'Cory Barney Jr. kid, exceptionally good in the pass game. Dane Keys, transfer from Kentucky, could absolutely fly. So how you feel about Michigan State's pass defense?
I mean, they've been banged up, but they're still playing. I'm surprised that they haven't been able to get a more consistent pass rush. And that's where it's going to have to start with their pass defense is not giving the quarterback all day to throw. Getting Wayne Matthews back should help a little bit out as he's a pretty active linebacker. The safeties have to play better and make better decisions out there. But ultimately it comes down to, can your corners cover?
Yeah.
And they can to a point, but the point is moot if you're not getting the quarterback to throw the ball within 4 seconds.
Michigan taking on Wisconsin. It's a weird Wisconsin team. It's hard to figure out. It's so unusual to see a Wisconsin team that doesn't run the football. And they really haven't. They're averaging just over 100 yards a game through 4 games. They have stopped the run. That's been a big thing. They haven't played a who's who of teams that like to run it, but they did slow down Alabama. Now Alabama threw for like 400 yards, but they didn't run for a lot against Wisconsin. Sherrone Moore likes their offensive coordinator a lot. He says he's stolen trick plays from him. And they got a lot of shifts and movements and trick plays and gadgets, and they got a good wide receiver, but they just don't run it, which is weird. And their schedule the rest of the way is exceedingly difficult. They might not be favored in any games the rest of the year. They are 2-2 this season, but if Michigan can't run the ball, the question is, do they gladly pass it? And is the passing game ready to take care of things? I mentioned earlier in the week that Sherrone Moore earlier in the week was talking up Andrew Marsh and Jamar Browder, the 2 freshman wide receivers. And you know how this works, right? You hear guys in the bye week. In the bye week, usually the starters take a back seat. They get healthy. They work on fundamentals. And they really, really focus on depth chart guys. And so they see those guys make improvement. Do they make improvement enough to get on the field? Or are they just playing, their eyeballs are on them, and so they're getting noticed, but it doesn't mean they're going to crack the rotation? At the end of the week, I think we're going to see Andrew Marsh. I think we're going to see a lot of Andrew Marsh.
I think you're going to see a lot of Michigan being able to run the ball and run the ball at will. And I think that the Bryce Underwood is going to continue to develop and continue to impress. The Wisconsin Badgers, I feel like they're incapable of scoring points. I don't think they're terribly dissimilar from the Cincinnati Bengals or the Cleveland Browns. offensively, they're limited. At least the Bengals have the excuse because their quarterback is out. Wisconsin's got no excuse. They changed their offense completely from what they were. They're a complete identity from what they were. No longer the run first team or run first, second, and third. They throw the ball a lot, and they don't have a gifted quarterback. They don't have gifted receivers. It's just going to be a disaster for them. I don't see how Wisconsin scores more than 2 touchdowns in the game, and I don't think they will.
Well, when you're an underdog, you hope that the favorite helps you. Michigan hasn't gotten a lot out of the return game, but to be fair, they haven't had a lot of returns. I think it's 7 kick returns and 6 punt returns. And they haven't done it, but they have put it on the carpet once. Once was Marsh in game 1, and Samaj fumbled one, but he got back. So, I mean, big plays and special teams can open the door for an upset, but their quarterback situation is really weird. Billy Edwards, a transfer from Maryland, he's been hurt. There's speculation that he came back too early and re-aggravated an injury. And, I get the sense out of Badgerland that he is not going to play. The other one's Danny O'Neill, who is a transfer from San Diego State and threw for 2,800 yards last year at SDSU. But I'm not sure that he is the kind of guy that scares a lot of defenses. Still just a sophomore. Their offensive line, last game, center, right guard, right tackle, redshirt freshman, redshirt freshman, redshirt freshman. And that's going to be a lot against Michigan's improving defensive tackles. They love their D tackles. And Jayshawn Barham and the like on the edge. Could be a problem for Wisconsin, but I would imagine they would try and run the football as best they can and shorten the game.
What's the best matchup we have in college football this week? Period. Is it Miami and Florida State?
As far as like ranked unranked, or just a game you're interested in?
Just game you think the game of interest, which is going to be the one that really has people going, oh, here we go.
Here we go. Because when I hear, here we go, I'm thinking upset. I think UCLA could give Penn State some problems.
You like the Alabama Vanderbilt game?
You didn't hear what I just said. UCLA.
Yeah, I just blew
no,
it.
Alabama Vanderbilt, I think, is going to be a game. I think Maryland's going to upset Washington. I think that's a time game. You give a Washington team a trip across the country and a noon start, coming off a big game. I think they're poised to be upset. I think a team that might be vulnerable, or ranked on unranked team that might be vulnerable. You ready to laugh?
Yes.
I think Purdue.
Here we go.
Could give Illinois some problems.
What happened to Illinois?
What do you mean what happened to Illinois?
They got destroyed by Indiana, and all the goodwill towards Illinois was gone. This is a top 10 team at the time. They get just bombarded by the Hoosiers, and Illinois is off the planet, and now you're talking up Purdue again.
Well, they came back and beat USC last weekend, a ranked team.
Just saying, man.
And that was another timing game. That was another noon start for a West Coast team. That's why Illinois was one of my picks.
But now you have Purdue giving them trouble.
I think Purdue will give Illinois trouble because Illinois has Ohio State next week. Purdue is the opponent in between USC and Ohio State.
Trap game.
Yep. You know who Purdue played last weekend? Nobody. They had the week off.
No trap.
We'll get to our picks coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's talk some Tigers. They advance with a win over Cleveland. Get to that straight ahead on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, how you feeling, Tigers in Seattle? You were the one here that picked the Tigers to win that series against Cleveland. So people want to know, Gator, they're going to do it again?
I don't think so.
No.
My 51 has Seattle winning this.
This is a sheepish.
Yeah, I don't like going against a team, but I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'll shoot you straight, Doug.
Yeah.
I'll shoot everybody straight. I think Seattle wins it in 6 games.
You do.
Yeah.
It's a best of 5.
I'm sorry. Why do I keep thinking it's a best of? Why do I keep thinking it's a best of 7?
Damn, they really beat us down, man.
Take 2. I think
Can we stop? No, play again.
No, keep going. Don't stop.
Series is over.
Yeah.
Game 6 tomorrow.
5-game series in 3, 2, 1. I think Seattle will win this one. In this case, it'll go 5 games.
So they beat Scooble in Game 5.
If Scooble's pitching Game 5, yeah.
I suspect he will be.
They
I gotta
handled
tell
him
you-
both times they played him this season. They hit him. Doesn't mean that they're going to hit him in Game 2, but Game 5 might be different.
I think this is role reversal. I like the Tigers in this spot.
Whoa!
I
Is it because they're not playing the 6 games?
I hate the week off. If I'm Seattle, hate the week off. And I think the Tigers, I think that 7th inning yesterday was like a pressure release valve for them. And I'm feeling a little bit more chesty. I got the Tigers in 5, and I think it's the Scooble factor. If you're asking me, Scott, do I think bullpen day, Mize, and Flaherty can find another win? The answer is yes. And not to be lost in the Cleveland series, Mize and Flaherty pitched well again. Now, shorter appearances, but they pitched well again. I'm completely reversing my first round pick. I got the Tigers winning in 5 here.
Well, here's why Seattle might be welcoming the extra time is because it gives Brian Wu more time to perhaps be able to make this roster and make an impact as a pitcher in this series. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't like it. I don't like saying it, but I don't think the Tigers win the series.
Kang, do you got a gut feeling on this one?
I got the Mariners in 4, actually. I love the fact that the Tigers moved on. I was rooting for it the whole way. But realistically, you look at it, those were the 2 worst playoffs teams heading into the playoffs this year. So they beat a pretty bad Guardians team with a bad lineup. They got one inning where they put together some hits with runners in scoring position. But if you look at the rest of the series, they didn't capitalize. They didn't do enough for me as a whole for me to think it's going to continue, is my point. And now you're going up against a Seattle team with a much better lineup, good pitching. I think Seattle just has too much talent. We won't get to see Scooble in Game 5. I think Seattle takes care of us in 4. And like I said, I think when you step back and look at it, great the fact that the Tigers moved on, but they beat a pretty bad Guardians team, and I don't think they jumped over that hump that we all hoped they did.
Well, look, I don't think Seattle is like the toughest place to play.
Unless it's a Sounders game, right, Doug?
Unless it's a Sounders. It's funny because obviously incredibly tough place to play for the Seahawks. Stadium right next to it, but I was out there and it's a cool stadium. But I just like the Tigers here.
Well, I would push back on King at one remark about Cleveland and being one of the worst teams. Overall record-wise, yes, but Cleveland was one of the hottest teams in baseball going into it.
Yes, obviously that's how they overtook the Tigers. But if you still look at the season as a whole, though, like the run differential, they didn't score any runs. You know, they're not a good team. If you look back at it, and you go like, what was the 2025 Guardians? They weren't that good of a team.
But if I look at it as a whole, the Mariners only won 3 more games than the Tigers did.
I guess that's where I'm gonna, take how they entered this postseason. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm picking and choosing here. I'm cherry picking.
Yeah.
The Guardians as a whole were a bad team.
It's
and
an
the Tigers
eyeball,
as
eyeball test thing too. I mean,
entering the postseason, they're a bad team.
And by the way, Seattle played awfully well in the second half of the season. They've got a formidable lineup, top to bottom. They've got a really good bullpen. it's a better roster than what the Tigers have. It's not that the Tigers can't do it. It's just that I don't expect them to do it.
Okay, fair enough. And there it is. Our picks for this Tigers-Seattle series, which starts tomorrow night here on 97.1 The Ticket. You ready to pick some games?
I am.
Let's go. I'm a little disappointed in myself. I've missed the lock the last 2 weeks, but overall still 3-2 in the locks, 16-11. My record on the year. Gator?
That's better than mine.
Yep. Time to rally.
2-3, shooting the boot. 10-17 on the season.
All right. Let's get hot right now.
Please.
I'm going to start with a game that's taking place in South Bend. Boise State has averaged 48.5 points a game since their opener against USF. Notre Dame, great offense, bad defense. That's why I like over 62.5 Boise State and Notre Dame.
Big total.
Yep.
I'm going to start off in the SEC. Georgia is at home taking on Kentucky. The over-under set at 48 points. I'm not sure what Georgia really is. Yeah, they've got a ton of talent, but are they talented? It's just kind of a strange team. I like the over in this one because of the unknown factor when Georgia, are they going to kick it into high gear? And if they do, I like the points.
Ken, this isn't the Georgia upset did you pick during or Kentucky upset, rather?
No, I had Kentucky over Texas.
Okay, gotcha. That might be a pick. That
Still
might be
on the board.
pick, yeah. Next up, Louisville is undefeated, but they haven't played anybody, and they are a 6.5-point favorite to Virginia coming off their win over Florida State. I'll take Virginia plus the 6.5 at Louisville.
Grava's not going to be happy with them. I mean, they did beat Bowling Green. Careful now. Sorry,
Grava.
Washington is at Maryland. Big Ten matchup. We've talked before about Washington, their athleticism at quarterback. Maryland's an interesting team, although I typed up as Mayland. So, King, there's an R in there. It's Maryland.
All right, fine. I was going to take Mayland, but
I like the over in this one. 53.5 points. I think both teams are capable of scoring a lot, and who cares who wins? It's going to be a high total game.
Well, I'm going to care who wins because it's my Car House lock of the week, and I've got Mayland plus the 6.5 for all the reasons I've talked about all week. I like their quarterback a lot. He might be the best freshman quarterback in the country. And Washington has the scheduled loss game, a noon East Coast start after a huge game against Ohio State. I'll take Maryland plus the 6.5.
Lastly, Doug, I'll stay in the Big Ten because that's where I like to be. Ohio State is hosting Minnesota. Look, the Buckeyes, I'm not sure how good the Buckeyes are. Like, they should be really good. I'm staying away from the point spread in this game, but over 43, that's just begging to take the over. I mean, the Buckeyes can score 43 points and a half if they're clicking. And, PJ Fleck may try to row that boat all the way down to Columbus, but over 43, I'll take it.
Who doesn't love a Sunday morning NFL game? I'll take Cleveland plus the 3.5 against Minnesota.
Where are they playing that one?
London.
Well, I'll look at that game,
I don't know
too.
if it's London. It's England.
You're taking Cleveland, huh?
Yep.
I like it the other way around. It's Dylan Gabriel's first start of his NFL career. It's not only on the road, it's across the pond. Vikings minus 3.5. I'll take the Vikings giving up the points. They're not giving up too much, and I just think it's too much for Cleveland fans to expect with Dylan Gabriel making his first start.
Next up, I think the Jets are due. It's the time the Jets get Aaron Glenn his first win. I'll take them plus the 1.5 against Dallas.
The Raiders are on the road taking the show to Indianapolis. The Colts have been awfully good this year, and I expect the Colts to win. However, the Raiders are getting 7 points. And, Doug, you know this. In the NFL, that's a lot. I will take the Fighting Raiders plus 7 at Indianapolis.
Final one, I expect a shootout in Baltimore. Houston and Baltimore, that is a total of 41.5. I will take the over.
Keep an eye on who's going to play quarterback. Lamar Jackson was not at practice again today with his hamstring injury. The last pick, it's going to be my shoot the boot lock of the week. I've been talking it all up all week. I don't see how Cincinnati's going to score a couple of touchdowns in this game. The Lions are favored by 10.5 points. Yes, Jim Costa, it is the double-digit disco. I'm here for the party. Lions minus 10.5 at Cincinnati. It's my shoot the boot lock of the week.
All right, every week, Kang endorses a pick and hates on a pick. Which one's your favorite out of these picks?
Gator, I like how you always pick the overs because you want high scoring, so I'm going to take one of these overs, like Minnesota and Ohio State as well. You're right, Ohio State could put that over on their own if they really want to. Let's hope PJ Fleck and the boys help out a little bit because we're taking the over 43.
And which one do you hate?
Doug, I don't think the Jets are due. I just think they're a bad team. And so I think Dallas takes care of them. Sorry. Aaron Glenn waits another week to get his first win.
I thought they really played well last week against a Monday night against Tua. And I'm a big Tua fan. There it is, our picks every week here on Carson Anderson. A 97 won the ticket. Hey, it's homecoming weekend in Ann Arbor, and the University of Michigan Credit Union today is hosting their annual touchdown tailgate on East Huron Street. This is a free family-friendly event, and they got something for every fan. Starting at 3:30, you will enjoy free food, games, and tons of giveaways, including signed memorabilia. And here's a pro tip. Be one of the first 200 to register, and you will also score a free Block M t-shirt. Get your free ticket now at umcu.org/touchdown. That's umcu.org/touchdown. Register now. It's coming up today. Take advantage. Capacity is limited. Do appreciate when people reach out and ask for clarification. And so I will clarify.
Okay.
I had a friend back in the day that perhaps was leaning into the gambling lifestyle quite heavily. And he once referred to me, yeah, got a lot riding on this one. I said, you do? And he goes, yeah. It's a car house bet. I'm like, what? It's a car house bet. And I said, what's a car house bet? And he said, I got 2 car payments and a house payment riding on this one. So I don't recommend these deals, as you know. I bet $1 frequently. But I thought the term was funny, and so I use it for my lock. Yours is shoot the boot.
That's right.
Mine is car house lock of the week, and that was I would never, ever, 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 ever put 2 car payments and a house payment on a game.
No?
The outcome of a game. It should be more like a $. I don't know, man.
13.
Yeah. 13. Well, that was a mistake.
Yeah,
too.
that's what I'm saying.
I hit the 1, and then I tried to hit, the bet, and I hit the 3 first with my fat thumb, and then hit bet, and I accidentally put $13 down on a Piston game.
Oof.
Boy, did I sweat.
sweating. Yeah.
I sweat that one out.
Man.
This guy.
He's like, do I tell the wife? Do I not? I mean,
Right.
So it's kind of classic irony
nest
here.
egg.
It's like calling the fat guy slim or whatever. It's my car house lock of the week when I'm only betting really $1.
I will say this, because my shoot the boot lock of the week is the Lions covering the 10.5.
Yeah.
I'm very chesty about this one. I just don't see a path where Cincinnati's going to score enough points to be in this game. And I think the Lions offense is a juggernaut. Cincinnati gave up 500 yards in offense last week. The Lions did that a couple weeks ago. I think they're raring to go again. Get this thing going. I'll even give you a score prediction, Doug.
Let's go.
Cincinnati 10, Lions 45.
I mean, you don't like to be close at all.
I don't think that's going to be close.
No, he just missed the score in the Lions in Baltimore. So
does the fact that it's the NFL ever scare you? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, okay, I was going to say, last night, you know when people got knocked out in their survivor pool?
Sure.
A lot.
I will tell you that I placed a wager last night.
And
this is something you shouldn't do when you place a wager. When you see something like somebody is out, that's a good sign. Do some more investigating, right? Like when I saw Brock Purdy's not playing great. I got this. I'll take the Rams. Had I just done one step further and looked to see who the backup is and recognize it was Mac Jones, I love Mac Jones. I would not have taken the Rams covering. The Rams on the money line, sure. Rams covering, no. Or I would have taken San Francisco with the points, and that's not what happened. I took the Rams giving up the points, and I got killed.
Lesson learned.
Yeah, lesson learned. And don't bet against Mac Jones.
Let's go to Dan in Ann Arbor. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dan.
Yeah, Scott and Doug, I did the math on that. You live in Ann Arbor, like a mortgage payment plus 2 car payments. That's got to be about $7,000, right? The terms are, it is 400 plus 400 plus about $4,000, and so it's $5,000.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. It's just it's a euphemism.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So current terms. I read a lot of the coverage. I do think you lose something when you don't play in this first round. I think the Tigers have the advantage, consistent with some of the pundits, of defense, and we saw it. We saw it on display against Cleveland. How do you, but we lose the advantage in terms of power hitting, right? So it is Javi Baez playing with the experience of playing in World Series. It's Gleyber Torres playing with the experience of the World Series. We're playing with middle infielders that are knocking down balls, that are playing well, that got us here. And now they go on this sort of path of where, keep doing what you've been doing for the past few years. Gleyber Torres has been here before. Dan Dickerson really pointed out yesterday, he's like, everyone listening on the airwaves, this guy started game 1 of the World Series last year. Don't doubt him. And he went great. So we have this experience. Mariners, even their manager, never coached a postseason game before in his life. Never even played in one. And so how does that manifest it? Everybody is picking Mariners here. They've deserved that advantage. What do you guys think?
Well, look, I think the Tigers had a huge pressure release yesterday, and I think that can go a long way to getting their mojo back. And it's a saucy read to think that one game in one inning provided that. I know that, but I'm betting on Skubal getting him 2 wins. And then do I think the guys can scratch out another one? It should not be lost if Flaherty and Mize were both very good in this series. It wasn't lengthy appearances, but so if Skubal gives him 2 and then you find another win in there, yeah, I like the Tigers' chances here.
When I saw, Jack Flaherty, and I spoke to you guys about this back in the year. Man, the Blue Jays were really pounding them, and Jack Flaherty really produced a really great Sunday performance against the Blue Jays, a great team. He can be that, right? And yesterday he was that. 5 innings of good baseball.
Yep.
Out of Jack Flaherty, and do we get him again in this 5-game series? If we go, is he game 4?
Oh, yeah. He'll probably go game 4.
What do you guys think?
I think it's bullpen day game 1, Skubal game 2, Mize game 3, Flaherty game 4, Skubal game 5. Or Skubal game 1 of the ALCS.
I hope.
That's what I like.
I'd love that. If you're going to tell me that is set in ink, then yeah, let's go. LFG. But I think it's going to be a tough series.
Rico Beard has made his way in studio. Hello, sir.
Well, Doug, hey, how you guys doing?
Great.
Michigan home game. I'm like, you're not off traveling.
That's next week.
Travel home.
Yeah.
Well, I like your line of thinking. If Skubal wins you 2 games, that means he wins game 5,
yep.
which means you've moved on. So, yeah, if he gets that second game, game 1 is the one I'm most worried about because the rust of Seattle, but you're throwing a bullpen day out there. So if you could steal game 1, then, yeah, I think everything falls into place. That worst-case scenario, Skubal comes out there and gets you 2 wins. They did kind of tee off on him. I think if I remember correctly, Seattle
they teed off on everybody.
Seattle was the beginning of the end for the Tigers, right in the middle of the season, right before the All-Star break.
Yeah, Tigers took 2 out of 3 from early in the year at Seattle, and then Seattle swept the Tigers here when kind of Cal Raleigh just hit a bunch of home runs.
Yeah, he was getting warmed up for the home run derby. So,
what do you guys got planned coming up next?
We'll talk a little bit about the Tigers because there's really not a lot to talk about the Lions except for, are you comfortable with them being such a huge favorite? It's BOGO. I said you beat Cleveland. This is BOGO week, so yeah.
Okay.
But, Tigers is all forgiven. How far you got them going?
There you go. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Every Friday we leave you the Gator Rant as you negotiate for more time in front of the TV. And this week we got football, we got baseball. So perhaps a good strategy for you is the Gator Rant. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Lions are back in the practice field for the last time before their game against Cincinnati. Dan Campbell weighed in on whether he could potentially play Aleem McNeil this week. Offensive tackle Taylor Decker and quarterback Khalil Dorsey both missed practice today. The final availability report will come out at 4 in a couple hours. Michigan basketball raising Trey Burks, number 3, to the Raptors on January 23rd in their matchup against Ohio State. Burke averaged 17 points per game in his 2 seasons in the maize and blue. The Tigers continue their long trip in Seattle today as they prepare for Game 1 of the ALCS tomorrow. By the end of the day, by the end of the series, I should say, they'll be away from Comerica Park for 16 days. Detroit scheduled to take BP today at 3 o'clock local time. A.J. Hinch will speak with the media at 3:30, and their Game 1 starter also expected to speak at 4:15, 7:15 Detroit time. How does that apply? At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It all comes full circle, doesn't it? All right. No, that's not the lead, but there is a bit of irony in Mac Jones leading the Niners from those draft shows during COVID. They're going to take Mac Jones as the number 3 overall pick.
And now they probably wish they took Mac Jones, the number 3 overall pick.
Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
So, Tigers win. I know it didn't happen in 2 like I promised, and I'm very sorry, but they won. And even before the game yesterday, I offered every reason I could give you why they were going to win. At least I got this part right, which was simple. You had a veteran. They had Paolo Ciccone or whatever his name is. And I thought Jack would dial in and give you 5 good innings. Look, I have a question, and I don't know if it's the right question, okay? I'm being totally sincere with my audience. But I think it's the right question on an 80-degree Friday where the Tigers are in the ALDS. If I'm wrong, I want you to tell me so, and I'll walk out of the studio.
Okay.
Okay? You are the arbiter of justice.
Okay.
I want to know if all is forgiven with Scott Harris and this team, or is there more to do? And when I say that, it's important you understand the context. I didn't just pull it from thin air. Listening to the other shows, there is an angst with this team to a point where many of you, not me, many of you wanted them to miss the playoffs. Then you wanted them to lose the series. You, not me. I listened to the morning show. They were 75% of their dialogue with texters and calls, Rico, were fans saying, no, not forgiven. And in fact, I'm still angry about that deadline, that there's more to do. So I thought it an interesting question because I picked them to win that series, and they did. Now, do I like everything they did? No. I think you need to tell your players to cool out flexing on blowing a 15.5 game lead, and somehow that's your flex that you're going to Seattle, not Cleveland. The reason you're playing is you blew a 15.5 game lead.
Yeah, kiss where the sun don't shine.
It just feels bizarro to me, but that's fine.
Well, you know what? Let me say this, and then I'll let you finish. Kudos to your Yankees.
Oh, thank you.
That's how you celebrate winning the wild card. You pack your bags, and you head to the airport.
Little handshake line?
Yeah.
Listen, we also got a miracle from a rookie in Cam Schlittler. That was unbelievable.
I mean, Andy Pettit?
Yeah, that was unreal. But look, I want to know where you guys are at on a Friday. And the Tigers, look, this is where the playoffs really begin. And I'm not being smarmy about it. I mean, I just don't know anyone who's going to hang a wild card banner or a wild card T-shirt. It's ALDS time. This is where the true playoffs begin. You've earned your way here. And I do feel, Rico, I do feel like the Tigers are dangerous still in a 5-game format. I don't like them in a 7. But I think part of what we discussed, and I'll throw the number out, 248-539-9797. Part of what we discussed came true. There was a little bit of relief. There was a little bit of nobody believes in us anyways. And I do think that's why they celebrated the way they did. And I think it's why they're getting mouthy, right? Because somehow they feel aggrieved. Mm-hmm. Only in this town can a team who has one of the 5 worst records in baseball in the second half of the season get chesty. But that's fine. But it could be their weapon. And I'm not ruling out the possibility of them beating the Mariners. But I want to know what they would have to do to be forgiven. What does Scott Harris have to do? Have you forgiven him? That somehow they made the playoffs and they won a series, that's good enough for you. For me, nothing's good enough except a World Series. I hate you until I love you. Mm-hmm. Meaning I won't forgive Scott Harris's deadline until or unless we're at the parade, because he will not be proven right and he will not have. You can't say he put you in the best position to win. You can't. Whether they win or not, he didn't put you in the best position to win. In fact, you're winning in spite of his deadline. Mm-hmm. So my answer is no, I have not forgiven him. That doesn't impact my ability to pick the team. It doesn't impact my judgment. But for me, I'm the wrong person. That's where we have to talk to our audience. Right. I don't know where you stand. I don't like briefing you on critical questions like this. I think it takes away from organic radio. What are they forgiven? And if not, what would they need to do for you to let love back in your heart?
248-539-9797.
It's like a bad episode of Delilah.
I would say you have to beat the Mariners. You got to advance further than you went last year.
Okay.
That tells me, okay, it's a step. It's a process. Not necessarily because I never thought that this was a World Series team, but if you can go further than you went last season, that is a success, especially after blowing the lead that you did and having to play Cleveland, and you didn't get the bye. Seattle earned the bye that you thought that you had, and you went out there and you beat a team that basically started your downfall this season.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they when they came to Comerica Park and swept them, I think right before the All-Star break, that was it. They kind of broke this team. So I would say if you make it that far. Now, is all forgiven? No, I mean, you make it that far, I think the season's a success, but I still, the Harris thing and the whole not wanting to get better while you have Skubal here, that's a problem to me because I see a very finite window. I see something where you didn't have to break the bank, but you should have at least pushed some more chips into the table other than Charlie Morton, who's not here.
Factual. 248-539-9797. So where do you stand? Is all forgiven? Do you still have a resentment towards this team because of the deadline, because of the way the organization decided to thumb their nose at going for it? Or are you just saying, look, I may feel that way, but I'm fine. I'm over it. I don't think anyone's wrong. I think it's important in topics like this to say it. I don't think you're a bad person if you forgive. And you're just like, listen, this team has made the playoffs like a grand total of 9 times in 60 years. But don't ask me to feel that way. That is I'm not telling you how to feel. But I am the wrong person. Like if Rico and I were sitting in on the morning show today, I'm the wrong person to do that topic with. Because my answer is, I hate you until I love you. I'll never forgive you until you win it. And that type of deadline? No, nothing short of a World Series because you didn't optimize your team. You didn't optimize your window. Now, the Seattle series, this is the other funny part too. Like when the players want to do all that strutting about the 15.5 games. Yeah, real hee-hees and ha-has. Let's all play slap and tickle. Maybe that's why Skubal's not starting game 1. But please, flex again.
Yeah.
Like that's the type of stuff that just drives me nuts. The idiocy of that take of, blow it out your guys, you only hurt yourself. What do you want from me? Your rotation's not set up now.
No.
Oh, and by the way,
you're starting with a bullpen day.
Oh, and maybe you'll be away from home for 16 days for the for the thing you're flexing about. It just makes no sense. Don't do stuff like that.
Yeah, but us versus the world. Nobody believed in us.
Right.
We're popping champagne bottles again.
Which was
singing karaoke. We're having some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Win a real playoff series. How about that?
And that's why I said you make it past this round. Season of success. Can I forgive you? Yes. Do I think you missed an opportunity? Yes. Both things can be true.
Absolutely. I'm leaning Tigers. I don't like that the Mariners haven't played a meaningful game in over 2 weeks. I don't like they've been on ice.
Yes.
And I don't know the health status of Brian Wu. I thought he was going to be back this weekend. He's not. He's had a pec strain for about 3 weeks. If Wu is able to pitch game 3, again, guys with sub-3 ERAs are worth mentioning. He's a really good pitcher. Mm-hmm. Overall, I kind of wonder. I do. I wonder about Seattle. And look, there's pressure on Seattle. You best win game 1. If Seattle doesn't win game 1, Tigers win this series. Because Skubal in game 2, I'll mark those as W's until they're not.
No, look, they hit Skubal this year. But you're
Mac
right.
Jones.
Yeah, it's game 1 because they're cold. It's that whole rust versus rest type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But you're kind of throwing batting practice for them with the bullpen. So I don't know. Yeah, if you win game 1, then yeah, I think the Tigers will take it in 5.
248-539-9797. Want to know where you're at with it. I don't think there's a wrong answer. But it was an interesting question by Jim. I'm just on the complete polar opposite. Don't ask me to forgive a deadline like that unless you win something. I mean, even if you won the American League and you made a World Series appearance, how could I forgive not adding your best chance? Like, it's such a weird thing. Like,
Winsell Perez. What do you mean? You called that yesterday. What
do you mean?
You're like, we're sitting up here talking about him batting third.
Oh, yeah, you put him in the winner's circle. It's almost like where you're like, there's no way that horse can win the race. Gallops.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, adding something, you would be better for it, even if it was a bullpen arm right now. Don't tell me you wouldn't be better for it. That's part of my fear is the longer a series goes, the more bullpen exposure. Mm-hmm. You saw it yesterday. It's almost like Hunter Gaddis throwing 51 pitches the previous 2 days caught up to him. 3 hits, 3 pitches. That's where I get concerned. Yeah. So let's talk about it, see where you guys are at. We'll get into some football. I don't know really what's there. If you pick the Lions by less than the spread, you're a hater. If you pick them to bomb every team, I think it's nonsensical. There's nothing with U of M. There's very little with State. But we'll do a little football. Why? Because it's what we do. But the Tigers are on to Seattle. And Boyd will tell you about it. 248-539-9797. Rico, go ahead, buddy.
All right, you've heard me talk about my basement done by Matrix Basements. Well, we're coming to the home stretch. I got inspections coming up this beginning of next week. So hopefully everything will pass because they have done a phenomenal job, folks, taking my unfinished basement and basically tricking this thing out, adding a kitchenette. I mean, it's going to be beautiful. Maybe the best basement ever. But you can also have a Matrix basement as well. You simply have to go to matrixbasement.com. You get a free consultation. They'll come up with some designs. You guys will sit there, hash it out. So whether you're looking to add to an unfinished basement, you're looking to add a man room, you're looking to add, whatever it is, a bar, they can do it. A game room, they can do it. Let Matrix Basements be the person who turns your basement dreams into a reality.
Mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They have it at all the best pricing, and they have it all the time. It's always in stock. So call Northville Lumber today, or better yet, just stop on by, take home some samples. It's northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. You know, the only thing I'm happier about than the fact I don't look like a bigger goofball than I already am by having full belief they'd win yesterday is that I never have to watch Guardians-Tigers again. Ever.
Until next year.
I know that gives me enough time to recover. I mean, that Guardians lineup, it is, as Jim Costa has coined it, empty husks. It's awful. Awful. Let's go right to the people. David, we'll get ticket text a little later in the hour. Kenny, you okay?
You should have heard the collective groan that me and David had. It sounded like my drop behind the glass when you said that we don't have to watch Tigers Guardians anymore. We both at the same time went, oh.
There's going to be no more. Let's go to Vic in A Square 97.1. Vic, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir.
You asked. No, I'm not going to forgive them. That was quite the swoon. And, they'd have to at least make it to the World Series for me to give them anything. But I don't necessarily blame Scott Harris because over the years I've come to believe that once Mike Ilitch died, Chris Ilitch doesn't want to spend money on this team. And you got to have a guy who's willing to spend the money. Look at Sheila Hamp-Ford paying the money for the Lions. Look what they're doing now.
All right, Vic, you're putting me in a terrible spot. It's 80 and sunny. You're going to make me defend Chris Ilitch. I don't like it. Did they or did they not add payroll this year? Look, whether I like the guy or not, whether I think he's ever going to deliver a World Series to you, it's immaterial. Let's put it to the side. Did he increase payroll? Yes or no? Yes. Did they make a very respectable, in fact, an offer bigger than I would have made to Alex Bregman? Yes, they did. You can't use that narrative. Now, if you want to reshape it, and say he will never have the payrolls that his dad used to carry by rank, you can say that. That was also not an ideal business model. That's the difference if you have a fan running the team or a businessman. But you can't say they didn't add payroll. Now, listen, if you want to do the next part, which is, well, they're too cheap to pay Skubal. You know I have a fundamental disagreement with that is I'm not handing a pitcher $40 a year in a market where my payroll will not exceed $200 million. You can't do it.
Well, a pitcher that $40 a year, and he's only going to give you 6 innings. That's why I have a problem.
And again, I'm making a point. You have to blame Scott Harris because none of the moves at the deadline were financially relevant. None of these. Whether it was a rental like a Eugenio Suarez, whether it was players with term like Yohan Duran or David Bednar, etc. None of these are financial decisions. They're rounding errors. So we have to stop with that. I understand the animus. I share it with you. But in this moment, that's not the angle. You're missing it. Your team president decided you weren't good enough. And he decided he was going to hoard his top prospects. I don't believe anyone would have been haunted dealing your 8th, 9th, 10th best prospect. He would. He made that call. It's not Chris Ilitch. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. And I love busting owners as best I can. And I love it because I'm not a fan of any owners. The point is, this is not that.
No, but it's knee-jerk because it's always been that. So you just kind of assume that it is, and that's just...
Go to the offseason.
That's a frustrated fan right now.
Go to the offseason and do what the Twins did and lower your payroll. Watch my answer. That's different.
Yeah.
Let's go to Cody, 97.1. Cody, what's going on, buddy?
I'm so glad you guys let me go on after that guy. I mean, a guy like that, what are you even thinking about, man? Like, it's obviously on Scott Harris. I mean, he didn't do anything. And on top of that, if we made it this far, okay, we'll make it further if we get a bat and we get an arm. Like, it's pretty simple. Like, anybody that is thinking it's not his fault is probably a simp. Like, that's all I can say. I mean, that had me fired up. I had some better points to make, but that guy got me all fired up.
Cody, it's all right. Take a deep breath. So what would they have to do for you to forgive that deadline?
You hit the nail on the head. Like, I mean, you gotta win a World Series. It doesn't matter. Anywhere that we get to in this season, we would have gotten further with a bat and an arm. That's it's that simple. Bat and an arm.
Well, Cody,
we're doing better.
Cody, stay with me for a second, because that's where I'm at, and it's such a weird thing. Is like when the team wants to be Tommy Tough Guy to the TV cameras and talk about the 15 and a half games.
My God.
And I'm going, fellas, you do realize you blew home field, you blew the bye, you blew the division. Are we really flexing that? If you had done something at the deadline, I don't think it happens.
Mike, I'm having my morning constitutional, and I'm watching Instagram, and I see the video of them celebrating. I had to turn around and start throwing up. It was disgusting. I was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You got Jake Rogers spraying people in the... I'm like, what is he doing? He hasn't done anything. Oh, I was disgusted.
I know.
That's all for me, boys, before I start using bad language on here.
Don't do that.
Don't do that, Cody.
I appreciate the passion. You know I do. It's fine. I
That
don't
was
know if
funny.
I could have done without the morning constitutional 360, but good for you. Yeah. That's a hell of a visual. Woo!
Nope.
Let's go to TJ 97.1. TJ, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. Yeah, they could sweep the Mariners, sweep whoever's in the ALCS, and sweep the World Series, and I'm still not forgiving Sky Harris for that deadline. That's unforgivable. You have an opportunity to take the best team in baseball and make them better and make it as easy as possible to win a championship, and you refused because you didn't want to give up any prospects. I don't care what they do the rest of the season. They could sweep their way all the way to a title. He's not getting forgiven in my books.
Wow. TJ, I'll tell you, you're a harder grader than me. If they win the World Series, you got to let it go. But hey, if you want to hold on to it, I get it on principle. I do.
If they win the World Series, it's not because of anything that he did at the deadline. If we're going to forgive the deadline, that's unforgivable. Now, I would say if they get to the World Series, as a fan, I'd probably get excited about it again from that standpoint because I could forgive the players. But the deadline's over. That's unforgivable in my books.
What's your confidence with Seattle here?
2 out of 10. We have no impact hitters. We have no high-end relievers. 3 for 28 runners in scoring position till the 7th inning yesterday. That's about all I need.
No, TJ, I hear you. On paper, I definitely hear you. I think the only thing I could say is, Rico, you're with me on this. Seattle, even if you look the last 5 games of their season, they didn't have to play. They've been off. Rest versus rust, I don't know. Look, the lineup's better. Clearly, they got 4 guys north of 27 homers, plus Cal Raleigh, who's switched top down comprehensively. I mean, look, the thing I fear, Rico, is fans get comfortable in, well, our pitching shut Cleveland down. You struck out a collection of neighborhood kids, and then they have J-Ram. So this will be a bigger challenge.
You know what? Great way of putting that.
They got one
empty husk.
That's it. I mean, look at that lineup. Good God.
I told you, man. That's it. J-Ram would have never seen a pitch to hit.
But that's why
you can't beat. You can't beat. I'm not going to let you beat me. These other people have to beat me.
Rico's, what are you doing? The Barry Bonds?
Yeah.
You're walking with the bases loaded?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I would. I just, you know what? No.
I'm not doing this.
No.
248-539-9797. David, a couple of ticket texts before we continue with calls.
All is forgiven because them winning got their owner to physically say he wants to win a World Series, which means now I have expectations that you'll do it in the offseason. There will be forgiveness when the Tigers win the World Series. Making an ALDS doesn't come near making up for refusing to address your problem.
Look, let me offer something, and I say this tongue-in-cheek. I know some of you will be triggered. Too bad. Grow up. But if I could offer a suggestion. Real baseball franchises, this isn't even the playoffs. Okay, the wild card round is like the green room before the TV appearance.
Yeah.
The ALDS is now the playoffs.
Right. It's the play-in game in the NCAA tournament.
Yes. So I want people's standards. Scott Harris said standards are changing. Well, good. Change them. Change them.
Yeah, change them and live by them. Yeah. Put your neck out there and let's.
This is where the playoffs
Yeah.
begin in my world, as a fan of the preeminent baseball franchise in this sport. Listen, just allow me one day of joy. All right, I got to eliminate the Red Sox.
Okay,
Malik Neighbors died this week. My dog died this week. It's been a hard week. Can I have one moment of joy brought to you by the ghost of George Steinbrenner?
Last night we were in Sapatico.
Thank you.
Because as you had your joy, I had mine. So.
Mac Jones! Rico in his brand new basement. Mac Jones! Police were called. They thought someone was dying.
Who is this Mac Jones we keep hearing screaming?
Woo! David, go ahead, buddy.
Harris is not absolved, even if we win the World Series.
Oh,
He's the
my.
primary reason we were in this position to begin with.
See, what I said about the morning show is holding serve early. And it's not right or wrong. It's just establishing what our customers feel. There was anger with Jim and John where people were saying, no, of course this doesn't absolve him. It doesn't make up for it. There were people calling in about, the team dancing all over the field. Like, that's the customer base. That's not me.
No, but I think there's also people who are coming back and saying with the receipts, see, you didn't have to make moves. Look at the teams that made the moves, and they're sitting at home right now.
No, see, that's actually just a low IQ take. Not by you. Whoever's saying, oh, well, like what? The Padres tried and it didn't work. They played the Cubs. The NL is exponentially better than the American League.
Correct.
The Cubs are one of the 5 best teams in baseball. Oh, okay, so here's the message. Don't try. If that's your take, you're a born loser. That's an insane take. I just don't even know what to say to that.
No, well, get ready, because if the Tigers do beat the Mariners, that's going to be the same take here. Oh, well, see, we didn't have to make any moves at the deadline. Look at what Seattle did, and look at where they are right now.
You're conflating two It's the idea that when you do things at the deadline to increase your opportunity, you can't then just measure it against, well, we won something. No. Did you put your team and did you give your customers the best opportunity?
Exactly.
Now, if you didn't need that deadline in the first place, you have every right to be happy. But what I don't think it is there's this big hammer drop on what? People who are starving for a World Series, starving to see the organization actually try. Mm-hmm. That's where the fan-on-fan crime thing, take it down the dial. Not interested. Like, you get to harangue fans. It's like Lion fan. If somebody comes out this week and says, look, we're going to beat the Bengals, but I get a little worried just laying 10.5 points. Like, I don't know.
You don't have faith. You don't have confidence. You don't believe in this team.
You got fans attacking fans. And
right.
I go, how? You said they're going to win the game.
You don't believe in us.
No, I believe the Lions are a really
David,
good team. Oh, geez. David. Hey, David, let's check the management hotline.
Mike in my office right now.
I would. It's locked. Hungry Howie's. Order some pizza, huh? Enjoy yourself. Maybe you got 18 youth sports events to go to this weekend. Get dinner on the table in 20 minutes. And right now they got their authentic Detroit-style pizza invented right here in the Motor City in the 40s. $12.99. In-house made dough. Real Mott's. It's hungryhowies.com. Celebrate boldly today. All right, let's get right to the people. TJ joins us at 3. We're talking Tigers and a question I heard warfare on the morning show. Callers still angry, saying, I will not forgive. I obviously vibe with those people. I can be happy they won. I picked them to win. The point is, I don't think you have to forgive Scott Harris for that deadline. The reason you were playing, to me, my opinion, is the fact that deadline took place. The reason you blew the bye week, the reason you blew home field, the reason you blew the division. I won't forgive until they deliver a World Series. Because in the end, your job is to put the team in a better position today to win than you were yesterday. That's where I'm at. 248-539-9797. To the people we go. Nick is up next, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, pal? How are you?
Saratoga, how are you?
Superb.
East Lansing Beard, how are you? Pick up basketball. Let me tell you something. You don't have Shohei Ohtani. And I say that because that's what the Tigers need to try to do. Mr. Beard mentioned it a couple of years ago. Why not just try to get Shohei? Now, you probably wouldn't get it, but they didn't even try. And that's why you're not going to beat Seattle, because you're not good enough. And I'm okay with that, but I am not okay with that.
Well, look,
Mr. Saratoga.
Yeah, no, Nick, here's where it lands. You got to, look, having fun with big names like that, it's one thing, but you got to have a payroll that supports it. They don't have
You could do it. Mike, come on.
You can't.
Saratoga, give me a break. You could have easily paid for Ohtani.
Okay,
100% you could have.
Yeah, but the problem is you take your payroll from $1.50 to $2.25. You're in completely different dimensions.
Is it not worth it to get Shohei Ohtani?
No, it's worth it to you and I, but we're not running a business. Listen, Nick.
Fair enough.
I mean, hey, it's worth it to me. Nick, I grew up with a guy who didn't really care about making money, and George Steinbrenner. He wanted to win. He'd sell his own children to win. That's when you have a fan. Now, there's a bad side to that. That's how your owner gets banned from the sport or ends up on the cover of Sports Illustrated dressed as George Washington. There is good and bad.
Right. Or part of a Ponzi scheme.
Correct. Like, yeah. So, but I'm making a point. You have every right to say, I wish they would have tried. But you know, again, I'm not going to get hung up on specific names. They just tried to hand Alex Bregman the better part of $200 million. Now, they tried there. It didn't work. But the rest of what Scott Harris has done on a pro scouting level has largely been Steve Yzerman. You're busy signing a bunch of Andrew Kopps and Comfers from a baseball side.
Yeah.
So, look, I people have a right to it, but you got to be careful with the whole, we can do whatever we want. Not if the bottom line matters. You don't have your own TV network. You don't have this copious cash flow. That's where you're never going to hear me scream and yell about carrying a $250 million payroll in Detroit. It's not going to happen. It can't happen.
And I don't know if they would have been as creative to come up with that salary that Shohei got.
He's not. Yeah, exactly. I don't want people getting hung up in names, whether it was Soto, Shohei, or whatever other crackpot theory people have. The point is, they didn't add at the deadline. That has nothing to do with money. Stick to the main point. Go to Ted on a cell. Teddy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Teddy, what's the word, pal?
Just wanted to, I agree with you about Scott Harris, but I disagree. Living in Phoenix, Arizona, they went out and got some big-time pictures, Suarez, and the whole thing fell apart the first month of the season. Their prize pitcher blew his arm out for another year. Suarez couldn't throw sparrows at a bird's nest. It's one thing to go out and try, but you got to have a partner that wants to do it with you. The Tigers are in the same place they were last year, and they still have their covenant people in the minors. You know, it's small steps at a time.
Yeah, but hold on. Here's the problem I have with this, because, Ted, this used to be the argument I'd have with Piston fans. Oh, tanking doesn't work because Sacramento stinks. What does it have to do with me? If you think Scott Harris is the genius you think he is, who cares what Arizona did? You know, Arizona also, hold on, Ted, give me a second. Arizona was also in the World Series 2 years ago. Where were you? So it's this.
Watching him. And you know what? At the beginning of the year, they were about ready to off Suarez for a old ball bag and
Okay, but again,
mitt.
again, you're missing the point. So what are you suggesting? Don't try?
No. What I'm suggesting is be patient, see what you can get.
Okay.
Try to improve
Here's my
the
patience,
team.
Ted. Here's my patience. 42 years. Have a good weekend. Don't tell me to be patient. I've been here for 27 years. Do we have a banner? Yes or no? Don't tell me to be patient. 1984, I was barely potty trained. Patient. You made the playoffs last year. Did you make a meaningful step in the offseason? No. You were the best team in baseball at the deadline. Did you take a meaningful step forward? No. Then you had a historic collapse. And the best you want to offer me is to show up at my dinner table and try to serve me the poo-poo platter by talking about Arizona Diamondbacks baseball? Well, so, hey, here's an idea. Some guy down the street tried to buy some stocks and it didn't work, so I'll never play the market again. Think about how insane what you're suggesting is. Had a bad pizza once, we'll never order pizza again. Had a bad relationship? I guess you're a Buddhist monk now. You're never sleeping with anybody. What are we doing, Ted? Sorry, I don't know what's happening.
Between that and the Shohei, like
wild series of events.
So, David, how you doing?
I feel like I need to counter these last two callers. So here's what I need for them to do for me to forgive them: win 2 World Series.
No,
let's kind of like go to the opposite side of this, right?
No.
8 straight games. Sweep it twice.
You two are demented.
Shohei would do it.
Look, it's just an idea. It's okay to be happy they won and still say they screwed us at the deadline. I don't know. Well, Arizona tried X, Y, and Z. It's like, okay, so what? What's your alternative?
You know, I was, you know what? He would have hit the bingo had he mentioned John Smoltz. That's what I was waiting for. Say Smoltz. Come on, it's right there. Well, we once made that big trade, Doyle Alexander for John Smoltz, and how'd that work out?
So Rico's playing all the hits over here.
Bruh.
Elevate your tailgating this season. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Best game days start with a brand new 26 Silverado Crew Cab 4x4. You could lease one for $349 a month, 24 months, only $999 down. And the entire team at Moran, they make the process simple. It's what it's supposed to be, stress-free. Go to MoranExpress.com, get all your certified service. You get the free loaner vehicle as well when you schedule. It's super easy. MoranExpress.com or stop by. It's on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. We'll get back to business in a second, but you know it is a Friday. We could take 7 or 8 minutes for a little football discussion. So let's do that. David.
Okay.
Yes.
Prop Bet Casino, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just said David,
No,
MC.
I was
Rico
waiting
had a
for
look of terror, panic, confusion.
I was waiting for the intro music. That's all. So it threw me off for a second.
Okay.
All right. Let's just jump into this. Michigan
Who won
taking
last
on.
week?
Technically, it was Jeff Rieger.
So I won.
Did I come in last?
No.
All
Kenny,
right.
You and David tied for second.
So the person who sits in my seat has won 3 weeks in a row.
Yes.
I'm taking credit for it. Perfect.
Okay.
I go for 4 in a row right now.
4 in a row right now. Let's go Michigan, Nebraska. Will Justice Haynes have a run over 60.5 yards this weekend?
I just don't think it's sustainable. I mean, if he does it at this point, he'll be Kenneth Walker. I'm going to say no. You don't just break those types of runs every week. So I'll say no.
Yeah, that's a lot of yards. Some people say too many yards. I'm going to say no also.
Possibly the most yards.
Maybe the most yards.
The problem, Mike, is that you're right, but they're going against Ann Arbor Pioneer. So I'm going to go over.
Yeah, Wisconsin might be a 3 or 4 win team. They're really bad.
David, I'm with you. I'm going over as well. Bryce Underwood passing yards over under 175.5.
Under. I don't think they need to do that in order to win. I think he can have a really solid day. They'll pound the rock, get the hell out of there. I'll say under.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. I don't think they're going to be in a position where they're going to need to air the ball out quite that frequently, so I'm going to say under.
But once again, Wisconsin's really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, you're going against Saline, so you're right. They're bad, but they don't have to pass the ball. So under.
You know what, David? I'm going to go over because one of them, maybe like an 85-yard slant pass, that just gets taken to the house because they just couldn't tackle anybody.
Hate that they give the quarterback credit for that.
They do. Samaj Morgan, Michigan wide receiver. Will anytime touchdown. Will he score a touchdown? Over under 0.5.
Yeah, they can run a lot of trinket plays with him, jet sweeps, different things. Yeah, what the hell? I'll say yes.
Just to be different, I'm going to say no. I think predicting. I've never liked the player prediction props. I've never enjoyed those. So I'll say no.
Just to be the same, I'm also going to say no.
All right.
I'm going to say yes. Yeah, I can see a trick play or something like that. More points this weekend. The Michigan Wolverines against Nebraska or the Detroit Lions against Cincinnati.
I'm going to go Michigan. I just think it's very hard to predict mid-30s output in the NFL. Collegiately, there's just so many more pathways. So I'll say Michigan.
Yeah, similar logic here. It's much easier in college to run up the score than it is. And, you know, it's not like Cincinnati's some great shakes or anything, but it's professional football.
No,
so
definitely not.
Yeah, give me Michigan.
All right, they could blow the Bengals out 24-6, and Michigan will score more points than 24. So, yeah, Michigan.
Okay. We'll go Michigan across the board. Dylan Raiola.
Over.
Okay. You want to hear it?
I don't even care.
Okay.
If it has
Mike
to do
takes
with
over.
Joe, if it has to do with Joe Rossi's defense.
Okay.
Over.
You guys want to hear the rest, or you just want to go take
I would like to hear the rest.
Thank you, Kenny. Dylan Raiola, over under 2.5 passing touchdowns.
Oh, Mike, you already picked the over. Yeah, I'll say over. I was waiting on that. Forgot that you had already blind fired it.
I probably didn't even hear it either. Over. 2.5.
Amount of time
Come
in
on.
the pocket, 3.5 seconds. Over.
I'm going to say 2, and he runs 1 in. Just
way to be different.
So I can win this week. More receiving yards, Amari Kelly or Nick Marsh?
I'm deeply frustrated with their usage of Marsh. Amari Kelly.
I'll say Nick Marsh. Just for you guys.
Why is that just for them?
Because I'm frustrated.
I'll go
And Kenny
Kelly.
cares.
Kenny, I'm going to join you with Nick Marsh. One of these games, it has to be the breakout game.
One of these.
Because it has to happen at some point.
All right. Which team will have more points in the first half? I mean, which team will have more points scored in the first half? Wisconsin against Michigan or Michigan State against Nebraska? Who'll score more points in the first half of their game? Wisconsin or Michigan State?
Michigan State. Wisconsin's offense is dreadful. It's absolutely dreadful. And while I have plenty of misgivings about Michigan State, the offense can move the football. I'll take MSU.
Yeah, I'll take MSU too. Boy, what a gross prop. I don't like that one bit.
Kenny really just cracking on Rico.
I'm sorry. It's gross.
Okay.
Nausea-inducing.
You know what, Rico? I like it. I'm going to go Michigan State here.
Yeah, I'm going to go Michigan State as well. Aiden Childs rushing yards over under 27.5.
Over. I think his legs are going to have to be a major factor in this game, especially because I don't think they have a left tackle anymore. So I'm going to say over.
What was the number again?
27.5.
27.5. I will also say over.
I think I'm kind of forced to say over.
You're not forced to do anything.
No, because if you want to have a chance in this game, he has to go over.
I'm going to go under because, once again, sacks count against your rushing yards in college. Stupid rule, but I don't make them.
Uplifting.
Arch Manning passing yards. Over, under, 212.5.
I'm going under. I can't. First of all, their strength of schedule is terrible. And the one real team they played, he was unplayable. This is still a kid who went 11 of 25 at home against UTEP with no drops. I do not trust Arch Manning. I do not trust that Texas team. I'm going to say under.
I'm sure the Vegas total is probably similar, but I don't know where the trust in that guy comes from. I don't know. I don't see that at all. So I'm going to say under.
That is the exact
Is
Vegas
that
total.
okay? Ooh, what a good total. Ooh, I'm going to say under.
Yeah, I don't trust him. I mean, I know it's Florida. Florida's not the greatest, but
They
come on
are
now.
not. That is true, Dave.
Under.
You know what? For Arch and the Manning family, I'm going to go with Arch.
They'll be just fine.
Will Bengals' first drive, will it result in a touchdown? Over, under, or actually yes or no? Will the Bengals' first drive result in a touchdown? Why do I ask that, Mike? Last 4 games, the opposing team against the Lions have scored a touchdown first drive.
I want to give you a dramatization to answer this question. Here's what a typical Bengals offensive snap sounds like. And Browning back to pass, dead.
Hey, the Browns scored a touchdown.
I don't care. No offensive line. This is the single worst offensive line in football. No.
If there was
Browning
a team
back to pass, wheelchair.
If there was a team that's the human embodiment of slump buster, it's the Bengals. This streak will be broken this week. I will say no, they do not score a touchdown.
Browning back
goes
to
back
pass,
to-
both legs are broken.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Job well done. Browning is dead.
I'll say no as well. Okay,
Job well
Kenny,
done. Better by me.
Hopefully you'll like these. Some rapid fire. Which will be greater? Skubal strikeouts on Sunday or Amon-Ra receptions?
Skubal.
Yeah, I'll say Skubal as well. The Lions have too many options.
Skubal. I think Skubal could get 8 strikeouts. Really tough to say a wide receiver's catching 8 passes. Go Scoobs.
Yeah, he's over under 7.5. I'm going Amon-Ra. You guys don't believe in the Lions.
Haters.
All right. Jared Goff Jared Goff incomplete passes or Jared Goff touchdown passes?
Incomplete passes. Good God. Oh, you think he's going to do one of these 18 for 18 deals?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll say the incompletes.
Yeah, incomplete passes.
Touchdowns.
David, I'm kind of feeling the same way. I'm going touchdowns. Tigers runs on Sunday or Jared Goff rushing yards?
No.
Oh, we did it again back here. Oh, at the same time. What a good line.
Mobile Goff season.
No. Tigers break it open. One time. Bastards.
You said this was for Tiger Run Sunday?
Yes.
It would have broken open twice because it would be Saturday and then Sunday. I'm going Tiger Runs.
I already answered it.
Oh, what'd you take?
Mobile.
Goff okay. I thought you were just
season, y'all.
Yeah, I'm taking Goff as well. More receiving yards, T. Higgins or J-Mo?
Ooh, boy. Two guys who've been unproductive. You know what? This is the week. J-Mo gets loose. James Williams.
Said receiving yards?
Yes.
This includes yards after catch, so J-Mo.
Guys, come on now. Who's playing corner for the Detroit Lions? Higgins.
Yeah, David, I'm with you.
Can we refer in the flow chart to Browning steps back to pass, eaten by alligator? Browning back to pass, hit by car. Browning back
Just
to pass,
needs one.
All right.
ruptured spleen.
Last two. More rushing yards, Chase Brown or David Montgomery?
Montgomery. It's not even close. Once again. And handoff to Brown. Dead.
I'm trying to.
I
make
know.
this
No,
issue.
you could say Craig Reynolds or
Look,
Chase Brown. Craig Reynolds.
I had the Tigers going up. I mean, the Scooble going up against the Lions. Like I'm running. Yes, I
Ruben
get it.
Drones. He's not even in the league. Over.
I stand with the Mike Valenti flowchart. Give me David Montgomery.
It's the worst offensive line I have watched all year in the NFL. I have seen nothing like it. Why don't we do one of these? The classic Aiden versus backup tackles reset. Sack total over under 1.5. Over.
Do you want to go over?
Over.
Okay.
I'm going Brown, by the way.
Nobody feasts on backup linemen like he does.
I'm going Brown as well. So you're going Aiden?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
You guys want to do that real quick before I get to the last one?
Which one was it?
Aiden, over under 1.5 sacks.
Yeah, over.
This is a classic
Under.
Aiden Stat Padford game.
Yes.
Under.
Yeah, I'm going to say everybody eats in this game. He'll get one, but
Roy
everybody will
Lopez
eat.
is getting one.
Yeah, Bob Muhammad. All right.
Aqua Dean, minty fresh.
Finally.
Almond milk. Muhammad.
Bobby.
Will there be chaos on Saturday? Top 25 upsets over under 3.5 out of 15 games.
I'm going to go under. We're going to get a chalky Saturday. I'm going under.
Give me some chaos. Let's spice up this Saturday. Give me the over. Yeah, one more
Kirby.
bad game out of you. I'm done.
Kirby, stop talking about me, man. I'm
Hey,
going to go under.
Hey, David, how rocked up is Kenny for Vanderbilt, Alabama? Like, can you see Kenny wearing a Vanderbilt helmet watching that game?
I will buy a shirt and a hat if they even cover that number.
I knew what that pick was all about. That was all about spite.
Oh, you saw through that, huh?
I'm going to go over as well, Kenny. I want some chaos. That is your prop bet casino, 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Dan Campbell said today it's 50-50 whether Ellie McNeil gives it a go this week. The final practice report due out today by 4. Former Michigan QB J.J. McCarthy missed Vikings practice again today and has been ruled out officially for the Browns game this weekend. The Tigers are in Seattle for a workout day before they begin the ALDS tomorrow. A.J. Hinch set to speak with the media at 6:30 our time. Team encouraging fans to wear orange at their home games, with the first coming up on Tuesday. They'll also have a drone show Monday at 8 visible downtown. Per Tony Paul, the Detroit News, the UFL is in fact moving the Michigan Panthers away from the state due to stadium constraints. The league expanding 2 teams in 2028, which could trigger a return as they have been in talks with Detroit City FC as their new stadium construction continues. You're really asking for me
Jeremy,
to
if you want to punch
again.
him, I got your back.
At the Courtwell House, let's get these cameras out of here. At the Courtwell House.
Do it. Slam dunk it on his head. Do it. Do
At
it.
the Courtwell House Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Jeremy Otto's a pro. That's all I want to say. He's unshakable. We welcome in what?
Just Jeremy. One of these days, he's going to show up and have that look in his eyes.
Trouble?
It's yeah.
Falling down.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to go Michael Douglas.
Gotta get out of here. Torched earth.
So before we have a lot of people who want to wrap Tigers. Obviously, I was made aware you had quite a busy few days talking Tigers to your internet fans.
I'll be honest. I mean, look, everybody was frustrated. Like, I don't apologize about any of the frustrations I had.
No.
I got kind of snarked at Monday by Gator. And I will say Gator was right because he had the Tigers winning, albeit it was a very ugly series.
Yes.
Scoobs, stole the first one. And there were so many issues that everybody was saying, well, it's a new season. It's October now. It's playoff baseball.
Guilty.
But you look at the last 20 games, and it was like the same stuff, like not taking advantage of any opportunities.
Stop right there for a second, though. Stop.
So I'm thrilled that they won, Mike.
I know
but
that.
There's still part of me that's just like, man, like you know what? Maybe yesterday was finally that switch that just flipped on. That's like, okay, we remember who we
I got
are.
an idea. He just gave a light bulb moment here. Remember I was talking about like the players doing what they're doing and how it's weird? Let's ask a former player, albeit a different sport. Did you catch the Tigers kind of getting chesty? Oh, hearing about the 15 and a half games and blow it out your ass. And it's like, that's kind of a weird flex, boys. You cost yourself the division. Hey, the reason you're playing right now with ski goggles on is because you blew a 15 and a half game lead.
Yeah.
As a former player, like what sparks that? Is it the players who say they don't deal with outside noise are actually dealing with it? Or like what does that? That felt so weird to me.
It's because of the outside noise. And in today's world, like I was lucky enough to play where there wasn't as much access. I mean, Twitter was still a thing, but it's not as big as it is now with Instagram and all the social media that people have. Everybody's like now trying to get you that gotcha moment, right? Like, and I know this past week even, look at Shedeur Sanders. Everybody, why you interviewing a third string quarterback? For that exact reason. You want to get something to, spark and ignite and go viral, and that's like that's the different world that athletes live in now. So yeah, I think that it's impossible for these guys not to hear criticism unless you don't have electronics. I mean, if you have a computer or a phone, like you're probably hearing some of the stuff. But yeah, I think that, but most people in my world, I try to keep it. Certainly, I'm a fan of this team. I love this team. But the same part, you look at it critically, like you didn't just lose games like, oh, we got a couple bad bounces, or man, like we're playing really well and the other team just got the ball last, or we just like it wasn't like one of those feelings like where you're playing good, but just everything that could go wrong is going wrong. It was like you're playing terrible
and you're playing
at the
awful
worst
team.
time of the year. And that's how I looked at it, where it's like, okay, I can see if you're, losing games just like unlucky, right? Like bad calls by the umpires, or man, like, we just missed the plate for the go-ahead run, whatever it was. Like, if you're losing games like that, you can still kind of convince yourself that, okay, we're still that team. But the way that they had been playing the last 20 games was just like, man, this is just unrecognizable from what we saw in the first, 145 games, where it's like, okay, this is like the gritty team. They lost their gritty title throughout the last 20 games, 15 games of the season.
Right.
They got it back, I think, yesterday. And I think that it was so weird because, Mike, I'm sitting there yesterday and, the game was at 3 o'clock. It was probably 2:30, and I was already pissed off. I was already irritated because I'm like,
grumble,
what has this team done to give me hope? I just want something tangible that I can lock onto. And hey, they're pitching this Cecchini kid, like one of your Italian cousins.
Chachi Ciccione.
It's
my
like
cousin.
But give me something that's like, hey, they're gonna do this because they're really good against this or in this situation. And there was nothing tangible. It was just basically like, you know what? I finally submitted myself to saying it's playoff baseball. Anything can happen. They just you feel like, and I'll give Gator credit. He told me this on Monday. You just feel like at some point you're due. Like, just hang in the game long enough and then you're going to be due. They blew game 2, in my opinion. They had obviously 1 for 15 there.
AJ
runners
lost
in
his
scoring
mind.
positions. AJ did get outmanaged, no doubt. But to watch them come back yesterday kind of reignited, I think, my fandom to just say, you know what, this is playoff baseball, and this is a team that for 140 games of the season, battled their asses off, and are gritty guys. Do I expect them to go to the World Series or win a World Series? No, I don't. But I kind of submitted myself to let's just have fun on this ride. You know what I mean? And look, if things go sideways against Seattle and they get blown,
TJ,
doors blown out, it's like, okay, it's playoff baseball, but I've kind of submitted myself as a fan just to say, you know what? I'm committed now to not being angry and not going to complain and not going to bitch. I just want to enjoy this. Hopefully,
Sounds like
they can
TJ's
put
in
together
couples
some
therapy
special-
over here.
Because
Jesus.
honestly,
This
the
runs
last
deep.
those 3 games, for me, it was just such a super high and then such a super low and then such a super high and then such a super low. It's like, I can't keep doing that to myself. I'm getting headaches. I'm almost 40. I can't do this with my blood pressure. I just can't do it. It's it's hurting my brain. So I've just told myself, just enjoy it. It's better than where we've been the last 8 years with this team. We're in the playoffs. You want a playoff series. The little devil on my shoulder says, yeah, you shouldn't even been playing in the wild card in the first place. You should have been waiting until this weekend. But you know what? Maybe playing in that wild card round instead of taking a week and a half break like other teams, maybe that helps this team. Maybe that gives these young guys confidence to go out there and say, you know what? We went to Cleveland, albeit not world beaters, right? We know that Cleveland – they've been a thorn in our side, but that maybe that gives the young kids confidence that, you know what, we've proven that we can battle and we can stick with it, man, and we can go on the road for 3 games and win 2 of them. You know what? Hey, let's just go out there and have fun. Nobody expects anything out of us. Let's take all the pressure off our shoulders and let's go out there and just keep having fun. That's what I saw in the 7th inning. Yesterday, 8th inning, whatever it was, that they just looked like they just had
TJ.
no pressure and just let's go have fun and see what happens.
They needed to see runs go across the board. So that's what it was. Because I said, whoever gets to 3 is going to win this thing. And it's going to be just relief. And you saw that was the Tigers. They start having fun again. They start believing themselves again.
Yeah, that was like a 1980s Army versus Navy game, 1st to 7.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And
First team to score a touchdown.
Maybe Javi will stay Javi and not be Javier. And you'll.
Although you were wrong about Javi. You had him hitting a walk-off this series, which
I did.
Yeah.
He didn't hit a walk-off.
Well, you can't do that when you're on the road. But he did have a. I'm just giving you a hard time.
I know.
He was good. Honestly, I think outside of Scooble, position players.
We were joking around.
Javi Baez was incredible. And I don't even really care about his at-bats. Some of the defensive plays that he made.
But you know what?
That's a guy with
but
playoff
TJ,
experience like playoff
Javi
Javi
is so
back.
good, he can hit a walk-off on the road.
He can just end it.
Yeah, just
Top
end-
of the 9th.
I dare.
We don't even need to bat.
I dare you to
Javi-
bat. We win.
I'm giving you a hard
Concede.
time. But no, he was really good. But yeah, Tigers, man, I've gotten to the point now where it's like, okay, I think winning that game 3 where everything was stacked against you. You had 20 straight games of,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at Cam.
What are you laughing like? You looking at, oh my God.
Remarkable.
Sorry, Cam Newton on the screen wearing.
Hold that
He
thought.
looks like the guy from Monopoly.
Okay.
Is that what he's trying to dress up
Hold that
as?
thought because we have a
Good
critical
Lord.
question, and I think we should take some Tiger calls. We'll get to the lines at 4:00. David Femininio, every lawyer says the same thing. Well, we've got lots of experience. I'd hope so. Experience doesn't mean much if you're treated just like a number. For David, it's very personal. From day one, hey, just trying to handle some business over here, if you don't mind. All right, David. Okay, then. David Femininio, if you've been in a car accident, call him 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or visit him online anytime at getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we're going to get to your phone calls here in a second. A little bit of a curveball, even though TJ's here talking some Tigers. Get to the Lions at 4. TJ, just a quick, critical question because it's our theme of the day.
Yeah, can't wait.
No, this is a very legitimate question.
You say that every time and then ask me, have I ever peed myself on the sidelines?
Gotcha. This is actually a baseball question. I want to know if with the win over Cleveland, have you forgiven Scott Harris for the deadline? And if not, what would they have to do for you to forgive?
Wow.
Not legitimate enough?
No,
Bitch?
actually, you're making me think this week, which is shocking. Normally you give me A, B, C, A, B, or C. Can I have this is a yes or no question, though, so I guess that's simple. No, I mean, I think I would have to see them win in Seattle.
Okay.
Just because it's, with how much high we're riding off yesterday's win and, you know what, hey, like, big sigh of relief, big deep breath, everybody. You still look at this team and say, man, like, every trade that he made outside of Finnegan, who had been pretty good, every other trade that you made would, like, literally statistically made this team worse. When you brought in Paddock and Morton and who's the other guy that I'm missing? Who
cares?
Yeah, with the dreads. Yeah, I just
Honestly.
like everybody that you brought in, it was almost like they were trying to repeat last year. Where what's his name? Montero, I think it was. Not Cater, but it like made your team worse. Which is they tried to repeat last year, where it's, hey, let's bring up this guy from AAA with a 7.8 ERA. And he's just going to turn into a magician once he gets here. That's kind of what it looked like. Let's just grab some guys that nobody think is worth a damn, but we'll figure them out. And obviously, those guys were disastrous this season, which was a big part of their downfall, just the way their bullpen was. And I think it stresses out your starting pitchers. So, I can't look back at that and say that that was a success. I think it was a massive failure, especially with the team being in that position at that time. Like one of the top, I think they had the top record in
they did
major leagues at the time of the trade deadline. But it also, Mike and I think we talked about it too. Like it reminds me of almost like the Red Wings, where it's like we just give us a couple more years. We got some young guys that are going to come up eventually, and give us, it'll be 2031, and like, see, that's why 8 years ago we didn't trade these guys away. But it's like fans, you don't have that. You don't have that patience, especially when you look at a team that we all thought at the time of the trade deadline could have been a legitimate contender. And if you add one or two more pieces of Bednar and a Finnegan, I know the batter that got traded to Seattle, Suarez. Eugenio Suarez. Like, I know he hasn't been great, but does that just the presence of bringing in a big time guy can lift up the rest of the room? And you see that with trades all the time. And I think that's a big reason why I know I'm kind of – stay with me here. When Micah Parsons gets traded to Green Bay, that brings up the level of competition from everybody around you, because now you're looking at it and saying, oh, man, we got this guy in the lineup, right? Like, I need to pick my stuff up. I don't want to be the odd guy out, or hey, man, he's going to bring us a lot of success. Like, that gives you a boost, an adrenaline boost, a momentum boost, physically, mentally, whatever you want to call it. So when he didn't do that, it was kind of just like basically what we've seen Steve Yzerman do and saw Dylan Larkin say,
well,
like,
you're in the
we
vast
could have
majority.
used the boost there. Like, they're kind of going down the same path where they're playing the long game. And that's, I think, where my frustration comes from a lot of fans, because it's like, dude, I don't care if Hao-Yu Lee turns into an all-star in 2033 and comes back to beat us. Like, we want to win now because we don't have that patience.
It's been 42 years.
Yeah, because we also see the product that we have right now. Fans feel like this is a team that is good enough that, and you, Mike, I know you talk about it too, in this, especially in this AL, to go out and beat anybody.
100%.
So that's
okay.
Yeah, I would have to say. I know I went long there. I would have to see them. I would have to see them beat Seattle.
Okay.
Before I think that, okay, you know what, Scott Harris, like, okay,
that's what a lot of the calls have to do with. So let's see. I want to see if people. It's been kind of a 3-1 margin of people saying no, I'm not absolving. They would need to do a lot more. But again, I don't think fans are wrong if they don't care enough to just say, I forgave him, whatever. Let's go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Mike, you got me cracking up, dude. Like, I am having the worst week, culminating in the most frustrating day ever, where I want to kill everyone, including myself. and you just got me cracking up. Browning drops back to pass, wheelchair. Dying over here.
That is a Jake Browning snap generally. Drops back to pass.
Hey, Chad, just deep breath, buddy. It's Friday. All right, we got the weekend coming up. Just trying to calm you down a little bit there, brother.
Go take a walk.
Now, what do you got?
Yep. It's actually, TJ made a great point just now when he said he was referring to Scott's comment that, I didn't want to be, I don't know what the word Scott used, but I don't want to regret, trading away a prospect.
Yeah, you didn't want to get haunted. Yeah.
Haunted, yeah. And it's like, dude, I don't care if some kid you trade away comes back to beat us in 2030 or returns into an MVP in 2030. I don't care. Go get people. And so for me, the answer to the question is resounding, unequivocally, no. No, he is absolutely not forgiven. Scott reminds me of Richie in The Sopranos. He thinks very highly of himself, but no one thinks as highly of him as he thinks of himself. Scott can't get free agents here. He won't make trades. He can't get free agents here. He botched the Erod thing. For whatever reason, I know Boston offered more, but they're saying Bregman's gonna opt out. I don't think players, for whatever reason, believe in Scott. He can't get guys here. And for me personally, and I think Mike will agree, in baseball, you cannot and never will draft and develop your way to a World Series. You've got to sign big-time free agents. Or maybe not big-time, but you've got to upgrade your roster with the pro scouting. And he just won't do it. He told us 4 years ago, when Miggy comes off the books, we'll spend. It was 4 years ago.
It's been gradual. No, Chad, I'm with you. And look, all I can say, you don't get points for trying, but they did try with Alex Bregman. They made a great offer. He didn't take it. The payroll's going up slow. The trade deadline, I'm gonna just pound this into people's heads. The trade deadline has nothing to do with finances. Nothing. Those are not financial moves. Whether it's a guy who you're paying the prorated amount, who's expiring like Suarez, or even a Bednar, as TJ said, or a Yohan Duran, like I've said, with term, those are players that are not making a lot of money. So it's not about finances. It's about what TJ said and what I've said and what Rico said. The plan for the Wings is the same plan for the Tigers. Wait for the kids. Mm-hmm. The difference is, even though Yzerman and Harris have been equally ineffective at the pro scouting level, it's worked on the baseball diamond. It hasn't worked on the ice, but it's the same plan. Mm-hmm. They hoard prospects.
And they refuse to move them. And it's like, and I think that's the thing that really burns a lot of people, that whole, I don't want to be haunted by the fact that I let these guys go. And it's like,
you'll be more haunted when you didn't win a World Series and Skubal's pitching for the Padres in another year.
Right. That's what it's like. Who cares?
Well, you'll be more haunted when, let's say you got 5 guys that you think are going to be studs and 4 of them turn out to be
duds,
career minor league guys. And you say, man, we could have made that trade. Do you want them now at 10 cents on the dollar? You know what I mean? Which happens.
That's
right?
what people don't realize is there are so many, even with watching Cleveland yesterday. I mean, when you look at like the curious path of prospects, or here, look at my Yankees. There was a time Anthony Volpe was basically the best prospect in baseball. How's that worked out? I want to launch that kid to the moon. So like, it's a blood sport, man. It's really tough.
Yeah, it is. And I hate to even having this conversation is weird because because I'm still like soaking in kind of yesterday's win and watching this team seemingly hit the corner there and like finally get back to the turn that is recognizable, something that we haven't seen in the last 3 to 4 weeks. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean, those are all fair questions, obviously. But I'm still kind of riding the high of not celebrating, so to say, that you go into Cleveland and you beat, their ass
no champagne,
lineup, but
no champagne.
But I did see things where it's like, man, you're starting pitching. Rico, we talked about it in the break. Like starting pitching was, I thought, phenomenal. I thought all 3 guys, obviously Skubal, Mize, Flaherty gave you the game that he needed to give you. Like he needed to give you a chance. Let's get to the late innings, keep the runs down, and there were positive signs. So I don't want the bigger picture where we talk about like, man, what we could have done a couple months ago. That's past now. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to live in the moment where it's just like we're in the playoffs. This team, like maybe they found something yesterday. And I just want to, as I said, to open up the show,
Try to enjoy it.
Just kind of submit myself to just enjoying it and just kind of enjoying the ride and see what happens with these young kids.
Yeah, that's how I feel about MSU football.
I know it's kind of a cheap way out, but that's just
No, it's not. You're being a
I'm
human
sick
being.
of my blood pressure like going through the roof
Exactly.
watching this team, and I'm just going to watch them, and hopefully somebody can come up with a big hit once in a while, and maybe something that they found yesterday.
It's like me
will
watching
roll over to
MSU
Seattle.
football. I just watch, and maybe the stadium will collapse, and it'll all be over.
You
Hey,
would feel horrible.
Not that bad.
it's even worse. We'll get more of your Tiger calls. We got the picks coming up at 3:45, and yes,
I meant the Tigers aren't that bad. Yeah.
No.
Not your Spartans.
Oh, they're worse. And we'll get a little Lions talk at 4 because let's face it, the Bengals are, as Cam Ward says, ass. Rico?
All right, guys, have you ever gone over to a friend's house? They were pumped to say, hey, I got the football game, but their setup, total mess, just a hot mess. Lagging, buffering, switching between apps, trying to find
They
the
got
game.
a hot dog roller in the living room.
He claimed he was a big fan, but it actually felt like you were fan fish. See, if you call yourself a football fan, you got to have Xfinity. It's the ultimate sports destination. I can find the best games and my favorite teams all in one place. And the way I watch, it's next level. It's the perfect fan flex. I've got all the action right in my living room. Plus, Xfinity's best picture and sound with enhanced 4K. So clear, it feels like I'm actually at the stadium. Sometimes I got 4 games going on at once. Why? Because, hey, why not? On top of that, I get real-time notifications and live stats right on my TV. It's the best seat in the house every time. Next game, make sure that big fan isn't a big fail. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Multi-view requires Xfinity 4K capable TV box.
All right, let's get right to the people. We'll get the picks in about 10 minutes and then a little Lions talk at 4, but we're talking Tigers. You know the two questions of the day, and we go to Ryan. He's up next, 97.1. Or actually, Dre first. I'm sorry. Dre, what's going on, bud?
What's up? How you doing?
Good, Dre. What's going on?
Yeah, so I think the answer is kind of conflated because the way I feel towards the players and Hinch, for that matter, I think we're square now. They righted the wrong of losing the division by being the exact opponent that took it from them, so we'll call it square. But that has nothing to do with my feeling towards Scott Harris. Because actually, the further they go, the more irritated I get because I feel like his lack of assertiveness and aggressiveness at the deadline put limitations on what this team can do. So, yeah, the players and coaches, we good now. You guys right or wrong, but no, Harris, and I think another thing, too, with fans is that nothing is more aggravating and rubs you the wrong way than their smartest guy in the room mentality. And when you see somebody doing this, well, I know, and, we don't have to do that, and my way is going to work, where if you pay any kind of attention to baseball, you know that prospects are a crapshoot. Doesn't matter for guy. I mean, we have a case study with 2 number 1 overall picks here. It doesn't matter where you was drafted, where you were in a major league pipeline as you're coming through the minors. You really don't know what somebody's going to be. So to put so much faith in that, and I need to hoard all these guys as if, they're all going to pan out, it's just foolery. And then on top of that, too, Mike, you know this as a Yankees fan, even Tigers fans, you know this as well. Let's say 3 or 5 of those guys pan out and the Tigers become really, really good and they're in the mix. In terms of winning the World Series, it's more than just being good. It's about opportunity. It's about the pathway.
Right.
I mean, we were good enough to win the World Series in 2011, but we had the Texas Rangers who ended our season.
All you can do is improve your odds. You can't guarantee anything.
Exactly.
There are no guarantees.
But the pathway, right. But what's more important is that, and this is where I get mad at Harris and even Holmes at times in terms of this whole Super Bowl window, is that I don't mind, and I actually think it's a good idea to have an initial plan and strategy, how you want to build your franchise, your organization, or whatever. But as things happen in the present, and certain windows open up, whether it was quicker than you expected or later.
You got to adapt. You have to evolve.
You got to adapt.
Yeah, and that, listen, Dre, nobody wanted an all-in approach. I don't think it'd be wise for the Tigers to do it. Baseball's too coin flippy. But they needed to do more than they did, and they needed to try. And I think that's why a lot of fans are still annoyed. I mean, you can be happy with the win, but it's just this undeniable thing. They offered you, the customer, nothing. And that's what you get, nothing. and I have talked about this. Talk to people in baseball. I said this yesterday. A friend of mine who works for another major league organization. This was the worst deadline for a contender that he or his coworkers had ever seen. Okay? Like, it's okay to you got to swim in that. You got to own that.
Yeah, because it wasn't like they were struggling. They had one of the best records. They had the best record in baseball for
and
a
I
little
gave
bit.
You Charlie Morton. Shut up,
right.
You ungrateful bastard.
Yeah.
I gave you Chris Paddock. How dare you? So look, if they keep winning, people will end up feeling just fine. But I understand if people say, hey, I'm pumped they won like TJ did. But, come on, that deadline, you didn't help us. They're not in this position where Scooble's not starting game 1 if they do something at the deadline. I think that is far more true than not true, that they would have held on to this division, that they maybe would have held on to the 2 spot had you made a couple legitimate moves, much to TJ's point. What did I want at the deadline? 2 high-leverage relievers and a right-handed bat. Yeah. They got 1.
Yeah. And also, I think the fear on the flip side of that is, look at the Padres. They traded their top prospect, and they just got bounced in.
But they traded for Mason
Miller.
Miller.
But that's the fear, I think, of GMs, is if we do make this big move and it doesn't work out.
Okay, but can we at least be fair? Mason Miller has 4 years of team control.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So now the player you traded, the shortstop kid or whatever his name is, he's got to be better than Mason Miller. Otherwise, why do I care?
Right. And here's the thing. GMs, you're hired to be fired. So you could try to slow play your employment and really do nothing, or you can just say, you know what? I'm going to try to make some moves, and I'm going to solidify my spot with this organization.
I'll tell you right now, I blame college football for the impatience for fans. Because
Ooh, I like this.
Stick with me. I think that college football used to be the epitome of, hey, develop guys, recruit guys. We've got freshmen. Wait till they're juniors. Wait till they're seniors. That's all gone.
Now it's boats and
now
hose.
Now college football. There is no more, and I think this is true with all the sports. There's no more building a program. There's building a team. How can you build me a team this year? That's what people want to see.
Well,
Pro
TJ,
sports
think about
obviously
this.
different, but that's kind of the fans' expectation and mentality right now is like, no, we expect to be good this year.
No,
make moves to make us good right now.
But not even college football. Think of it like this. It used to be you drafted a quarterback in the first round, and he sat for a year or two, and then he went. Now you draft a quarterback, and you better be playing him before week 4.
It's all about Kurt Signetti. All right, football's back. TV, is it playing like a backup QB like Jake Browning? Upgrade it. Paulson's your technology partner. Go big, the 98-inch 4K TV, front row feel, shorter bathroom lines, and I guarantee you better concession prices. Paulson's right now, their Video Matters event, Wednesday, October 15th, 5:30 to 8:30. Reps from Sony, LG, and every big brand you can think of. Demos on the latest and greatest products, including their preview of a 163-inch TV wall, the largest display of any AV store in the Midwest. It's Paulson's Audio Video, Farmington Hills, 248-553-4100. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Paulson's Audio Video. We do it every week, and the band is fully back together. It's time for the picks. Congratulations to TJ Lang, a winning week last week as we begin. Number 14, Iowa State, an underdog at unranked Cincinnati. Cincy laying 1.5. Rico Beard.
You know what, Mike? After last week, I probably should pick last, but I can't do that because I had a horrible week. I don't understand why Iowa State is not favored, so I'm going to listen to the little mic on my shoulder. I'm going to take Cincy.
I'm a fan of walking into rakes this week. I'm with Rico in that I don't know why this is where it is, so I'll just take Iowa State and get hit in the face.
All righty, over to David.
Yeah, in fact, I asked Mike about this game earlier in the week because it didn't make sense to me, and the line did not move. It did not change, so I have to go Cincinnati.
TJ.
I don't know why I'm going Iowa State. I think they're just better at taking the ball away on defense, and that's what I'm going to ride with. So give me the Cyclones.
Iowa State lost their top 2 corners last week, and the man known as Big Citrus, Pete Orange or whatever his name is on the D-line, may not play. It's Sorsby season. Give me Cincy.
I feel like you should go first so the rest of us have all your inside
I'm happy to
information
do that. Do you want me to start doing that?
Well, now that I know they lost both their corners.
All right, number 16, Vandy, catching 10.5 as they traveled up Bama to take on Rico's bestie, Kalen DeVore.
What?
Oh,
what was that? Okay.
Jeez.
Glad that was David.
Alabama coming off of a very emotional victory. I get this is a revenge factor, but I don't think they're going to be as motivated for Vandy. Give me Vandy in the point.
Over to Kenny.
Rico, you're a wise and beautiful man. Vandy beats Alabama. Forget the points. No, I'm just kidding. Give me the points.
Okay, over to David.
Are there any other reasons to that, Kenny, other than you hate Bama?
No, not that I can think of. No.
Then I'm going Bama.
Oh.
TJ?
Yeah, I think Vandy, look, their run game is going to be good enough to keep it close with Alabama. 10.5. I know they got the revenge factor after Vandy ripped the goalpost out and threw it in the river last year. But, it's a new team. I think Diego Pavia.
Yes.
Man, he's good enough to keep him in the game. I'm taking Vandy in the points.
Pavia, 16-4 as an underdog. Also, Vandy, they only run one play per 31 seconds, but they pound the rock. Bama struggles to stop it, and Bama can't run it. Let's take the points in Pavia. Miami laying 4.5. They travel to Florida State. Rico.
Wow, this goes back to the 90s when this game used to actually mean something. Look, it's the battle of the state of Florida. First time Miami's leaving Miami. I'm leaning towards give me Florida State in the points.
Kenny.
I also will take Florida State in the points. Miami's overrated.
David.
A rivalry unlike any other. These two quarterbacks have hated each other. They don't even know each other. Miami, Florida State, whatever. It's just a name game. I'll go Miami.
You're right, Rico. Takes us back to the 90s when you were in your 10th year teaching specs.
Oh,
is that about? Okay,
This
sorry.
again.
Take shot.
Poor
I'm sorry.
Rico.
Give me Timmy Castellanos.
Yeah,
Tommy Castellanos. I laugh anytime I see a Castellanos name. Something always bad happens, and sorry I said a racist slur, but Tommy Castellanos goes for an 80-yard run.
You just found
You don't
another
remember
drop.
what I'm talking
Thank
about
you,
with the
TJ.
Nick Castellanos. Okay, I'm taking Florida State. I'll explain after the break. You don't remember that?
Oh, there's a deep drive to right.
I'm sorry for doing that. As
Oh,
Castellanos
now we
hits a home run.
I don't know if I'm
might
ever
be
putting
fired.
this headset
I don't know
on
if I'm ever
again.
going to work again.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, let me tell
Castellanos
you,
hits
you're
a bomb to
not.
left field.
This is like our
Okay,
Shohei
back to
call.
my
Like,
apology.
where are we going with this?
We're out of time. Give me Miami. Michigan State catching 11.5. They travel to Nebraska. Rico.
I'm going to take Nebraska and the 11.5.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Over to Kenny.
Well, Rico went 2-8 last week, and I had MSU, so now I feel even better about it. Give me State.
Oh, jeez.
What?
David.
Nebraska, Kenny, Nebraska.
Am I missing something?
No.
I don't think Nebraska's that good.
No.
Michigan State.
This is an
What-
emotional
what's
hedge
going
for
on?
me.
Okay.
It's got to be.
If Nebraska blows them out, I get the points
11
for
and a
this.
half?
And I'll gladly lose if,
Did Aiden Childs break his leg in practice this
They
week?
can't stop anybody.
The way I don't care. I'm taking Michigan. I'm taking Michigan State.
It's possible.
I'm
Give it
taking
time.
Michigan State. That's too many points.
Only the 49ers get that injured.
Look, Nebraska gives up 160 yards on the ground a week. If you
Are you going to?
If you can't stay within 11 and a half, pack and leave. Michigan State. Wisconsin travels to Michigan.
That's what it's come to.
That's it.
Just stay within 11 and a half.
That's all we have. We have nothing.
Hey, it was the.
I got a coach who's got the personality of a bag of mayo. I don't have anything.
Yeah,
Matt Rule's a fraud,
against
so
USC.
you'll be
that
fine.
late touchdown made sure USC didn't cover.
Trust me,
Good
you'll be
for
fine.
you.
Matt Rule's a fraud.
Okay, we go Wisconsin catching 17 and a half for Michigan.
Nothing says football like big noon kickoff. Yeah, of course, give me the Wolverines.
Kenny.
I am with Rico. I will also take the Wolverines.
David.
Wolverines.
TJ.
Yeah, I hate taking a lot of
Eastside
road teams.
Undertaker.
I'm taking Wisconsin.
Why?
Sharon Moore back. I think it's going to be more conservative game plan. I think the last couple games have been, Rico, as you said, substitute teacher. Let's just go out there and have fun. There's no rules. This just seems to me like a black and blue type of game, and 17 and a half is a lot of points.
The alpha and
Wisconsin.
omega.
They're still, they still got some fight in them. I'm taking Wisconsin.
Wisconsin can't score in a whorehouse.
I don't care. You know what? Maybe it might be a 10-0 game then.
Wisconsin.
In the first quarter, give me Michigan.
Okay.
What?
No, I was going to say Wisconsin
I'm
or
on an island.
Cincinnati. Who scores more points?
Cincy.
Wow.
100%. I think Wisconsin could get shut out in this game. Let's go to the NFL, please.
Please.
Chargers laying 2.5. They host the Commanders. Rico.
Commanders, look, Jaden Daniels is back, but they're minus their wide receivers. Give me the Chargers.
Yeah, that plus 2.5, not that big of a number, and it's at home. Give me the Chargers.
Yeah, I really thought about picking the Commanders because Daniels was back, but no weapons, so Chargers.
TJ.
Probably more of an emotional pick from me because I just think that even the Chargers coming off a terrible loss to Mike, congratulations, your G-men.
Oh, yeah.
I still think they're going to be a big threat in the AFC, so I'm taking the Chargers.
Give me the Bolts. Bounce back spot. I think the Commanders blow. Chiefs laying 3.5. They travel to Duval. Everybody get your fishing vests on. And then Liam Cohen, what do you got?
Keep my name out your mouth.
Yeah, right. I wish Salo would have cracked him right in the skull.
Monday night, Taylor Swift just dropped a new album. Give me the Chiefs.
Okay, we go to Kenny.
Jags at home plus
Chiefs.
3.5. Give me the Jags.
Yes. You seem like a guy from Duval.
Definitely an insult. David.
I cannot believe you picked the game, Rico, because of Taylor Swift. Because of that alone, I'm going Jags.
Tej, you're not going to take the Chefs?
I think I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm going to change my pick. I had the Jaguars.
Okay.
I had maybe the Chiefs, a letdown game after
Travis
beating the hell out of
Kelce's gonna get a
Baltimore,
couple
but you know what? Maybe the
touchdowns.
Chiefs figured something out. I'm going to take KC.
Jaguars D has been really, really underrated. They've been pretty good. It's also that weird humidity. I almost saw TJ die in a game when the Pack went down to Jacksonville.
Miami? Jacksonville?
Yeah.
That-
Your face was as red as a clown nose. Jags. Bucks, Seahawks. Seahawks laying 3.5. Rico Beard.
You know what, Mike? I think I'm going to take your advice. I'm not going to trust Geno Smith. I'm going with the Bucks.
Personal growth. One problem. Geno plays for the Raiders. Let's go over to
Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, same thing.
Give me the Bucks.
I really don't trust Phillip Rivers in this Charger game. That's good. He's retired.
Well, Tom Brady's getting a start for the Bucks today. Give me the Bucks.
I'm going to trust Russell Wilson to go with the Seahawks.
I'll tell you, Steve Largen's not playing this week. I like the Bucs.
Warren Sapp's going to have a couple sacks. I'm taking the Bucks, too.
I hate Trent Dilfer. Give me the Seahawks. All right, hold on. Let's get back on track. You're taking the Bucs. Kenny, who are you taking?
I said Bucks.
Seahawks. Seahawks. All right, please say.
I'm taking the Bucks.
I think the Bucs are set up to fail
I
here.
don't trust Geno either.
This is the longest travel you can have in the NFL. No Mike Evans, probably no Bucky Irving. Let's go with the soulless ginger idiot. Give me Seattle. Broncos
Geno's
visit
got
Philly.
red hair.
Huh?
Geno's got red hair.
Exactly. He's got a wig this week. All right, Eagles. Eagles laying 3.5 as they welcome in Denver. I just don't trust Randall Cunningham, Denver. All right, go ahead.
I think in the end, it's going to be the Eagles. A.J. Brown finally works out something with Jalen Hurts. Give me the Eagles.
Kenny?
I am going to go with the Buccaneers.
And David?
I'm going to trust Champ
Hey,
Bailey.
Broncos,
Kenny,
Eagles.
Broncos,
You're taking the
Eagles.
Bucks?
I'm going with the Buccaneers. Broncos, Eagles.
I was looking at the wrong pick. I said Broncos.
See, Kenny, it happens.
He loves Tampa.
Broncos.
He loves Tampa.
Broncos. TJ.
I don't know why. Philly just finds ways to win ugly games. They still haven't figured it out offensively, but they're just a better team. I'm taking Philly.
I'm a big Brock Osweiler guy. Give me Denver.
Tim Tebow? Is he back?
Denver in the points. We got the Holy Ghost on our side. Lions laying 10.5. They travel to the Bengals.
You might as well get the flashing lights going. Double-digit disco. Give me the Lions.
All right. Kenneth?
Well, Joey Harrington getting the start. I'm going to go with the Lions here.
The only way the Bengals can win this game is if Boomer shows up. That's it, Lions.
I think Ken Anderson's going to show up. And
man.
Icky Woods.
Lions win this game, but just for the sake of disagreeing with you guys and trying to steal one here, I think the Bengals get a dirty backdoor cover late in the game. So I'm going to take the point.
I'll take the Lions, but we're doing a bonus pick.
Okay, can't wait.
Saints laying 1.5.
Drew Brees?
Hosting the Giants.
Drew Brees and Eli.
Yeah. Woo! Rico
You know what?
Beard. Who's your wide receivers? Kenny in a neck roll.
oh, my goodness.
Saints are favored. What are you going to do?
Oh, my.
You know what? For Big G.
No.
You've never heard of Mario Manningham, Rico?
Is he still playing?
He's a Giants guy.
Plaxico's coming back to play.
Straight from the
Plax,
hospital.
take the gun out of your sweatpants. Kenny?
Give me the Saints. Who cares?
David?
Saints.
TJ?
Give me the line again.
1.5. Saints are favored.
Saints are favored. Where's the game at?
New Orleans.
Oh, you know what, Mike? I'll do it one time for you and Big G. Listening, hopefully he is. Give me the G-Man. Jackson Dart season, baby. Let's go.
I'll take the Saints. All right. Those are the picks. We are not allowed to enjoy sports as Giants fans. Those are the picks. Shout out Geno Smith, whatever team he's playing for. 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions injury report is dropped. Defensive lineman Lee McNeil is not ready to play quite yet. He's listed as out. Dan Campbell said it was 50-50 earlier. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker and safety Kirby Joseph are questionable. The Tigers... All right, when you're behind the clock, don't blame me. The Tigers have a workout day in Seattle. Adam Amin is getting ready to call the series for Fox starting tomorrow. I have some of the latest on injured Mariners pitcher Brian Wu. A.J. Hinch is set to speak with the media at 6:30 today. Michigan basketball raising Trey Burks number 3 to the Raptors on January 23rd in their matchup against Ohio State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, we've spent a lot of time on the Tigers. We're going to turn a little bit of attention to football. TJ with us. And look, the Bengals game, it's a weird space to be in. Not just in Detroit, but for any team in any town. Being routinely favored by double digits in the NFL is simply not something anyone does. Then even if you are favored, it's rare to just body bag teams. Dan Campbell may just be the outlier. This team may just be the outlier.
Back-to-back weeks, yeah.
I know, it doesn't happen. I mean, even the Bills this week, they're playing the Patriots. They're only 8.5-point favorites. It's not like the Saints are on the schedule. And for all that we talk about the Cleveland Browns, let's be real. I mean, the Browns had won the week before. You were still favored. You dump trucked them. So here's the question, TJ. I don't have anything good to say about Cincinnati. In my opinion, it's the worst or co-worst offensive line in the league. It is a defense that they alienated their best player. They alienated their team captain who left. They lost Lou Anarumo. The defense looks lost. The offense is a disaster. And Joe Burrow's dead. So help me.
Well, the last part is the most important. Joe Burrow was the engine that ran that team. And you're right. Everything you said, they're just undisciplined. Like Zach Taylor, just like they have so many penalty issues, like silly things every single week. Where
Are the
like,
Lions?
Like, come on.
Are the Lions letdown proof?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they've earned that title. They don't care. I think even Jared mentioned earlier in the week that like you don't really look at records. You watch the film and you see what you're going up against. And Cincinnati, the talent that they have, certainly doesn't look like a bad team. And still they're 2-2. Like this is kind of a crossroad for them, right? If they can feel like they're in desperation mode, they've got to press and make them kind of dangerous. But yeah, when you look at it, I think their defense, certainly not as good as what you saw last week in Cleveland. Different style. Do they have some players that can hurt you? Yeah. Obviously, Trey Hendrickson, Lions fans are familiar with. He's been a name we've been talking about for 2 years now about, hey, let's go get him, man. He leads the leagues in sacks every single year. He can be a problem if you let him loose. And even Jeremy mentioned in the update Taylor Decker being questionable. He's been questionable for a couple weeks now.
Shoulder.
But if this is a week where, Taylor isn't ready, what does that offensive line look like? I don't know. Do you kick Pineda left tackle? Do you get Manu some reps? But they certainly have guys defensively that you have to respect. And Mike, going back to your original question, like Dan Campbell still finds ways to make sure they don't overlook anybody. And we've seen that throughout the past 2 years now where a trap game, a bad Tennessee team, a bad Jacksonville team, a bad Cleveland team, like could that be a trap spot? And they go out and just blow the doors off of everybody. I don't really expect that this week. I think it's going to be a little bit low-scoring game just because of some of the pieces that DJ Reed's going to be a big miss on that defense. Like I think that this kind of has more of the makings of a 27-17, 27-20 type of game to me.
Really?
But yeah, it does.
Because, see, I kind of see it like last week where they just go out there and keep scoring and keep scoring.
Well, you're going on the road, so I think it's more of and you put up 38 against Baltimore, which, it's a Monday night game. The adrenaline's kicking a little bit different.
Right, but see, I see a Lions takeover game. If you're a Bengals fan, are you really going to go watch this?
Probably not.
You're selling your ticket to anybody from Detroit.
Yeah. I mean, this is Detroit's chance for this week to take over the entire state of Ohio. We beat Cleveland Sunday. We beat Cleveland, Northern Ohio yesterday to wipe them off the face of the earth. Let's go to Seattle. Let's go to Cincinnati and just conquer the entire state. That's how I look at it. Which I think the Lions aren't going to have problems, but I do think Cincinnati is going to be in desperation mode, which could make them a dangerous team.
Yeah, I look at this as just dead man walking.
Their offense, you're right though, Mike, with their O-line,
It's unbelievable.
It's putrid. I mean, you look at the 31st ranked team averages 80 yards a game on the ground. The Bengals average 50. That's 30 yards less than the next ranked team. Normally you're like a yard and a half, maybe 2 yards out of the next spot. They're 30 yards a game away from just being the 31st ranked offense.
And then there's when they go to pass. Browning steps back to pass.
Yeah.
And let's try that again.
Yeah.
I think the biggest challenge for the Lions, nobody gets hurt.
So let me ask you a question. Two players, one I'm concerned by, one I'm confused by. Fair? You want concern or confusion first for the Lions?
I don't like being confused. Give me the concerned one.
Terrion Arnold. I'm just concerned in that, A, healthy to start the year, still penalty driven, still got dusted a few times where you're on an island. I understand you don't have a lot of help. It's a hard position to be in, but that's the scheme. That's what you're asked to do.
Yeah.
It's like a tackle. You're on an island against Aiden. Hey, that's what you're paid to do.
Yeah.
Now you're seeing injuries creep in. Where are you at with Terrion Arnold? Concern level, because they need him.
1 to 10.
6?
No, I'd lean more right 4.
Okay.
Because I have seen areas of growth. I think that he looks a little quicker to me this year in man coverage. And like you said, Mike, like this is a very difficult defense to be a corner in. Like they tell you basically you're one-on-one most of the game, 90% of the game. You're going to go out there and it's you versus him. And that's very difficult, especially with how they call games now where you jab out a left arm to try to hold the guy up and it's illegal.
Troy Aikman had it right, by the way.
It's this.
Troy Aikman had it right on Monday night.
Yeah.
The product ain't good. And he basically said, look, yes, that was a penalty. You don't need to call that.
No, exactly.
Like it's
there's
the ref
unnecessary
show has
things.
taken over.
100%. And that's frustrating too. And I know it is for corners, but I equate those guys to offensive linemen where you can have 65 plays and 64, you're beating the hell out of somebody.
We remember the one.
And then the one that you get beat, that's everybody's looking at. Oh, man, like you got torched, right? Like I could,
Isn't it amazing how the
Taylor
inverse-
Decker could beat the hell out of Myles Garrett the entire game, and then he gets one sack,
right?
Maybe a fumble, and
Well,
it's
then
like,
there's
Myles Garrett killed you the entire
Then
game.
there's the
That's
inverse,
not true,
where
but
for D linemen, they
reality.
can get bodied all game, but they
and
get
have
one
one play.
meaningless sack
One
in the
play.
fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, bro. And it's like, okay, we played 67 snaps, and he was Casper for 66 of them.
Yeah, there's
what you're doing
There's certain positions where your scheme can help you.
David sees it too.
Like even when I was still playing, I mean, I know it's been 6 years now since I played, but you watch some other offensive lines and you're like, God, like they have it so easy.
Yeah,
they just run the ball and max protect, and everything's a bootleg. Like, we're dropping back, throwing the ball 50 times a game, 1-on-1? Like, man, this is difficult. But I think that's what they expect from their guys. Shepard and Dan Campbell expect from these defenders is you're here for a reason, man. Like you got to go get the job done, and it's going to be you, and you're going to be in the spotlight.
Here's
and
who
you're
I'm
gonna have
confused by.
one-on-ones, and you got to go win. And I think Terrion Arnold just go long, but
you're fine.
He has shown some plays to me where he's been a lot closer to the ball. He's close to getting that takeaway. He hasn't had a takeaway yet in his career. Obviously, being banged up on the other side with DJ Reed, going to miss.
It's
a
just
pretty
concerns me.
significant amount of time. It seems like Terrion's going to be the guy that I think other quarterbacks, when they're standing there waiting for the snap, they're going to probably see where you're at. You're going to get tested, but with that comes an opportunity to go improve.
It's also he's very handsy. He's got to watch.
He's physical, but I think that's why they like him. I mean, he's physical, he's sticky. Like
what he
and we
reminds
go
me
back
of?
to it too. Like some of the penalties you look at, even the one against Baltimore. I know I'm going back a couple weeks now, but oh my God, DeAndre Hopkins, where he drew the defense DPI. Hopkins had his hand up under Terrion's face mask and wrenching his neck back, and Terrion at that point's like, "What do you want me to do?" And he gets called for it. It's like, okay, can you blame him for that?
Terrion
It's a
just
physical
reminds
play.
me-
I'd rather you just let the guys play, but like you said, Mike,
the
these
ref
guys
show.
they're making such an emphasis on contact in the secondary where you're right. It's starting to, in my opinion, be detrimental to the game because some of these calls, they don't even matter.
No,
it's not even close to the play.
Terrion reminds me of you got to go in the Wayback Machine a little bit, but you remember Trey Waynes?
Yeah,
really good college corner,
Michigan
but he was
State guy,
physical,
wasn't he?
handsy guy.
Played
that
for
was his
Minnesota,
calling
I
card.
think it was.
But why
Yeah.
did he not succeed as much as he could have at the pro level.
Yeah.
Too handsy.
Yeah.
He never could figure out what you did on Saturday ain't going to work on Sunday.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason. Look, Terrian's got better God-given ability. I hope he turns it on. The player I'm
Yeah, I think he
confused
will.
by is
Okay.
JMO. Why have we not seen a little bit more? I feel like he's the odd man out in the offense so far. Obviously, he had the drop against Cleveland, but I want to see him a little bit more involved.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but I think there's just
too many mouths to feed.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. I don't think this team game plans for one guy. And if you're going to game plan for one receiver, who are you going to game plan for? It's Amon-Ra.
No, but right.
It's Amon-Ra,
It's
you
why
know,
I
and
kept
it's-
telling everybody, like, well, Tesla's going to, guys, Tesla's the fifth option.
There's still time.
Yeah.
Okay. He has ability, but right now, right, you're going to take away balls from Amon-Ra? No.
Yeah. Or Laporta, who's made some really clutch catches
Yeah.
over the middle of the field.
Or Gibbs out the backfield.
I don't think you go into the game thinking like, oh, we have to give JMO 10 targets. If it works out that way because Amon-Ra's attracting all the coverage, then that's the way the game's going to go. Something was definitely off last week, Mike. I don't want to overreact to it. He had a couple drops, and him and Jared just weren't on the same page. That interception that he threw, it seemed like maybe he expected JMO just to keep going straight and just kind of threw it to the outside. Bad pass either way. But there was one, I'll tell you, can't remember the point of that game. I think it was in the first half where he tried to hit JMO on a deep post, and it would have been wide open touchdown. But there was a little bit of pressure, and it affected Jared's feet. It affected his throwing lane. It's kind of sped up his timing a little bit. That threw him off. But I think JMO is exactly what we think JMO is, where if you can go get us 3-4 catches and be explosive and be that guy that's threatening downfield, that's a big part of why this offense is so good at the underneath routes. And it's such a big reason of why Amon-Ra draws a lot of one-on-one coverage, because it's like, okay, JMO's got the speed on the other side. We have to pay attention to that. So maybe you lean off of Amon-Ra a little bit, and now that you give him more space to work with. Also, I think last week, not overreacting, but I think they needed to play. They played the type of game they needed to play in that passing game where it was shorter passes, quick passes. We don't want to sit back and take 7-step drops because we know, this defensive line is pretty damn good. We trust our O-line, but we got to speed up a little bit. So I think that just the game plan-wise last week was to speed it up a little bit, get the ball out of your hands, which, and I would say that's JMO's bread and butter, right? He's the deep threat, but I'm not concerned about him at all.
You want to do who said it?
Yeah.
Are we prepared?
Yeah.
Tremendous. We'll do it
Yes,
next.
let's
and,
dog
and then
some
I
of
know
our
you have to go to
coworkers.
your pig roast or wherever you're headed this evening. We'll talk about like a luau or something. He's got something very exotic planned.
What do you got to go to your pasta fest? You
there you go.
Yeah,
There you hey.
Where you got to go? Where you got pasta night
There
at
you
the
go.
house? Yeah.
Yeah, I got to go to Meatball Con. All right. Welcome
Mikey
back.
Pizza
What else?
boxes.
I'm just going to leave the studio.
Where are you going?
Whoa. All right, I know summer's beautiful and it's continuing, but it's probably going to snow next week. So why don't we get our furnaces in order with Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing? Guys, they do it the best. They come in, $79. They give you a full inspection, make sure that furnace is running right, $30 off the regular price. The spots fill up quick. And don't forget, they also do the plumbing, as we mentioned, electrical, generators, all discounted. Do it now at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. We do it every week. Our coworkers say things. We have to guess who exactly said these things. It is time for Who Said
I
It.
didn't say bad things about them.
David, who's eligible?
All right, listen carefully. Listen carefully.
Okay, we got a hint coming, boys.
All day, everyone is available.
Okay, there's definitely going to be a Caputo
All day
in
and
there
night.
at
All
some
day
point.
and night, guys.
There's going to be a Chapman in there. You guys get the hint?
I'm thinking, okay.
A Caputo, Chapman's alive.
Can you get a witness?
Who's on that?
Mark Ryan.
2 a.m.?
All days of the week or just weekdays?
Just weekdays.
Okay.
Just weekdays.
Let's
We've had
go.
a couple surprises this week on the air.
Oh, good.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Oh, good. That's great.
Make us think, baby. Let's go.
Nothing you can do about that now. Now that you can do is advance in the playoffs. Forget whatever happened in the past. It's just that it's in the past.
Very vague.
I mean, hell, I've said something like that. I don't know. It's kind of a stock thing of like you either believe that the crash at the end of the year was going to kill him or you just put it in the rearview mirror. I don't know. I know.
David went full Tiger baseball.
Here's the quote. 97 won the ticket.
Kenny, any hint here? I mean,
I got nothing.
I get Gator vibes, but I mean, it literally could be 7 or 8 people that are on the air with us.
Let's
So,
not waste too much time
I'm
on
going to
it.
say
then.
Jansen.
Okay. Kenny,
I say Gator.
TJ.
Literally flipping the coin.
100%.
I think I'm kind of getting a Jansen vibe of just, hey, nothing you could do. Let's move forward. I don't know. I have no feel on this at all.
I'll go Jansen. It could be me. It could be Gator. I really have no clue, but I'll go John. David, who said it?
Damn it.
Yes.
I hate
Damn it.
everything.
He scolded me Monday, too. I should have known it was him.
I don't even want to know. David, go ahead.
Good job, Kenny. Really happy for you.
Thank you.
Scuba right now is just pitching at a different level than he was even before the All-Star break.
Jeez, come on. What?
It was
what are these
one
quotes?
start.
Like, there's got to be like a car schism or something that we can.
No,
pick
you know
up
what
a hint.
happened? We did good on this 2 weeks ago. And
Yeah.
now David's
No,
angry.
It's-
Rieger cleaned up last
You know what
week.
it's like? It's like the morning show when somebody wins the 2 Grand Slam, and the next week is like 10 impossible questions to answer because they're like, we can't keep giving out all this money. Feminino's gonna be mad at us.
Your chance to win Lions tickets next.
What was Verlander's ERA in the 2008 season?
I played for the team in 1953. What was the quote again?
Scooble's pitching great. That's the quote.
Scuba's pitching better than he has been.
Scuba right now is just pitching at a different level than he was even before the All-Star break.
Oh, man. See, that hint that he gave us to start, though, that everybody's available, it's going to come in
or it
at
could
some
be-
point.
Yeah.
Does that mean like a Woj? Did he work it all this week? Did Wojo work this week? All right, I'm going Woj.
I'm going to go cookies.
I'll get Jansen.
Mike?
I'm thinking this sucks.
Yeah,
Jansen.
I know.
I'll go
There's
John.
no isms in there.
David?
Yes! 2 in a row.
Well, I figured it was a dumb comment, so that kind of lent me his way.
See, I didn't want to keep going Jansen.
Oh, he's pitching even better than he was in the All-Star. No, he's not. He had one good game. You lost his previous 2-3
Shut
starts.
up, next.
All right, my bad. Go blue. All right, David.
Number 3.
Let it play out.
Javi.
Mike.
Oh, his tone change. Let it play out. That was amazing.
Dear John. All right, let's go.
Number 3, Javi Baez has been one of the better players on this team this year. I mean, legitimately one of the better, more reliable players on this team.
I have an idea.
I got one.
You
too.
first.
No, you first. I got let's say it. 3, 2, 1.
Mark
Rieger.
Ryan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mark Ryan was on this week?
I don't know. He just said everyone was available.
That was a Rieger to me where I think when he said, I mean, like Rieger always says that. He always says, I mean,
Mark Ryan
as well.
It just felt like this zany, hyper positive.
I could be wrong. I got a
You're
strong
going,
Rieger.
all right.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick
Kenny.
with Rieger.
That sounded to me, I heard it in Kang's voice. Maybe it's because I sit behind the glass with him all day.
If you can collect it, he'll talk about it.
He will, in fact, talk about it.
Do you need to jank yourself?
No, I don't.
you sure?
Because I'm not even sure about this.
He did that one for the first one.
Okay.
Stop that. That's my voice. Stop that.
Wow. All right. David, who said it?
Oh, my
Yes!
What?
Got him. No, because it sounded like, first of all, it was an insane remark. Second of all, over the top positive. And I just heard it in that Mark Ryan, Sunday preacher cadence.
When was he even on?
Mark with a C. Ryan. I don't even live here. I can tell you what happened with
This
your
is the
team.
best city on the planet.
I spent time down at Clemson. I know what a big time program looks
Where
like.
should I grab a slice?
There's nothing they're doing.
I got to be honest with you.
I'll tell you what.
That's
Better
pretty
make
good.
chips are the best.
That's pretty. TJ, that's pretty good.
I tried a
impression.
Coney dog for the first time. Rico, I got to tell you, I liked it.
Mark, what do you think about Fago? Tell us what you think about Fago.
Fago, the red pop. Never had the red pop. Unbelievable. You don't get that down in Georgia.
That's pretty good.
You Michiganders.
That's not
You
bad.
found something up here.
That's not that bad. That's pretty good.
You want to do the Caputo next?
No, that's easy.
Aylin Macknell came back to practice.
I don't think you're allowed to work here if you don't have a Caputo.
Can you? All right, can we please?
Next.
Everybody calm down.
Number 4.
What do we got, David? What's number 4?
I love you all. All right, let's go.
Number 4. Detroit has killed Ohio. Now, granted, Cleveland took 5 out of 6 from the Tigers, and they won the division, and that was it. You beat the Browns, you beat the Guards in the playoff series. More likely, you're going to kick the living pulp out of the Bengals.
I have a thought.
Pulp. Ooh,
Doesn't that
said
sound
pulp.
like Rieger when he said guards?
Oh.
He always shortens Guardians to guards because the middays does the weird gribe thing or whatever that is.
You know what? Good call.
Would it be Rieger?
Because I was thinking Doug, but you know what? Good call on that. The guards.
TJ smiling.
Yeah, you sold me.
No.
Mike, you sold me. You're a hell of a salesman.
I'll tell you that. Mike.
Mike, 97-1, Mike Valenti.
He's a legend,
You
folks.
sold me.
He's a legend. I'm happy I
I'm
worked
with
him.
I think it's Rieger.
Gotta stop.
You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop.
David?
Yes!
Yeah!
The Guards gave it away.
We
They
are
gave
on
it away.
our game. Can we go for? Can we get a fourth one right?
Michael, you nailed it.
We sure can.
It's just such a blessing to be here with all of you.
You're a legend, Michael. I
Reminds
heard
me
about
of the good Clemson days when
Gotta stop.
Trevor Lawrence and
You gotta
Justin
stop.
Ross making plays. Deshaun Watson.
Number 5.
Here we go.
They're sort of right now have to face this demon. This team that caught them, this team that passed them, this team that kept beating them down the stretch. And they'll probably feel like if they can beat Cleveland, they can do anything.
Ooh, demon. Wojo? I say that with a question mark because I don't know if he was in this week.
Any thought to cookies here?
Was Wojo not here? Because I know he was in Cleveland most of the week.
He was
maybe
here.
Monday.
He was here Monday.
The demon. You got to face this demon. Oh, I'm toss up between cookies and Woj. What do you leaning,
Rico?
Mike? I'm riding with you. What do you want?
I don't know.
Woj? Cookies?
Kenny, someone help me.
I got
We need assist.
I got Tecumseh Tom here.
Oh.
So maybe I'm way off.
Demon.
You know what? I'm
going to go
you know,
last.
I'm
going to go last.
What was that?
Oh, we got it already, David.
I'm going to go cookies.
Damn it.
He said to come see Tom. That's way off board. Why? Why would you say that?
The exercise the demons, the whole him going down the list of all the reasons. It feels like Angry Tom. Thought we were refraining from that.
Shoot. Kenny, I think you swayed me, my friend.
I'm only at like a 52% here.
Yeah.
I don't got it.
I think
right
when
now.
I asked
I'll go with Kenny on
if
it.
Wojo was in and he was so quick to say, yeah, he was in, that's like his way of throwing me off. So I'm going to go with Kenny. I'm going to go with
Let's go.
I'm going to go with Mr. Milliken.
Let's go with old Luna Pier. Let's make it happen.
Got
Go
the
ahead.
wrong white guy.
No.
Sorry, boys.
Damn it.
Kenny! It's time for
I got
Gators
two
Rant.
right. I don't want to hear from anybody.
I put my faith in you.
Just want my time.
I gotta put my faith in
All
something
right,
else.
listen. Tremendous job by
Michael,
all.
take us away.
All right. Just blessed to be here.
97
All right.
TJ's turning it into Trump now.
Yeah, let's-
97-1.
A lot of impressions.
All right, it's football season. Imagine driving the length of a football field at 55 blindfolded. It would take 4.6 seconds. Plenty long for someone to kill you. That's how long it takes people to answer messages while driving or just diddling around on their phone. If you're on the road, you're at risk. Call Mike Papura. Get affordable life insurance for your family. So in the event of that tragedy, your family's covered. 877-734-2200. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. And in the event of a tragic car accident or a devastating diagnosis, your family's covered. Call Mike Papura now, 877-734-2200 or on the web at nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions defensive lineman Lee McNeil is officially out for this weekend's game against the Bengals. Dan Campbell was encouraged from what he saw from him this week in practice, however. Kirby Joseph, Taylor Decker are both questionable. The Tigers will take BP in Seattle later today. We also know who their game one starter is later, as he's expected to speak with the media tonight. Still no news on that. Michigan Panthers officially departing the state. According to Tony Paul, the Detroit News, they're not ruling out a return in 2028 when they expand. They've been in talks with DCFC as their new stadium is built. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 97.1theticket.com.
Thanks to TJ Lang. Great job, David, in all seriousness. That was fun. And I'm pumped we got a few of those right. We also discovered TJ's Mark Ryan imitation is tremendous. Give me a few ticket texts. I know we get the Lions injury report. We talked a ton of Tigers early. We can get back into it a little bit at 5. I wouldn't mind 5 or 6 minutes asking Rico if I'm being fair to Michigan State. For Michigan fans, understand there's no slander, there's no smarm. There's nothing to talk about. You're playing an absolutely dreadful Wisconsin team.
Mike, it's actually a compliment.
Yeah, it's handle business and stay healthy.
Yeah, it's the Lions Bengals. Not a ton to talk about. Just don't get hurt.
No, and see, this is my weakness as a fan is like when I see a good team playing a terrible team, I just say, all right, win, stay healthy. None of the actual stats mean anything. You don't get credit for clubbing a baby seal. Wisconsin is hapless. They are a bottom 3. Mm-hmm. Well, there's UCLA, and then there's the rest of the Big Ten. But they are a bottom 3 Big Ten team. They are awful.
Yeah. And they can't fire their coach because they would owe them too much money.
Correct.
And they're cheap.
So don't have a lot to add for you there. Michigan State, it's just a basic question I can ask Rico at any point before 6. David, go ahead, buddy.
TJ's Mark Ryan is so good because when you hear it, you realize for the first time what Ryan actually sounds like. Someone else says that was the best Who Said It of all time. Absolutely magical. Couldn't stop laughing. And the impression was the cherry on the top. Isaac in Detroit.
It was a blessing.
Someone tell TJ that it's also Italian Heritage Month in Detroit. Tell him to be careful. Ouch. Another one for you, Rico, because you said Geno Smith during the picks. Says, Rico, don't feel bad. This afternoon, Gator picked the Tigers to beat Seattle in 6. One problem, like Mike says, it's a best of 5 series.
Oh, Comerica's going to be rocking Saturday night. They're in Seattle.
Arnold equals Jeff Okudah. That's in response to you
talking
about him.
I am not ready to insult this young man by ever slapping a heinous label on him as an Okudah. No way. Not yet.
Not yet?
Not yet.
How many more games?
By week 10.
Okay.
Come on, man. That's not fair.
It's trending that way. Now, he can right the ship, but yeah, you're right. It's one of those, he got away with being handsy in college, and he didn't really learn how to defend players without you.
This is his baptism by fire. Without DJ Reed there, they're coming after you. Mm-hmm. And hell, they're probably coming after you with him there. But it's really game on.
Good thing you don't have a quarterback throwing you the ball.
Well, to that point, the Lions got this one in the bag. Word is Kitna is going to start for both teams.
Right. Carson Palmer.
The artificial quarterback.
Okay. Fun note, John Kitna's son is playing Army this week. Really? He's the head. Jalen Kitna is the starting quarterback for UAB. Trent Dilfer's the coach. They're 7-point dogs to Army this week. Tells you how bad UAB is.
And this is why people listen to Cash the Ticket. For that, right?
For UAB?
David, where else would you find out about UAB?
You know Jalen Kitna is completing 72% of his passes this year?
I did not. I can now go to sleep tonight.
The problem for UAB is probably the coach.
Actually, it's the defense.
Oh, okay.
It's
Trent Dilfer? Jeez.
He's a problem, but the defense is a bigger one.
Wait, does he still hate his team?
He hates everything.
Oh, no. He hates the alums and the fans.
Listen to a press conference there. It's incredible.
Are you guys happy?
What do you want? It's not like this is Georgia. Go ahead.
Someone's asking, is there a legitimate worry about them looking ahead to Kansas City? That is from Will.
No, I think
they're letdown proof. They're look ahead proof. They're a machine right now.
They are, yeah.
Look, and that's the beauty of actually playing the games. You can have all the offseason discourse you want. And yeah, okay, I was worried about the coordinators. Well, 4 weeks in, it feels like that has calmed, and it
now
looks right.
To the point where John Morton is actually kind of cocky, like, nobody's going to stop us.
Yeah, well, be careful on that.
I just played the Browns.
No town gets cockier for winning nothing than Detroit. It's symptomatic of all of our teams.
Let me give you the injury report here.
It's not like a GM would ever come out with receipts.
Injury report here for the Detroit Lions. Cunningham out, Dorsey out, McNeil out.
I worry about Decker, to be honest with you.
Decker questionable, and I don't know.
I just worry is how many weeks in a row is an aging vet with a bad shoulder going to play one of the most physically demanding positions on the field questionable.
And I'll just go ahead and say it. If you were ever going to have him sit.
I was going to ask that question.
This is the week, not Kansas City.
Because you have Kansas City and then you have Tampa and then the bye week.
Right. So if he were ever going to sit and you were ever going to see what you got behind him, you can afford to do it this week. It's kind of a homecoming week.
Bengals are a special kind of bad.
Right. It feels like a homecoming game.
And they absolutely should have lost to Jacksonville. That game was stolen.
I mean, beautiful weekend.
You could do, I hope Lion fans take the advice.
Keeneland?
You should be at Keeneland on Saturday and the Bengal game on Sunday. What a double.
Is Keeneland open on Sunday?
Yes.
So they could actually just leave at halftime and go ahead.
No. Yeah, I'm leaving the Lions game and go play the late double in Lexington. No. Good God. David, anything else in the injury report?
No, Kirby questionable, but he plays every week.
Yeah,
so.
And again, I'll be surprised if Aleem McNeil plays. There's just no reason for it. I'm happy they opened the practice window. It sounds like he'll be about 2-3 weeks ahead of schedule. Play him next week. I just don't think you need, Campbell himself said it's 50-50. Just give it another week.
I'm to the point because you have these extra wins. I'm just going to wait until after the bye. I think you'll be okay. And besides, if you go to Keeneland, I heard Secretariat's running.
Well, he's dead, so, that's probably not. No, Geno Smith's there.
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Football is rocking and rolling. If your TV's playing like Jake Browning, it's time for a new one. Upgrade with Paulson's, your technology partner. Go big with the Sony 98-inch 4K TV. Front row feel, shorter bathroom line. Or you can right size with the LG 65-inch 4K OLED. Perfect for red zone viewing. Don't watch in silence either. Full lineup of speakers, sound bars, and more. Their Video Matters 2 event, Wednesday, October 15th. Reps from all the major brands. Demos from all the major brands. And you can preview the 163-inch TV wall, largest on display in Metro Detroit. They sell it, they install it, they design it. They are your in-home consultants. It's Paulson's Audio Video in Farmington Hills. 248-553-4100. Paulson's is your technology partner. We do it every week, and the band is fully back together. It's time for the picks. Congratulations to TJ Lang, a winning week last week as we begin. Number 14, Iowa State, an underdog at unranked Cincinnati. Cincy laying 1.5. Rico Beard.
You know what, Mike? After last week, I probably should pick last, but I can't do that because I had a horrible week. I don't understand why Iowa State is not favored, so I'm going to listen to the little mic on my shoulder. I'm going to take Cincy.
I'm a fan of walking into rakes this week. I'm with Rico in that I don't know why this is where it is, so I'll just take Iowa State and get hit in the face.
All righty, over to David.
Yeah, in fact, I asked Mike about this game earlier in the week because it didn't make sense to me, and the line did not move. It did not change, so I have to go Cincinnati.
TJ.
I don't know why I'm going Iowa State. I think they're just better at taking the ball away on defense, and that's what I'm going to ride with. So give me the Cyclones.
Iowa State lost their top 2 corners last week, and the man known as Big Citrus, Pete Orange or whatever his name is on the D-line, may not play. It's Sorsby season. Give me Cincy.
I feel like you should go first so the rest of us have all your inside
I'm happy to do
information
that. Do you want me to start doing that?
Well, now that I know they lost both their corners.
All right, number 16, Vandy, catching 10.5 as they traveled up Bama to take on Rico's bestie, Kalen DeVore.
What?
Oh,
what was that? Okay.
Jeez.
That was David.
Alabama coming off of a very emotional victory. I get this is a revenge factor, but I don't think they're going to be as motivated for Vandy. Give me Vandy in the point.
Over to Kenny.
Rico, you're a wise and beautiful man. Vandy beats Alabama. Forget the points. No, I'm just kidding. Give me the points.
Okay, over to David.
Are there any other reasons to that, Kenny, other than you hate Bama?
No, not that I can think of. No.
Then I'm going Bama.
Oh.
TJ?
Yeah, I think Vandy, look, their run game is going to be good enough to keep it close with Alabama. 10.5. I know they got the revenge factor after Vandy ripped the goalpost out and threw it in the river last year. But, it's a new team. I think Diego Pavia.
Yes.
Man, he's good enough to keep him in the game. I'm taking Vandy in the points.
Pavia, 16-4 as an underdog. Also, Vandy, they only run one play per 31 seconds, but they pound the rock. Bama struggles to stop it, and Bama can't run it. Let's take the points in Pavia. Miami laying 4.5. They travel to Florida State. Rico.
Wow, this goes back to the 90s when this game used to actually mean something. Look, it's the battle of the state of Florida. First time Miami's leaving Miami. I'm leaning towards, give me Florida State in the points.
Kenny.
I also will take Florida State in the points. Miami's overrated.
David.
A rivalry unlike any other. These two quarterbacks have hated each other. They don't even know each other. Miami, Florida State, whatever. It's just a name game. I'll go Miami.
You're right, Rico. Takes us back to the 90s when you were in your 10th year teaching specs.
Oh,
is that about? Okay,
This
sorry.
again.
Take a shot.
Poor
Sorry.
Rico.
Give me Timmy Castellanos.
Yeah,
Tommy Castellanos. I laugh anytime I see a Castellanos name. Something always bad happens, and sorry I said a racist slur, but Tommy Castellanos goes for an 80-yard run.
You just found
You don't
another
remember
drop.
what I'm talking
Thank
about
you,
with the
TJ.
Nick Castellanos. Okay, I'm taking Florida State. I'll explain after the break. You don't remember that?
Oh, there's a deep drive to right.
I'm sorry for doing that. As
Oh,
Castellanos hits a home run.
I don't know if
I
I'm
might
ever
be
putting
fired.
this headset
I don't know
on
if I'm ever
again.
going to work again.
Yeah. Hey, Tom, let me tell
Castellanos
you,
hits
you're
a bomb to
not.
left field.
This is like our
Okay,
Shohei
back to
call.
my
Like,
apology.
where are we going with this?
We're out of time. Give me Miami. Michigan State catching 11.5. They travel to Nebraska. Rico.
I'm going to take Nebraska and the 11.5.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Over to Kenny.
Well, Rico went 2-8 last week, and I had MSU, so now I feel even better about it. Give me State.
Oh, jeez.
What?
David.
Nebraska, Kenny, Nebraska.
Am I missing something?
No.
I don't think Nebraska's that good.
No.
Michigan State.
This is an
What-
emotional
what's
hedge
going
for
on?
me.
Okay.
It's got to be.
If Nebraska blows them out, I get the points
11
for
and a
this.
half?
And I'll gladly lose if,
Did Aiden Childs break his leg in practice this
They
week?
can't stop
The
anybody.
way
on
I don't
defense.
care. I'm taking
The way
Michigan.
our
I'm
injuries
taking
are
Michigan
going,
State.
it's possible.
I'm
Give
taking
it
Michigan
time.
State. That's too many points.
Not only the 49ers get that injured.
That's a
Look,
lot of
Nebraska gives up 160 yards on the ground a week. If you
Are you going to?
If you can't stay within 11 and a half, pack and leave. Michigan State. Wisconsin travels to Michigan.
That's what it's come to.
That's
for you.
it.
Just stay within 11 and a half.
That's all we have. We have nothing.
Hey, it was the.
I got a coach who's got the personality of a bag of mayo. I don't have anything.
Yeah,
Matt Rule's a
against
fraud,
against
so
USC.
you'll be
That
fine.
late touchdown made sure USC didn't cover.
Trust
Good
me, you'll be
for
fine.
you.
Matt Rule's a fraud.
Okay, we go Wisconsin catching 17 and a half for Michigan.
Nothing says football like big noon kickoff. Yeah, of course, give me the Wolverines.
Kenny,
I am with Rico. I will also take the Wolverines.
David,
Wolverines.
TJ.
Yeah, I hate taking a lot of
Eastside
road teams.
Undertaker.
I'm taking Wisconsin.
Why?
Sharon Moore back. I think it's going to be more conservative game plan. I think the last couple games have been, Rico, as you said, substitute teacher. Let's just go out there and have fun. There's no rules. This just seems to me like a black and blue type of game, and 17 and a half is a lot of points.
The
against
alpha and
Wisconsin.
omega.
They're still, they still got some fight in them. I'm taking Wisconsin.
Wisconsin can't score in a whorehouse.
I don't care. You know what? Maybe it might be a 10-0 game then.
Wisconsin.
In the first quarter, give me Michigan.
Okay.
What?
No, I was going to say Wisconsin
I'm
or
on an island.
Cincinnati. Who scores more points?
Cincy.
Wow.
100%. I think Wisconsin could get shut out in this game. Let's go to the NFL, please.
Please.
Chargers laying 2.5. They host the Commanders. Rico.
Commanders, look, Jaden Daniels is back, but they're minus their wide receivers. Give me the Chargers.
Yeah, that plus 2.5, not that big of a number, and it's at home. Give me the Chargers.
Yeah, I really thought about picking the Commanders because Daniels was back, but no weapons, so Chargers.
TJ.
Probably more of an emotional pick from me because I just think that even the Chargers coming off a terrible loss to Mike, congratulations, your G-men.
Oh, yeah.
I still think they're going to be a big threat in the AFC, so I'm taking the Chargers.
Give me the Bolts. Bounce back spot. I think the Commanders blow. Chiefs laying 3.5. They travel to Duval. Everybody get your fishing vests on. And then Liam Cohen, what do you got?
Keep my name out your mouth.
Yeah, right. I wish Salo would have cracked him right in the skull.
Monday night, Taylor Swift just dropped a new album. Give me the Chiefs.
Okay, we go to Kenny.
Jags at home plus
Yes.
3.5. Give me the Jags.
Yes. You seem like a guy from Duval.
Definitely an insult. David.
I cannot believe you picked the game, Rico, because of Taylor Swift. Because of that alone, I'm going Jags.
Teach, you're not going to take the Chefs?
I think I'm taking the Chiefs. I'm going to change my pick. I had the Jaguars.
Okay.
I had maybe the Chiefs, a letdown game after
Travis
beating the hell out of
Kelce's gonna get a
Baltimore, but
couple
you know what? Maybe the
touchdowns.
Chiefs figured something out. I'm going to take KC.
Jaguars D has been really, really underrated. They've been pretty good. It's also that weird humidity. I almost saw TJ die in a game when the Pack went down to Jacksonville.
Miami? Jacksonville?
Yeah.
that-
Your face was as red as a clown nose. Jags. Bucks, Seahawks. Seahawks laying 3.5. Rico Beard.
You know what, Mike? I think I'm going to take your advice. I'm not going to trust Geno Smith. I'm going with the Bucks.
Personal growth. One problem. Geno plays for the Raiders. Let's go over to
Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, same thing.
Give me the Bucks. I really don't trust Phillip Rivers in this Charger game. That's good. He's retired.
Well, Tom Brady's getting a start for the Bucks today. Give me the Bucks.
I'm going to trust Russell Wilson to go with the Seahawks.
I'll tell you, Steve Largent's not playing this week. I like the Bucks.
Warren Sapp's going to have a couple sacks. I'm taking the Bucks, too.
I hate Trent Dilfer. Give me the Seahawks. All right, hold on. Let's get back on track. You're taking the Bucks. Kenny, who are you taking?
I said Bucks.
Seahawks. Seahawks. All right, please say.
I'm taking the Bucks.
I think the Bucks are set up to fail
I
here.
don't trust Geno either.
This is the longest travel you can have in the NFL. No Mike Evans, probably no Bucky Irving. Let's go with the soulless ginger idiot. Give me Seattle. Broncos
Geno's
visit
got red
Philly.
hair.
Huh?
Gino's got red hair.
Exactly. He's got a wig this week. All right, Eagles. Eagles laying 3.5 as they welcome in Denver. I just don't trust Randall Cunningham, Denver. All right, go ahead.
I think in the end, it's going to be the Eagles. A.J. Brown finally works out something with Jalen Hurts. Give me the Eagles.
Kenny?
I am going to go with the Buccaneers.
And David?
I'm going to trust Champ
Hey,
Bailey.
Broncos, Eagles. You're taking the Bucks?
I'm going with the Buccaneers. Broncos, Eagles.
I was looking at the wrong pick. I said Broncos.
See, Kenny, it happens.
He loves
Broncos.
Broncos.
TJ.
I don't know why. Philly just finds ways to win ugly games. They still haven't figured it out offensively, but they're just a better team. I'm taking Philly.
I'm a big Brock Osweiler guy. Give me Denver.
Tim Tebow? Is he back?
Denver in the points. We got the Holy Ghost on our side. Lions laying 10.5. They travel to the Bengals.
You might as well get the flashing lights going. Double-digit disco. Give me the Lions.
All right. Kenneth?
Well, Joey Harrington getting the start. I'm going to go with the Lions here.
The only way the Bengals can win this game is if Boomer shows up. That's it, Lions.
I think Ken Anderson is going to show up. And
man.
Icky Woods.
Lions win this game, but just for the sake of disagreeing with you guys and trying to steal one here, I think the Bengals get a dirty backdoor cover late in the game. So I'm going to take the point.
I'll take the Lions, but we're doing a bonus pick.
Okay, can't wait.
Saints laying 1.5.
Drew Brees?
Hosting the Giants.
Drew Brees and Eli.
Yeah. Woo! Rico
You know what?
Beard.
who's your wide receivers?
Kenny in a neck roll.
Oh, my goodness.
Saints are favored. What are you going to do?
Oh, my.
You know what? For Big G.
No.
You've never heard of Mario Manningham, Rico?
Is he still playing?
He's a Giants guy.
Plaxico's coming back to play.
Straight from the
Plax,
hospital.
take the gun out of your sweatpants. Kenny?
Give me the Saints. Who cares?
David?
Saints.
TJ?
Give me the line again.
1.5. Saints are favored.
Saints are favored. Where's the game at?
New Orleans.
Oh, you know what, Mike? I'll do it one time for you and Big G. Listening, hopefully he is. Give me the G-Man. Jackson Dart season, baby. Let's go.
I'll take the Saints. All right. Those are the picks. We are not allowed to enjoy sports as Giants fans. Those are the picks. Shout out Geno Smith, whatever team he's playing for. 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Seattle has released their Game 1 starter against the Tigers. It'll be George Kirby. Game 2, they'll go with Luis Castillo. That officially rules out the ace Brian Wu until at least Game 3. The Tigers face Kirby once this season and tagged him for 4 earned runs and 3 walks. Detroit encouraging fans to wear orange at Comerica Park with the first home game coming up on Tuesday. They also have a drone show they announced Monday at 8, visible downtown. The Lions injury report has dropped. Defensive lineman Lee McNeil is not ready to play quite yet. He's listed as out. Dan Campbell said it was 50-50 earlier. Offensive lineman Taylor Decker and safety Kirby Joseph are questionable. The Baltimore Ravens have ruled out Lamar Jackson for this week's game. Central Michigan's own Cooper Rush will start in his place. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You are not the captain, David. 5 o'clock here in Detroit. I know it's a football Friday, but I think everybody kind of feels the way that I do. The Lions are a double-digit favor, and I said last week, it's BOGO. You beat the Bengals. I mean, you beat the Browns. You're going to beat the Bengals. Nothing about the Bengals scares me. The only thing that the Lions could do, just don't get injured. We've been talking mostly Tigers today. We just had TJ Lang on. If you missed any of that, use the Odyssey Rewind.
You missed his Mark Ryan impersonation. It's worth it.
It really is.
I want to ask, let's reset the Tiger thing. Can I ask you the Michigan State question just for bleeps and giggles?
You want to save it or you want to ask me?
Rather
ask. Okay.
Just to throw something else in the hopper.
Okay.
For Tiger fans first, though. Morning Show did a really good job with this, and we continued the conversation. And it's interesting. Look, the team won a playoff series. I know they didn't win it in 2. I promised they'd win it in 2. They won it in 3.
The shirts still work.
Yes, they do. The point is, have you forgiven Scott Harris for that trade deadline? Or is there work to be done? And it's been an interesting conversation with fans, is that about 3 out of every 4 fans is saying, no, I don't forgive him. And I won't forgive him. They would have to, it's been a combo meal. Beat Seattle, or some people, and I tend to agree with this, by the way. I'm never going to forgive a team for their existence until they bring me a championship. That's how I am. I'm not asking you to be that way. But, like, I hate you until I love you. Like, I don't even forgive the fact the lights at Yankee Stadium go on every year they don't win a title. That's just me. My point is, I want to know where you're at. Because now, and I'm not trying to be rude at all, the real playoffs start now. These wild card things are ridiculous, and they're not real. You don't put a banner up for doing it. Mm-hmm. You don't get a ring. You don't have a pennant. They're just it's a money grab. All right, you won a 3-game set against a really bad team. And I picked you to beat that team because, well, they're bad. Now the real playoffs start. And I think it's going to be a very competitive series against the Mariners. And I think if the Mariners plan on winning it, they best win Game 1. See, this is the problem I have. It's part of the issue I took with the way the players behaved themselves after beating Cleveland. This whole, we had to hear all about the 15.5 and shove it up. Guys, fellas, I don't mean to break up the flexing. Well, part of the reason you're playing is that you blew that lead. Part of the reason you don't have your rotation lined up is because you blew that lead. Probably wouldn't be flexing on it. But go for it.
Yeah.
Because guess what? You can say, yeah, they won the division, but we sent them home. You don't get to hang a banner, and you still haven't won the division in a decade. It was a weird flex. Now, we'll put that aside. For you, if the Detroit Tigers win Game 1 of this series, it is donezo. Because I'm sorry, there is no world I'm picking against Scooble in the playoffs. That doesn't mean he'll win every start. But you saw what you got the other day. Rico, this is simple. It's a very easy equation. If the Tigers win Game 1, they're winning this series. If they don't, I don't think they do.
You know what the funny thing, Mike? It's the real reason why you feel that way. Okay, when Scooble pitches, they win. It's the opposite of, it's baseball and anything can happen. Like, you actually have a tangible reason of why you feel confident. When Scooble goes out, he's your best player. Yeah. They're going to win. and not, well, it's
No, I do.
baseball. Anything can happen.
I do think the Tigers get a benefit here is that Brian Wu is not going to pitch game 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean he won't pitch in the series, but he is trying to work his way back from a pec strain where the thought was they'd have him on the ALDS roster. So maybe he's game 3 or 4. He is their best pitcher with, I think he's got a 2.89 ERA. Really good pitcher.
And I was talking with David in the break. I think that for Seattle, a lot happens this weekend. If Seattle's up 2-0, maybe we just sit you and we just wait until the best of 7, and we just don't pitch you up. Now, I think if they go down, now you're probably going to see him either in game 3 or game 4.
The one thing for me is, look, it's why I didn't panic and I never thought you were going to miss the playoffs because the Astros couldn't win games. It's just math at that point. There's no feelings. I picked you to beat the Guardians because the Guardians are terrible. But this is different now. I'm not building the Mariners out to be something utterly incredible. I don't think anyone in the AL is very good, including you. This is a bad American League this year. So why not us? But I think there's an ability here now with this team they got the relief of getting in. The pressure is off. They won the wild card. You're going to play free and loose. The Mariners haven't played a baseball game of note in 2 weeks. Last 5 games of the season, they didn't need it. And you've been off all this time. Rest versus rust. If you can get game 1, it is absolutely game on. Now, coming back with a split isn't the worst thing. It's not. But the more the series goes on, you and I have talked about this a lot. The bullpen exposure is real. Why did you tattoo Hunter Gaddis yesterday? It's the 3rd time you saw him in 3 days. Guy was on his 60th pitch in 3 days. I worry if that begins to happen to you. Because outside of Skubal, it doesn't feel like you're going to have starters. You're going to have openers. Mm-hmm. And Seattle's lineup is robust.
It is, and it's, are they rusty? But you're probably going to go with a bullpen day for game 1. So, are you going to be throwing batting practice, or are these guys going to be actually go out to Seattle and get them out? That's the only thing where I'm like, man, if you were actually, if it was if you actually had one of your starters game 1 and then you could follow that up with Skubal in game 2, I would feel more confident.
You're correct. And again, it goes back to the deadline. I'm not trying to harp. I am hearkening. No. If you had acquired a real arm at the deadline, maybe it's them starting game 1 because Charlie Morton's not here. And Chris Paddock's not here.
And you know what? I think Charlie Morton would have been the answer. Had he worked out, then yes. Yeah. You can bet. You know what? We're going to throw Morton in game 1.
So that's kind of where we're at with the Tigers is all forgiven, or what will they have to do for you to forgive? That's 1-248-539-9797. The Michigan State thing is just simple. Again, there's nothing really to do with Lions. They're going to beat the Bengals. If they didn't, it would be the most shocking result of the season.
This side of the Browns-Packers.
Yes. For Michigan, it's the same thing. I think Wisconsin's a 3 or 4 win team. I think Michigan is superior in just about every way. Should be a business trip tomorrow. For Michigan State, this is just simple to me, and I want to know if I'm unfair. I told you 2 weeks ago, they've got to win one of these 2 road games against what we consider at least acceptable opponents, USC and Nebraska. And instead of being 17-point underdogs, they're 12.5-point underdogs currently. Rico, is it unfair of me to say this is a bit of a referendum now? Because UCLA doesn't mean anything. You're going to play the worst team in the Big Ten and one of the worst Division I football teams next week. It means nothing. If Michigan State has designs on getting to 6 or 7 wins, you have to win a game like this. True or false?
True. Absolutely true, Mike. Here.
Yay!
It is, because for Jonathan Smith, I think it's your first win of credibility. It's the first time you've actually gone out there and done something you're not supposed to do and beaten somebody you're not supposed to on the road at Nebraska. Look, Nebraska's not ranked, but you have to have something for the fans to hold on to, for your team to hold on to. You just can't keep being the Washington Generals every time you play a quality opponent.
No, I want to see progress.
You're right. And look, there's no excuses. You're not playing at midnight. You're going out to Nebraska, and you're going to be facing a team that can, their offense is potent and it's lethal. And this defense for Michigan State is not. Here's your test. Go out there, get some third down stoppage and get off the field.
Yeah, I just feel like if they lose, they're best of 5 and 7 team, and I have no interest in the program.
Yeah, it'll probably come down here to the final game against Maryland to see if they're going to be bowl eligible again, like it was for Rutgers.
And it's not acceptable.
No.
But if you're a loser and it is for you, God bless, enjoy it. Hope you have a great time.
He needs time.
Yeah, go to hell. 248-539-9797. So that's where we're at. Tigers, you want to mix in a little college ball, you're welcome to. And with the Lions, it's just simple. It feels like they are letdown proof. It feels like they're look ahead proof. It just doesn't seem like a team that we can really trace back to anything where when they go into these games with big spreads where they are clearly superior, they don't end up like the Rams last night. They don't end up like the Pack 2 weeks ago. They don't end up like the Pack Sunday night against Cowboys. They don't end up like the Chargers last week. They just don't find themselves in that spot. It's a credit to Dan Campbell. It's a credit to the players, too. Let's be real.
No, they're focused.
The leadership council in that locker room gets it right. So I'm not being dismissive, but there's, guys, I don't know if you have a shred of respect for me at all of what I think about the NFL or how much I watch. I'm telling you comprehensively, this is the worst offensive line I've seen all season. It is unspeakably bad. Jake Browning has no time. The running game would be suggestive that they have a running game. They are averaging about 40 yards a game rushing total. It's a clown car. The Lions should feast. 248-539-9797. Sound good?
Double-digit disco?
No, because the disco is actually when you're only favored by like 2.5, and then Cookie shows up with no pants on and talks about winning by 20.
Gotcha.
You're favored by double digits. It can't be a disco.
Okay.
It would just be a double-digit business trip or something. It's just. Here's the other thing. Do you think I care if they win by 8? Nope.
No, I think the Lions fans would. I think this is a game you do need the style
because
points.
Lions fans are still focused on the wrong thing.
If you win this game because of a walk-off field goal, you don't feel good about yourself.
Okay.
Not you.
Kind of like dusting everyone and going 15-2 and then getting a baby put inside of you by a rookie.
Mike's up next.
Just making a point. They can either learn or keep getting getting spanked around.
I got nothing.
All right. FanDuel. Hey, we just talked about Michigan State probably getting their ass kicked. Go for it on FanDuel. College football profit boosts every single week. Here's how it works. We're giving everybody a profit boost to use on college football. No opt-in gymnastics or invite-only nonsense. Everyone gets it, so do what you want with it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the app today. Check out the offer and get in on the action. It's 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions do apply, including any token expiration or max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get right to the people. A number of different topics in the mix, from Tigers to Lions to college. Rock and roll. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? How are you?
Excellent.
First-time caller, long-time listener.
Well, welcome. What can we do for you?
Thank you. Yeah, so I heard a couple callers, they mentioned how if we were to go sweep out, win the World Series, there might have been one caller. He said he still wouldn't forgive him. I thought that was pretty crazy.
That's over the top.
It's a little bit. So my take is they beat the Mariners out. We'll forgive him. And I think the reason it's a case study, right? They went out, they got Suarez, they got Naylor. They made some moves. And I think, we'll see how we stack up. But going forward, I think you also look at it just as an organization. You got Mize, Torkelson, two guys left for dead. They look good. So I think if you look at it, he's done some good things. The deadline was terrible. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely abysmal. But, I think you give the guy a little credit. But, yeah, deadline's terrible. I can't imagine the bullpen if you had Mason Miller with Vest. That'd be...
Oh, whether it's, and I don't even get hung up in the names, Ryan. It would be anyone from a Bednar to a Duran to name a player. If you had an extra reliever, think about how much better it looks. I'm with you. Or even, Ryan, we've talked 100%. About this. A bat. No, I wasn't really hip to a rental like Eugenio Suarez. I wasn't going to overpay for that. But you get a player. You get somebody who can just be an option, so I don't have to keep looking at whatever, Jahmai Jones consistently. Right. That would have helped. So I'm with you.
No doubt. And I got one more point. So with the new wild card format, I know you said earlier it's nothing. I do see what you're saying, but I think in the new format, I can see the celebration. It was a little over the top, but this new format, Aaron Boone, I listened yesterday, he said it's the most pressure he's felt in the postseason game. So I think there's something to be said with this new format.
But Ryan, let me say this.
A bigger hurdle, right?
If I may, as the president of Yankees affairs, you know why Aaron Boone was feeling the pressure? Because Aaron Boone, he screwed the pooch so bad in game one, leaving 57 home runs on the bench and not playing Jazz or Ben Rice. Yeah, he should feel that pressure. But Brian, I hear you. You're right. I want to say to you, I'm guilty. I'm a little aloof when it comes to baseball. I'm guilty. Guilty. I sit on a bit of a perch with baseball.
No.
Because I just look at this as a cash grab for MLB and not a real playoff series. It's ridiculous.
No, and I'll never say that you don't have standards when it comes to sports, Mike. You have high standards, and it's across the board. You don't have that one team where you have a weakness. As a matter of fact, the teams you like more, you hate more.
Yes.
So
hate you until I love you.
I've never seen it. Heck, guy can win you 2 Super Bowls. Win your Super Bowl.
Eli just wasn't good enough the other 14 years of his career.
I know.
I'm not doing this. It's 80 and sunny. The people have had a wonderful week. Come on. They'll just save me Eli talk.
I'm just saying, your standards are extremely high. For me, win this series against Seattle, and I will say, job well done.
Good job by me. Better job by you. Let's go to Jack, 97.1. Jack, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I wanted to talk about not my expectations, but of Harris. I think the only way he is forgiven is if they win the World Series, which I don't think they'll be able to do with their pitching staff right now. And then the only other scenario would be if he redeems himself in the off season by picking up a couple bats or another starting pitcher.
Yeah, I think the offseason is going to play a major role. I don't have any argument, because I think what's going to be hard for people is, okay, let's say this series doesn't go our way. Let's just say they lose a hard-fought 5-game series to Seattle, and it just doesn't break our way. Jack, there is no scenario, not in their minds, but in the mind of you or fans, they can have an offseason that doesn't have a feel of a major step forward. There's no way they can just sell you, well, hey, we're going to bring up McGonigal in June. That can't be it. I agree with you. They will have to, he will ultimately be judged on what they do and don't do in the playoffs. And then barring a miracle where they win the World Series, it would be a miracle. If they don't have a great offseason, I think the town will have a very bad taste in their mouth.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple bats out there that like would make this like lineup considerably better. Like a Bo Bichette would be one guy who I would look at, but
there's a million players and there's a million ways to build a ball club, Jack. That's where I'm not hung up in a name. I want the production. Mm-hmm. I want a right-handed bat that I can plug in that lineup every day. And by the way, here's the other thing. You know what? Barring the miracle, I think you have a sit down as an organization this offseason and you say, okay, Kerry Carpenter and Riley Green, they're the Spider-Man meme. If you're going to start this stuff where you're going to pull Riley Green against lefties, or in the words of Jim Costa, he's Jake Rogers against lefties, okay? Then one of them needs to be traded for pitching. I'm not the one who pinch hit for him in a ball game.
No, I still don't understand. I guess it worked out because they advanced, but everything that happened in game 2 is still leaving me wanting to know
my
why.
point to you is I can't go into series, and if this team's going to be good next year, where my top 2 ball players are rendered useless against lefties.
Yeah.
To the point where you either don't play them or you pinch hit for them.
Mm-hmm.
That's not acceptable.
Right. I'm with you because unless he was sitting there saying he got hurt, he's injured, I didn't understand. You just don't pull a healthy Riley Green out of the game.
Let's go to Tim, 97.1. Timmy, what's going on, bud?
Hey, Mike, what's up, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Hey, big fan, been listening to you my whole life. Hey, I know you said the Lions are going to have a cakewalk this weekend, but we're without DJ Reed. We're without Khalil Dorsey. Terrion Arnold couldn't cover my mom right now if he wanted to, and they got 2 of the best receivers in the NFL.
Yes.
I mean, I'm a little worried that they're just going to, like, I don't care how much time Browning has in the pocket. He can just bomb one downfield and get a DPI call on Terrion Arnold anytime he wants. I'm a little worried their pass game is going to hurt us.
I mean, Tim, I guess on paper it can, but if you watch the Bengals, the passing game is broken. I mean, they just got done with a game. Go ahead.
It doesn't make any sense to me how, too, because like I said, they got Jamar Chase, they got T. Higgins, they got it all on paper.
But because of what you said, and I know you're willing to overlook it and go, well, the hell with it, Browning can just bomb the ball. Tim, the worst team in the league averages 81 yards on the ground. Then there's the Bengals at 40. They are twice as bad as the worst team in football running the football. So you have no ground game. You are constantly in known passing downs. And then that offensive line, Tim, it is them and the Texans. And I would actually tell you the Bengal O-line is worse. Tim, that's the reason. They can't get anything going. I mean, you're right. Could you throw a 5-yard ball to Jamar Chase and he goes transformer mode? Yes.
Yeah, because what they would have to do is basically turn their short passing game into the running attack. Quick slants, bubble screens, things like that.
Yeah, they're super one-dimensional. I mean, like, teams aren't running the ball against us well anyway. So, I mean, that's not a factor, especially for
I just think, Tim, you know what it is,
too? I got a lot of fear.
When you step back, Tim, like you're going to be sitting there Sunday, the game's about to kick off. Ask yourself this question. Is Jake Browning throwing the ball 40-plus times a winning recipe?
No chance.
Now, there you go. That's the way the Bengals got to live. Plus, Tim, here's the other thing. It's the biggest compliment I can pay your team. Dan Campbell has got the magic sauce. Like, they don't overlook teams. They don't look ahead. They just drop bombs on people. I don't know.
No, you're right. I mean, I'm talking with my buddies about it. We're expecting like a 60 ball, honestly. And I'm like, hey, it's possible. It's possible. I mean,
how about 34-17 and we go home? How about that?
60 means you got some special teams or defensive touchdowns.
Are you going to the game?
Unfortunately, no, man. I'm living in Pittsburgh right now. It's not worth the drive for me, but I've been listening to you guys my whole life. When I moved out here, I immediately downloaded the app to get back on. Big
Go
fan.
Steelers. What are you doing, man?
Leave Tim alone.
I grew up in Detroit, man. I can't stand Aaron Rodgers. I'm not a Steelers fan. I lived in Detroit for 20 years, moved out here for work. I can't root for the Steelers.
I also hate Aaron Rodgers, and he's my quarterback.
Tim, you stand strong. You got a way better football team than David. Tim, appreciate you, brother.
You're right about that. Appreciate it, fella.
You got it, pal. Absolutely. How about you trying to recruit? Honestly, that's more recruiting than I've seen from Jonathan Smith.
Wow. If I had a drum set, I would give you the. Sure. No, he kept Nick Marsh here.
No,
hey, you know what?
Boats and hose. All that was this.
Nick is a fine, upstanding man. He's not into boats and hoes.
It's about money.
In case his mother's listening.
Money.
In case his mother is listening. Hey, you know what? If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models,
to a movie.
There's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. As a matter of fact, I was out at Hamilton Chevrolet, picked up something. You're going to deal with Brian or Andrew or any one of the wonderful sales staff at Hamilton Chevrolet because they want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory and the selection is best right now. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the October Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer. Get this, $289 a month for 36 months. Just walk in with $995 down and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
We'll get back to business in a second, but you know it is a Friday. We could take 7 or 8 minutes for a little football discussion. So let's do that. David.
Okay.
Yes.
Prop Bet Casino, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I just said David,
No,
MC.
I
Rico
was
had a
waiting for-
look of terror, panic, confusion.
I was waiting for the intro music. That's all. So it threw me off for a second.
Okay.
All right. Let's just jump into this. Michigan
Who won
taking
last
on.
week?
Technically, it was Jeff Rieger.
So I won.
Did I come in last?
No.
All
Kenny,
right.
You and David tied for second.
So the person who sits in my seat has won 3 weeks in a row.
Yes.
I'm taking credit for it. Perfect. I go for 4 in a row right now.
4 in a row right now. Let's go Michigan, Nebraska. Will Justice Haynes have a run over 60.5 yards this weekend?
I just don't think it's sustainable. I mean, if he does it at this point, he'll be Kenneth Walker. I'm going to say no. You don't just break those types of runs every week. So I'll say no.
Yeah, that's a lot of yards. Some people say too many yards. I'm going to say no also.
Possibly the most yards.
Maybe the most yards.
The problem, Mike, is that you're right, but they're going against Ann Arbor Pioneer. So I'm going to go over.
Yeah, Wisconsin might be a 3 or 4 win team. They're really bad.
David, I'm with you. I'm going over as well. Bryce Underwood passing yards over under 175.5.
Under. I don't think they need to do that in order to win. I think he can have a really solid day. They'll pound the rock, get the hell out of there. I'll say under.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. I don't think they're going to be in a position where they're going to need to air the ball out quite that frequently, so I'm going to say under.
Once again, Wisconsin's really bad. Really bad.
Yeah, you're going against Saline, so you're right. They're bad, but they don't have to pass the ball. So under.
You know what, David? I'm going to go over because one of them maybe like an 85-yard slant pass that just gets taken to the house because they just couldn't tackle
will toss game 1.
He's
got a 7.48 career ERA against the Tigers,
Samaj
including an 11-run
Morgan,
performance last
Michigan
season.
wide receiver.
Luis Castillo
Will anytime
follow in
touchdown.
game
Will he score a
2.
touchdown?
We also just
Over under
learned the game time
0.5.
for the 2 games in Detroit. Game 3
Yeah, they
Tuesday
can run a
will
lot of
begin at
trinket plays with them,
4:08.
jet sweeps,
Once again,
different
game
things.
2 at
Yeah, what the
4:08,
hell,
while
we'll see.
game 4 will be a bit earlier.
Just to be
at
different, I'm
3:08,
going to say
if that game is
no.
necessary, of
I
course.
think predicting.
Lions
I've
defensive
never
lineman
liked the
Lee
player
McNeil will not
prediction
play
props.
this
I've
week
never
against
enjoyed
the
those.
Bengals.
I'll say
Taylor
no.
Decker and Kirby Joseph
Just
are
to be the
questionable.
same,
The
I'm
Commanders
also gonna
announced
say
the
no.
quarterback
All
Jaden
right.
Daniels will start on
I'm
Sunday.
going to say
Vikings
yes.
QB
Yeah, I can
JJ
see a trick
McCarthy
play
will
or
not
something
play,
like that.
nor will Lamar Jackson of the Ravens.
More points
at the Cornwall
this
Sports
weekend.
Desk. I'm
The
Jeremy
Michigan
Otto from
Wolverines
Oregon, and 97 won the
against
ticket
Nebraska
at RC.com.
or the Detroit Lions against Cincinnati.
I'm going to go Michigan. I just think it's very hard to predict mid-30s output in the NFL. Collegiately, there's just so many more pathways. So I'll say Michigan.
Yeah, similar logic here. It's much easier in college to run up the score than it is. And, it's not like Cincinnati's some great shakes or anything, but it's professional football.
No,
so
definitely not.
Yeah, give me Michigan.
All right, they could blow the Bengals out 24-6, and Michigan will score more points than 24. So, yeah, Michigan.
Okay. We'll go Michigan across the board. Dylan Raiola.
Over.
Okay. You want to hear it?
I don't even care.
Okay.
If it has
Mike
to do
takes
with Joe,
over.
if it has to do with Joe Rossi's defense.
Okay.
Over.
You guys want to hear the rest, or you just want to go take
I would like to hear the rest.
Thank you, Kenny. Dylan Raiola, over under 2.5 passing touchdowns.
Oh, Mike, you already picked the over. Yeah, I'll say over. I was waiting on that. I forgot that you had already blind fired it.
I probably didn't even hear it either. Over. 2.5.
Amount of time
Come
in
on.
the pocket, 3.5 seconds. Over.
I'm going to say 2, and he runs 1 in. Just
way to be
so
different.
So I can win this week. More receiving yards, Amari Kelly or Nick Marsh?
I'm deeply frustrated with their usage of Marsh. Amari Kelly.
I'll say Nick Marsh. Just for you guys.
Why is that just for them?
Because I'm frustrated.
I'll go
Kenny
Kelly.
cares.
Kenny, I'm going to join you with Nick Marsh. One of these games, it has to be the breakout game.
One of these.
Because it has to happen at some point.
All right. Which team will have more points in the first half? I mean, which team will have more points scored in the first half? Wisconsin against Michigan or Michigan State against Nebraska? Who will score more points in the first half of their game? Wisconsin
State.
or Michigan State?
Michigan State. Wisconsin's offense is dreadful. It's absolutely dreadful. And while I have plenty of misgivings about Michigan State, the offense can move the football. I'll take MSU.
Yeah, I'll take MSU too. Boy, what a gross prop. I like that one bit.
Kenny really just cracking on Rico's.
I'm sorry. It's gross.
Okay.
Nausea-inducing.
You know what, Rico? I like it. I'm going to go Michigan State here.
Yeah, I'm going to go Michigan State as well. Aiden Childs rushing yards over under 27.5.
Over. I think his legs are going to have to be a major factor in this game, especially because I don't think they have a left tackle anymore. So I'm going to say over.
What was the number again?
27.5.
27.5. I will also say over.
I think I'm kind of forced to say over.
You're not forced to do
No,
anything.
because if you want to have a chance in this game, he has to go over.
I'm going to go under because, once again, sacks count against your rushing yards in college. Stupid rule, but I don't make them.
Uplifting.
Arch Manning passing yards over under 212.5.
I'm going under. I can't. First of all, their strength of schedule is terrible. And the one real team they played, he was unplayable. This is still a kid who went 11 of 25 at home against UTEP with no drops. I do not trust Arch Manning. I do not trust that Texas team. I'm going to say under.
I'm sure the Vegas total is probably similar, but I don't know where the trust in that guy comes from. I don't know. I don't see that at all. So I'm going to say under.
That is the exact
Is
Vegas
that
total.
okay? Ooh, what a good total. Ooh, I'm going to say under.
Yeah, I don't trust them. I mean, I know it's Florida. Florida's not the greatest, but
They
come on
are
now.
not. That is true, Dave.
Under.
You know what? For Arch and the Manning family, I'm going to go with Arch.
They'll be just fine.
Will Bengals' first drive, will it result in a touchdown? Over, under, or actually yes or no? Will the Bengals' first drive result in a touchdown? Why do I ask that, Mike? Last 4 games, the opposing team against the Lions have scored a touchdown first drive.
I want to give you a dramatization to answer this question. Here's what a typical Bengals offensive snap sounds like. And Browning back to pass, dead.
Hey, the Browns scored a touchdown.
I don't care. No
Okay.
offensive line. This is the single worst offensive line in football. No.
If there was
Browning
a team
back to pass, wheelchair.
if there was a team that's the human embodiment of slump buster, it's the Bengals. This streak will be broken this week. I will say no, they do not score a touchdown.
Browning back
goes
to
back
pass,
to-
both legs are broken.
I'm going to say no.
Okay.
Job well done. Browning
All right.
is dead.
I'll say no as well. Okay,
Job well
Kenny,
done. Better by me.
Hopefully you'll like these. Some rapid fire. Which will be greater? Skubal strikeouts on Sunday or Amon-Ra receptions?
Skubal.
Yeah, I'll say Scooble as well. The Lions have too many options.
Skubal. I think Skubal could get 8 strikeouts. Really tough to say a wide receiver's catching 8 passes. Go Scoobs.
Yeah, he's over under 7.5. I'm going Amon-Ra. You guys don't believe in the Lions.
Haters.
All right. Jared Goff Jared Goff incomplete passes or Jared Goff touchdown passes?
Incomplete passes. Good God. Oh, you think he's going to do one of these 18 for 18 deals?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll say the incompletes.
Yeah, incomplete passes.
Touchdowns.
David, I'm kind of feeling the same way. I'm going touchdowns. Tigers runs on Sunday or Jared Goff rushing yards?
No.
Oh, we did it again back here. Oh, at the same time. What a good line.
Mobile Goff season.
No. Tigers break it open. One time. You bastards.
You said this was for Tiger Run Sunday?
Yes.
It would have broken open twice because it would be Saturday and then Sunday. I'm going Tiger Runs.
I already answered it.
Oh, what'd you take?
Mobile.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just
season, y'all.
Yeah, I'm taking Goff as well. More receiving yards, T. Higgins or J-Mo?
Ooh, boy. 2 guys who've been unproductive. You know what? This is the week. J-Mo gets loose. James Williams.
Said receiving yards?
Yes.
This includes yards after catch, so JMO.
Guys, come on now. Who's playing corner for the Detroit Lions? Higgins.
Yeah, David, I'm with you.
Can we refer on the flow chart to Browning steps back to pass, eaten by alligator? Browning back to pass, hit by car. Browning back
Just
to pass.
needs one.
All right.
Ruptured spleen.
Last 2. More rushing yards, Chase Brown or David Montgomery?
Montgomery. It's not even close. Once again. And handoff to Brown. Dead.
I'm trying to.
I
make
know.
this
No,
issue.
you could say Craig Reynolds or
Look,
Chase Brown. Craig Reynolds.
I had the Tigers going up. I mean, the Skubal going up against the Lions. Like I'm running. Yes, I
Ruben
get it.
Drones. He's not even in the league. Over.
I stand with the Mike Valenti flow chart. Give me David Montgomery.
It's the worst offensive line I have watched all year in the NFL. I have
Indeed.
seen nothing like it. Why don't we do one of these? The classic Aiden versus backup tackles reset. Sack total over under 1.5. Over.
Do you want to go over?
Over.
Okay.
I'm going Brown, by the way.
Nobody feasts on backup linemen like he does.
I'm going Brown as well. So you're going Aiden?
Oh, yeah.
You guys want to do that real quick before I get to the last one?
Which one was it?
Hayden, over under 1.5 sacks.
Yeah, over.
This is a classic
Under.
Aiden Stat Padford game.
Yes.
Under. Yeah, I'm going to say everybody eats in this game. He'll get one, but
Roy
everybody will
Lopez
eat.
is getting one.
Yeah, Bob Muhammad. All right.
Aquadine, minty fresh.
Finally.
Almond milk. Muhammad.
Bobby.
Will there be chaos on Saturday? Top 25 upsets over under 3.5 out of 15 games.
I'm going to go under. We're going to get a chalky Saturday. I'm going under.
Give me some chaos. Let's spice up this Saturday. Give me the over. Yeah, one more
Kirby.
bad game out of you. I'm done.
Kirby, stop talking about me, man. I'm going to go under.
Hey, David, how rocked up is Kenny for Vanderbilt, Alabama? Like, can you see Kenny wearing a Vanderbilt helmet watching that game?
I will buy a shirt and a hat if they even cover that number.
I knew what that pick was all about. That was all about spite.
Oh, you saw through that, huh?
I'm going to go over as well, Kenny. I want some chaos. That is your prop bet casino, 97-1.
All right, it's football time, and on game day, score big. Moran Buick GMC right now, a 26 GMC Terrain, $359 a month, 15-inch infotainment screen, remote start, or you can drive home in a 25 Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals, 36 months, only $999 down. Inventory rolls in daily, and Denali's are absolutely in stock. MoranExpress.com. Certified service, you get the free loaner. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get back to business in a second, but you know it is a Friday. We could take 7 or 8 minutes for a little football discussion. So let's do that. David. All right, hey Rieger, we're back on the air.
Oh, hi, Mike. How are you?
I just,
Funny
the
way
that works.
What a time to be alive in Detroit sports.
Is it?
I must have missed all the parades we've gotten.
Yeah.
Well, there was one yesterday in the locker rooms in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
How you guys doing?
Oh, yeah, there was a celebration.
I see what he's doing. He's trying to get to you.
What?
Oh, no, Mike is so nervous right now.
No, the celebrate.
What am I nervous about?
No. He's so nervous.
Yeah, Wojo and Valeni were out right before the
No,
segment started, and Mike is worried about getting the Tigers.
Yeah.
Tigers,
First of all,
Yankees.
we would have to beat the Blue Jays, which I'm not sure we can do. Second of all, it would be a gift from God if I got to see this ball club in the ALCS.
You don't want the gritty Tigs coming into the Bronx in the ALCS, pal.
Now, the big question
How are you
is-
going to get Javi Baez out? Who do you going to get?
By simply throwing a ball.
The big question
Buddy,
would
don't
be...
get high on your supply because you beat the Quad City All-Stars and the Guardians, will you please?
Mikey, can you make me a promise? Can you make me a promise?
Sure.
If it's Tigers, Yankees, ALCS, the game's in Detroit, can you sit right behind home plate? You got to go. Come on.
No,
you imagine
'cause
Mike on TV every game?
I don't like people who do that. Why would
down
you?
in his Yankees gear?
No, I wouldn't disrespect the Tigers by doing that. Plus, I do radio here. What kind of hat am I wearing today? Am I wearing a Yankee hat or a Tiger hat?
That's true.
Oh, it's a Mariners hat.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a
big dumper
throwback.
hat.
No, it's
No,
a Tiger
no.
hat.
I just look. I think they've got a fighting shot. Do you agree with me? They've got
they do.
They've got to win Game 1 if they're going to win this series.
Well, yeah. Well, if it comes to Game 5 back in Seattle with Skubal, I think they'll win it. If Seattle doesn't win in 4 here, then Seattle.
Okay.
You just got to hope
Tigers are in it.
that the Seattle offense that came to Comerica Park right before the All-Star break does not show up tomorrow or Sunday or
It's
in
the playoffs. It's a new season.
So
What are you doing next?
We're going to talk a little Tigers. Big dumper against the big pumper, Tarek Skubal. Pumping heat.
Did you say big humper?
Pumper.
Rico, read
Pump-
immediately.
No, wait, what's wrong with Big Pumper?
Just read. You
I got
know?
nothing.
Then I want you to go enjoy your basement. Get the hell out of here. while
You know
can.
what?
I heard the Mariners
Keeneland,
are
my
going to be
friend.
big slumper.
Call on me. What's wrong with Big Pumper?
Enjoy the ponies.
Well, I didn't say humper. I said pumper.
I love Brian in Detroit.
Who do you have to get McKinstry out on the Yankee roster, huh? On their pitching staff.
Your right foot. All right, we're done here. Talk to
Andy
everybody.
Ibanez.
Good luck this weekend.
You can't match the lefty-righty things. You
Wenzel
can't do that.
Perez.
Kenny.
Yep.
Kenny.
Yeah.
Enjoy your weekend.
What?
Yeah.
We're just getting started.